We pledge to maintain workable and sustainable energy projects. This commitment radiates like the life-giving sun. The warmth from it keeps dreams alive for Indigenous people. It shines a light on new possibilities, offering hope and fresh opportunities toward building a better future world for our communities.
It's really exciting for the Meadow Lake Tribal Council to be participating in the renewable energy economy, taking what was a waste product and being able to convert it into useful renewable energy is tremendously satisfying and something that we as MLTC are proud of. MLTC is a proud sponsor and participant in the First Nations Power Authority participation in Saskatchewan. The First Nation Power Authority adds value in being a liaison between First Nations and Sask Power, provides capacity building, and allows for innovative thinking when it comes to new arenas of renewable energy development. We're very proud to be alongside the First Nations Power Authority and support its efforts at furthering the economy of Saskatchewan and across Canada.
At FNPA, we're dedicated to energizing First Nations communities through clean energy partnerships. Our goal is to bring energy sovereignty and security to First Nations communities. And we do this by bridging the gap between government, public utilities, industry, and First Nations communities to develop Indigenous-owned power generation projects.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities. adjust their paths. Flowing waters renew the spirit and adjust their paths. FNPA adapts to constant changes too. We engage in a wide variety of renewable energy projects. We eagerly pursue a cleaner future. And we keep promises alive for sustaining our people and for benefiting relationships for all involved.
Again, very proud to sit on the board of FNPA. Just as proud being a member of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council and working on this project. The clean energy aspect, the renewable energy aspect is very important. It's in line with the goals and aspirations of First Nations and our values specifically. You know, it's interesting that when you talk about the treaties state, you know, as long as the sun shines, the grass grows and the river flows, and you generate power from all three of those. I mean, in terms of the wind, in terms of the sun, in terms of the water through hydro, and in terms of the biomass. And so, you know, those are all values we hold in high esteem. The environment is very important to us as stewards of the land, and having the land so close to us in terms of our relationship to it.
If we could work hand in hand, SaskPower, First Nations Power Authority, the Meadow Lake Tribal Council, and First Nations as a whole to produce that cleaner power, our world would all be better. I think that First Nations Power Authority is heading in the right direction for cleaner energy. SaskPower has, I believe, has got to take First Nations Power Authority more and give them the opportunity to produce more clean energy, because I know it is in the First Nations of Saskatchewan's heart to make cleaner energy. So our environment is cleaner, also helps out economically with the First Nations.
If you are a First Nations community who wants to explore energy sovereignty and security, let us help you achieve your energy goals. And if you're a clean energy company who is looking to partner with a First Nations community, please reach out and learn how we can help you with meaningful engagement with our Indigenous communities.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities.
guess I'm alone up here. My panelists didn't show up. So I'm going to have to sing and dance or something, I guess. I see one. See Ursula there. Looking for Nadine Goldstone and Tracy Sterridan. A no-show. I'm used to scaring women off. Oh, we might have one here.
We're going to open this morning with a prayer from Lawrence and Priscilla before we get started on the panel.
All right.
So we'll probably do that right now.
Okay, I'll just say.
Yeah.
We're going to open the morning with a prayer, so please stay tuned.
Okay. Go ahead and take charge.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to acknowledge the day. I'm going to ask my Mushroom Lawrence and my Nohkom Priscilla Joseph, come on up and open the day with a prayer. That's a proper way to do things as we gather and as we meet. We give thanks, and as well as to the four directions. And what we talk about today is really about energy. And there's energies around us, and we want to start with, in this room, positive energy amongst ourselves as nations and companies come together. So this morning we will wait and give thanks this morning.
Thank you, No Sims. Go ahead. First of all, I greet each one of you. It's a great feeling to be able to have that freedom to come and see people face to face once again. I personally realized how important other people are in my life during the pandemic. I learned lots. However, we grieved lots in pandemic also and continue. So our prayers will be to lift up the spirits of those that have gone ahead of us and the families and friends that are left behind. It's an honorable organization, and I salute Felix Thomas and his board. There's the Guy Lonechild and his staff, all the partners, and I acknowledge all my fellow elders that are here and have been here and part of the organization. And I salute big time our veterans. Thank you for protecting us. You played a role that we personally didn't. Now we're in a role to protect Mother Earth. For too long, we've raped Mother Earth. And it is time. She's going to fight back, and she's fighting back. We need to respectfully do it. And I know as a First Nations woman, I was there gathering medicines with elders, and how they always prayed in Cree not to take more than what they needed for the given time of the harvest period. And how respectfully they cleaned the land and gifted the land for the medicine, but also you couldn't tell where they took the medicine from. And coming home from school, all the berries I could eat that were there, pin cherries just hanging over, where are they now? The water that was crystal clear. We are in trouble. And thank you for all the people that are engaged in some capacity to save Mother Earth and to work in partnership and to honor the ecosystem and not to put money first, but put the Creator first. Did you want to say the prayer?
No, you say the prayer. Thank you so much. Stand and ask a minute and do a temtic. When my guy says, Siggy, my little brother, he doesn't want me to call him a little brother because he's bigger than me. Guy Lone Child, I'm proud of you, sir. Keep up the good work. And of course, my good buddy, Felix Thomas, and all the board. And all of you. It's beautiful to see people face to face, not in Zoom, because I don't know how to operate those machines to begin with, but it's nice to see that. All the visitors from the various territories, and welcome to Treaty 6, of course, a territory that I'm part of, and traditional territory of the Métis. Hope some of you are here. And my wife is a good speaker, and I learned a lot from her, the spiritual connection. And she's just a little bit older than me. In fact, she used to babysit me. We've been married 54 years, and she says it feels like... She tells me it feels like 75 with the wind chill. And I want to salute my comrades, the veterans, and really so humbled that the Grand Chief, 2 Grand Chiefs, well, 3 Grand Chiefs are here to come and get me or sit. I feel humble sometimes. I don't feel like I'm one of them, although I was not ordained, but commissioned by Paul Hellyer way back in 1966. And a commissioned officer, of course, you get into the officer's mess. And you become an alcoholic really quick. So I came home after the service, and it was nobody could keep up with me because I wanted to drink every day. Now I'm celebrating 51 years without booze now. So. But on a serious note, every elder, you don't have to be an elder or a preacher to put the Creator first. You don't have to be a holy man or holy woman to put the Creator first. And you don't have to go public. It's your personal relationship to Him. And in my entertaining days, in my public service days, I didn't know that too well. One time I was entertaining in what they call a Nashville North radio show. This one guy that was a veteran was just sweating. He was going before me. And before he was called up, he was kneeling down praying. And I thought, why are you doing that? And he said, well, young fella, if you ever think you're too good to go on stage, that's when you should quit. Because you have to put the good Lord ahead of you first. So I advise you, young people especially. And Guy, it's really nice to see you involving the young people. That's where it is. The 4 women that sat here, I have mixed emotions, I felt. They spoke about their own personal journey, and they spoke about facts and reality, and they've honored their fathers, their elders, and they learned from them. And this is what treaty is all about. We're supposed to tell the treaty partners, the newcomers, we'll train you guys, but train us also in the education area, in the medicines everywhere. And that's what it's all about. We need to do that. And I'm very happy to be called. And I sometimes don't feel like I'm a qualified elder. So I'm not that old. Yeah. But you know, as in age, you learn lots. Thank you once again to the organization here for honoring the veterans. The veterans put on the uniform, trained. In fact, they didn't have to go under treaty because we're not subject to conscription, but they went anyway. And when I went to Italy, there's a lot of people there with Indian names. George Moore, and people like that. laying in foreign territory in Italy, where they laid their lives down for us, for a free world. And in your prayers, the human family, let's never forget the Ukrainians. Just imagine what they're going through. And I share the veterans when they say we stand strong with the Ukrainians. They're part of our human family, and they're part of us. So with that, my friends, I want to say congratulations. Keep the unit together. The more we gather people to share information without chasing that money first, but chasing a good, healthy Mother Earth, we're all going to be winners. And this is for our grandchildren. We just baptized my first great-grandson last Sunday. It is a terrific feeling. And that little grandson is kind of different. I have a little dog at home, and his name is, it's a purebred, eh? His name is Wilson Andrew Rabbitskin. That's what I name him. And the little guy was crawling around, and the little dog was standing there in the middle of my living room, minding his own business. That little fella just came crawling real fast and poked the dog's bum. And the dog just looked around as if to say, what was that for? But he got that from his great-grandmother. So with that, my friends, let's all put our heads down and thank God. Thank God for being together. Thank God we got people like Felix Thomas, the chief, and my good friend, I call him Chiefy, Chief Gallonechild, and others that are here. And just pray, not only for yourselves, but for this project. And it's not going to be just a project one day. It'll be a natural reality. Because in my time, elders told me, I just laughed at them, one day you're going to buy bottles of water. And I said, that shit, get out of here, you crazy old fool. Look at that, we're buying water now in bottles. So that's where we're heading if we don't do this properly. So my friends, from your heart, talk to your best friend, the Creator, and do this together, and let's keep the fire burning really strong. So let's all get up and pray together, hold hands if you have to, but let's pray for the leaders, the technicians, the people that are working, and our partners that are out there trying to help us out in doing this. And they're here for a reason. They got children too. They got grandchildren. How am I noch toinen? Nanaskutin and Xiuatsun. Anosjagiskak. Igo kamionagwaktaski. Igo kamionagwaktain. Ugaisinoguta. Nsuamnanak. Igomina. Nuakomagananak. Amamokamatutsik. This earth, Mother Earth, that we call Mother Earth, the miasik, the miasik, I see no simnanigotinica. Giamatima sohasta, Umamtesiga no. You got me now and tini so, you got the sagitatic. You am the witchituchik, whichiga postatuchik, Kakio, Uxisagis mutatamagixuatsun of Davina, Msaugixiuatsun, you got me nam saugak, Gimascosion. The party morning, no tarinan, cantatamata. Lord, we ask in a humble way for your guidance and your direction to do this work that's so essential. We don't know everything, Lord, but you are the creator of all things. And teach us and guide us and shine a light on our path that we may move forward together as a human family, not for ourselves, not for money, but for those yet unborn. Heavenly Father, we ask this humbly in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Exe, have a good day. God bless. Hey.
And I'd invite everyone to give a hand to all the ones that we don't look at in the background that organized this great event. That we had wonderful entertainment last night. The food's been wonderful. The honor and respect that's been given has been great. So give a hand to all the organizers. Thank you and safe travels.
There's one other person we seem to be overlooking and has been very quiet. Is one of our other colleagues who was here all this time was our former Vice Chief, Glenn Pratt is here. So let's give him a warm applause. Vice Chief Pratt. I'm going to call up Milton DeTusis. He'll give us a rundown of the day, and then we'll get started with the panel.
I'd like to welcome you to day 2 of our 6th annual Indigenous Clean Energy Forum. Just wanted to give a quick rundown. I don't think there's a lot of hard copy agendas out there, but I thought I'd introduce to you the first panel. We have the energy efficiency and advancing sustainability in First Nations communities. Moderator Harry, I'm going to butcher this, McRoberta?
I can barely say it.
Close enough?
Can you hear me now? I said I could barely say it. Don't worry about it. I was 5 years old before I could say it.
All right, all right. And you've got a panel. I'll let you introduce the panel, but I just want to give a quick rundown as to what we plan on for today's agenda. After this panel, we'll move on to our second panel at 10:15, moderated by Mr. Guy Bruce from FNPA, and it's a panel discussion titled Power Generation and Utility Scale Projects within the Indigenous Communities. We will have a lunch break and a presentation by Carrie Howlett from Howlett Consulting. Her title will be Measuring Success Indigenous-Led Clean Energy Projects. And then at 1 o'clock after lunch, we have the Climate Force Antarctica Expedition Group. Leadership on the Edge is the title. Presenters Danielle Keller and Jeff Bondaldi. I hope I pronounced that correctly and properly. And then at 2:20, we will have our third session or panel moderated by one and only Guy Lonechild, and it will be titled Pursuing Net Zero Through Various Cleaner Energy Technologies. And then we will have a wrap up at around 3:45. So without any further delay, I'll turn it over now to our moderator for the first panel. Harry, take it away.
All right, my name is Harry Makivirta. I usually say that's a hard name to say, but looking at some of the names of the First Nations, it's a piece of cake. Guy, I found out from Guy, I actually didn't find out from Guy, I found out from Ursula here a week ago or so. She said, well, I'll see you in Saskatoon. I said, for what? You're a moderator. I am? I emailed Guy, I said, what's going on? He goes, what, did I forget to tell you? I said, yeah, yes, you did. So I'm here, I'm going to do my best. I'm a little shy. So I asked Guy if we could do a little bit differently today. So I don't want to, otherwise I'll talk too much. I'll have the mic and I'll just sit here for the next hour and talk by myself. So now I've got 2 leaders in energy efficiency that'll give me the stink eye if I talk too much. So actually I'm quite intimidated right now. But we have Ursilia Serafini. Good First Nations last name. Nadine Goldstone, also she's the director of SAS Power, and Ursula's with Summerhill out of, well, she's at a station out of Ontario, but's worked with utilities across Canada. But like I mentioned, I didn't want to talk too much, so I asked if I could get the dirty stink guy from the ladies. So we'll just look this way so I don't see it. My name is Harry. I'm born in Finland. I came to Canada when I was 2 years old. Worked with my father. He's a mechanical contractor. I came up a totally different route than most of the people in this industry. I came up through the trades. I've been in the energy efficiency business for 40 years. I was doing this before any of it was cool or green or even interesting to anybody. Energy costs were very low 40 years ago, 5 cents a kilowatt hour. Natural gas was cheap. Gasoline was 29 cents a liter. It was a tough call to try to sell efficiency. I started as a plumber and a mechanical contractor, gas fitter, steam fitter. Worked up until I was about 16 years old. From 5 years old, my father picked me up at kindergarten, put me on a wooden crate at the job site, and I'd clean copper elbows and pipe fittings and so on for the job he was doing. So I learned from a very young age how to make money and how to work hard. But by 16, I was getting bored. Decided I want to get into something else. So I was very interested in energy efficiency and high efficient boilers. I started importing boilers from Finland and from Denmark. And high efficient, 90% efficient gas boilers and oil boilers and wood burning and multi-fuel boilers. And then we got into wood chippers and biomass systems and combined heat and power facilities. And so I opened up my first company at 17 years old in the energy business. I was a member of Canadian Standards Association. Thank you. Because of my experience with biomass and so on, the government tried to tell me we couldn't put in these sawdust burners and wood chip gasifiers I was selling. They weren't CSA approved, so, okay, what am I going to do? So I joined CSA, sat on the biomass B366.1 standard for safety of solid fuel appliances at 17. I was on that committee for 4 years, and during that whole time I was running my business, and one of the other many engineers on the committee said, "So Harry, how long have you been an engineer?" I said, "I'm a plumber." Well, the good thing I had a beard at 16 years old. I got away with it. So what I want to say today is that the trades are very important, and energy efficiency is very important. If we don't have energy efficiency, we will never reach these goals of 2050, 2030, 2035. If one thing I've learned from the First Nations is not to waste. Waste and be efficient. Don't waste and be efficient. Use. If you hunt that buffalo, eat that buffalo, use the skin, make jackets and moccasins and the fur, use it, be efficient. I've learned that from my own upbringing, from my own father, and I've learned that now working with First Nations. So it's very important to be efficient. Otherwise, we're just going to need larger renewable energy facilities and more power. If we can reduce what we're using first, we can maybe achieve those goals. Because we can now put a smaller solar system on that roof. We can put a smaller windmill. We need to produce less energy to meet those net zero goals. So without energy efficiency, one of the things we'll definitely need is without energy efficiency, we won't make it there. And there's a lot of other things we have to pull off too. So I'm going to talk today about the energy efficiency with these two beautiful young ladies. They're going to tell us about their programs and with their experience. So why don't you first go, Nadine, tell me about SAS Power. Tell me a little bit about the programs that you're offering.
Sure. Hi. You'll notice I still have coffee because it's 9 o'clock and I drink until noon, so the coffee stays. I'll tell you a little bit about my background and then how I ended up in this space, because it was a complete accident, which tends to be how we find our life calling. I started my career in marketing and sales, actually, and spent quite a bit of time in service, different customer service organizations, whether it was in retail sales, leading inventory, customer operation teams, or in the federal government with the RCMP. I was part of the criminal operations group there and did some strategy work. And I left because, well, I was bored. I couldn't get super far within the federal government. And I actually intentionally chose to go to SAS Power because we're this gigantic company with lots of business lines. So somebody who's a creative doesn't get bored. Fast forward, I was in that role in SaskPower leading a bunch of different customer service, revenue assurance, finance, IT roles in leadership. And then I was handed a file and said, Nadine, we've got a problem in the north. We've got some high energy bills and we don't know how we're gonna deal with that. Go fix it. I said, okay. We did some really great work with some First Nations in the north, kind of co-created a program to address root cause challenges with energy affordability, which is a very real challenge for not just northern nations, but really most nations in the province. And we looked at what those root cause challenges are. And we came up with a program, a 5-stream program that we tried out for 2 years to address those root cause challenges, had great successes, and we were able to stand up a brand new Indigenous customer care program, a new service model being led by a very powerful, amazing Indigenous leader, Fern Puepskonius, and it's now entrenched into SaskPower's business. I have since moved on to take my work to the next phase in SaskPower, and I've moved into being the Senior Business Advisor for Indigenous Supply Chain Development in SaskPower. So I'm the person that if you want to break into our supply chain, you come to me and you say, hey, I want to do stuff. And I say, cool, let's talk. But that's pretty much all I can say right now is come find me and we'll work through that. A little bit on the program, and then we'll go into the panel questions. We did find through the work with nations and PBCN that some of the root causes are really around housing, just housing envelope and maintenance, availability of housing. You've got, everybody knows about the overcrowding challenges. Access to alternate energy sources. So the truth is, nations in the north can't divorce us. Probably want to, but we're the only source for heat, which means they don't have options. So how do we fix that? And then also just energy literacy, these topics. How do you use less, and what you have, use it better so that you don't need as much, so that your power bills aren't as high. And then really building community capacity to participate in the sector. So we've established community power representatives in northern nations with the focus on building knowledge so that participation in this transition can happen. We've had First Nation Power Authority contracted to do community energy plans, which is really the roadmap for communities to participate in the future with this industry transformation. Because once you've got the roadmap, you know where you're going and you can start finding avenues for funding and capital investment. So that's where the program is. We provide fulsome 360-degree account management for any nation leadership, administrations, or authorities that need help navigating SaskPower, because we're not super easy to navigate, and try to provide a better level of service that's unique and curated for what your needs are.
How about you, Ursula?
Good morning. Thank you, Harry. Nice to meet you, Nadine. I'm Ursilia Serafini. I am the CEO of an energy efficiency implementation company called Summerhill. I have been in this business for over 20 years. I'm going to stop at 20. It's creeping towards 25. And similar interesting path to get me to focus on this journey and this issue in particular. I started my career actually as a car heaven angel. There was a program over 20 years ago that was really focused on accelerating the retirement of old inefficient vehicles called Car Heaven, and then later Retire Your Ride. And I got the bug out at Esso gas stations talking to customers while they were filling up their cars at the pump and trying to convince them that maybe they should get rid of their clunker or they should look to new, cleaner alternatives. And I learned some foundational lessons that first, summer as a naive early entry job market around how you actually talk to customers, what motivates them? What are the triggers that get them to think differently about their behaviors and the products they're using? And those early lessons led me to really look at how do we accelerate the transition to cleaner, newer technologies. So Summerhill's squarely focused in helping do that through upgrading furnaces, building envelope, less looking at supply and generation, and more thinking about how we went from incandescents to LED light bulbs. And so looking at commercial properties and residential homes and thinking about all of the products that are in that mix and what we can do to help the building owner and the homeowner think a little bit differently about upgrading and transitioning some of the technologies to be more efficient. So we do that primarily with utilities. So we've worked, with the exception of Hydro-Quebec, with every major utility in the country, from Yukon Energy Corp in Whitehorse out to Efficiency PEI in Charlottetown. So my company's really coast to coast. Worked in a lot of remote northern communities. Newfoundland Power, Newfoundland Hydro have been long-standing clients. We did some remote work in Labrador. We worked up in Coogarack, Nunavut to do some home and building energy audits. As Harry mentioned, I come from Ontario, so we do a lot of work in Ontario. And most recently, thrilled and humbled to be here as we start out on a partnership with Guy Lonechild and First Nations Power Authority to deliver some significant retrofit funding to commercial facilities in First Nations in Ontario. And so this is an exciting project for us. And again, we come at it from a customer-centric perspective. So thinking about Harry's early message about the trades and the importance of the trades, it's been super important for Summerhill to think, as we're delivering money into the hands of homeowners and business owners, how do we best get that money into their hands and use it for its desired purpose to generate the greatest energy reductions? And trades and contractors are such a key part of our channel to market. And we feel that that's a bit different from the way that some of the government granting and rebate programs have been handled in the past. We want to find the best way to accelerate these upgrades. It's super important to have the individuals that are the credible experts that are influencing decisions, particularly with technologies and measures that are at the end of their life, like when you have a hot water tank go out on you, or your furnace. Who are you calling? You're calling your trade, you're calling your contractor to come and give you the best advice there is on what to replace it with. So they're a super key channel to market in the design of these programs, and I think up until this point have been a key gap in the design of a lot of the programs that I've seen in market. So we're looking to change that and looking to, accelerate at the ground floor the efficiency primarily of buildings.
That's fantastic. I've been very lucky and honored to work with Temagami First Nation for the past couple of years, and I learned a lot about First Nations. We got a lot more to learn, and thank you for the opportunity to do that. Thank you, Guy, for this opportunity to work with your organization. What I learned working with Temagami First Nation, with my experience, I have a few years' experience. I'm 25 years old, so I have some knowledge. Well, maybe I'm 25 years too old, but one or the other. I found that working in most First Nations are in the north, and it's hard enough finding tradespeople in Toronto. They're all busy. In the north, there isn't any, or if there is, they're extremely busy. So what I wanted to do was with First Nations, I'm their community energy champion. I don't like calling myself that because I haven't received a trophy yet, so I'm no champion. Still waiting for that. But I decided to do as many projects as I can, and because I'm knowledgeable, I have some experience. I'm doing a 100 kilowatt solar retrofit on our brand new facility that has 13 geothermal heat pumps in it. I'm looking at putting off-grid solar street lighting in throughout the island. It's on Temagami First Nations on Bear Island. I'm looking at putting, right now I have another program called the Energy Affordability Program. They're coming out and through the ISO coming to look at homes, and they're going to do free energy saving appliances, insulation, and weather stripping and so on. There's a federal program called the Greener Homes Program, which I'm bringing in. I've organized a energy auditor to come in the summer, and we'll be looking at hopefully the rest of the homes. Doing a geothermal retrofit in our only two buildings using oil on the entire island. It's all electric, so we're pretty well electrified. So I'm going to decarbonize the rest of the buildings with some geothermal in 2 more buildings. Our main facility, our brand new 16,000 square foot admin, band, and gathering hall is all geothermal, like I mentioned, super energy efficient. Our school is geothermal. So the rest of the buildings I'm looking at going to air-to-air source energy saving heat pumps. So to do these projects, I need tradespeople. There aren't any. So what can I do about this? So I got more funding to put a program together for energy trades training. Got $125,000. I'm going to train people in, right now have courses going on. I found institutions that are teaching these courses. I've courses in geothermal. We have two buildings now in geothermal. I have people training in solar. I have 5 trained so far in solar PV. That'll help with our solar project and the solar street lighting. I've got another program offered in energy saving controls. Our brand new facility has a building automation system, energy efficient controls in there. I'm doing a feasibility study right now on building a 3.4 megawatt combined heat and power biomass facility to burn wood waste and produce power and sell the electricity and utilize the heat. The heat I'm looking at utilizing for a greenhouse so we can get food security. I'm also looking at using the heat from the combined heat and power facility for drying lumber. Tamagami First Nation owns a sawmill. So I'm hoping we can combine the sawmill with the dry kiln operation so they can make more money from selling that lumber. So I'm also looking at training the youth. I have 2 programs right now in the school, 1 week long, where they're coming in teaching energy and science to the kids. So I'm developing, at the same time I'm hopefully developing people that can do these jobs for these projects I'm working on. So it's a little catch-22. What's first? I need a project, and then I need people that can do the project. So I'm doing both at the same time. Cross my fingers, I'll have people to do these projects and take on these jobs. So it's been very, very challenging, especially in the north, finding people and getting the First Nations people on board. And it has been a challenge. Now I'd like to hear from both you. How do you find, where are the challenges in working with the Indigenous communities and so on? Nadine?
Thanks. It's a good question. My experience to date has been basically access. So geographically located in the remote north. Some of Saskatchewan's nations are fly-in only. We also just navigated a pandemic where we couldn't do face-to-face. So running a program virtually without access to face-to-face relationship building probably was really hard. I'll just be honest, representing a government agency gives me a nice barrier to have to work through to begin with right away. So a lot of time is spent in listening and trying to understand and listening again, and then probably some more listening before I can have a voice to talk about what needs to be done. As far as so access and recognition that leaders, so for my company to recognize that nation leaders are everything to everyone. So I am not important. At the end of the day, I am one piece of a pie of everything else that's trying to be accomplished for their people. And me nattering over here is not going to help anybody. So recognizing that I need to find my spot in line and find a way to interact or find a strong delegate that I can work with in the nation so that we can participate, and really making it important to engage the community at the grassroots level and bring their voice through everything. So getting in face-to-face, and then just access to leadership in a meaningful way that doesn't overburden and take away the intent of what we're trying to achieve.
Can you elaborate on a specific program that it's been successful, the details and how it worked?
So my program, the one that we stood up that now is being led by Fern, we started it in the north, and we led it with a northern PBCN community, and we started with that exact tactic, going in, trying to understand high bill challenges and what was going on. And I took a very different approach. I didn't do the standard, well, that's your problem, it's behind the meter, you figure out what's wrong in your house. That's not helpful. So we decided we would do this differently. And we had a town hall where the elders shared their experiences and their stories, and the youth listened, and I just listened. And I'm a government agency, so I'm not really liked, which is okay. But listening was important. And then we said, okay, well, let's go look. So instead of passing accountability off, we said, well, maybe there is something. I don't know. So we took our power line tech, we took an inspector, we took an electrician, and we went to anybody who wanted us to go look at their homes to find out what was happening. We went and looked. And we said, okay, well, it looks fine to the meter, but I do see that your dryer drum is grinding metal to metal, and I do see that your electrical panel, you've got some miswiring in here. Do you want us to work with you to fix that? So we took a very different approach to open the door for conversation and feedback, and we got great information and feedback from the people that we were able to engage with. And then the pandemic hit, and we weren't allowed to do any of that. But I did learn the importance of communicating visually and clearly and succinctly. So those pain points that I talked about that really drive high bills, we translated those pain point messages, how to fix them, how to work through them. We translated them into highly visual posters. We translated them into Cree and Dene. We did Cree Dene radio ads on NBC, and we just tried to penetrate the market differently because our messages weren't being heard. And through that different approach, and then just lots of touch points, and hey, we're here when you're ready, let us know when you want to talk again, we were able to continue delivering the program into 5 communities throughout the pandemic, and now it's being expanded provincially.
Okay, thank you. Ursilia, what have you found difficult with the First Nations and getting the programs out and so on?
Sure. And I'm going to take a bit of a different approach, Harry, because the challenge is not with getting the programs into the First Nations. The problem from my perspective starts with government and utilities, quite frankly. That's been my experience. And here's the context behind that. Our federal and provincial governments, mandate and set the stage for a lot of our utility partners to achieve energy efficiency savings. In most provinces, with the exception of Saskatchewan, they tend to be regulated, so they have to hit it. It's tied to their operating licenses, and they like to announce big buckets of funding, like they announced for Federation of Canadian Municipalities to retrofit homes, billions of dollars, or even greener homes. And they come out with these big programs with these big buckets of money, but they like cookie cutter programs, and they like a one-size-fits-all approach. And this is where the problem happens for everybody in this room, is that you can't do a one-size-fits-all approach with our our First Nations and our Indigenous communities. You can't take a program that works in the biggest urban centers of our country and try to apply them to rural and remote First Nations. It just doesn't work. And so at the point in time which, Summerhill enters the dialogue and Guy's starting to see this a little bit with the IESO in Ontario, they've already designed a program. So they put a program into market, they're procuring it, now they selected some vendors to deliver it, and now we're sitting back going, guys, I think maybe you should change this program requirement, or that's not the way things work, or it would be better if you did it this way. And the problem becomes trying to then change the rules of engagement after they've already been set. So it is, I definitely have a message for any of our government partners out there in particular to think about getting these programs to market a little bit differently. And Nadine, you said something that's super important, and quite frankly, I haven't seen with a lot of my other clients. You talked about going into the communities and visiting the home and seeing what you could find in that home. Most of the energy efficiency incentive and rebate programs that are out there are designed by people who have never actually gone into a home in a First Nations community or into a community center or seen your arenas or your street lighting to actually see what the challenge is. So I get worked up because I'm constantly fighting against those big programs and those buckets of money to try to unpack them and redesign them a little bit differently with the input of all of you in the room as rights holders on what would work for you and your communities. And so that's truly the biggest challenge. And now, using the Ontario program, Harry, yourself and Guy and Cambium Indigenous Professional Services out of Curve Lake First Nation, which is our technical partner on that program, we basically have to gather the data to prove to the client why some of the way it's designed won't work and how they should be changing it so that it can be more effective. So that tends to be a huge issue.
You've worked on many different programs and throughout Canada with many of the utilities. Which programs have you worked on that have been successful and have worked well, and why?
Yeah, and that would come back to my point about programs that have truly allowed for community design. So we ran a program with SIPs in Cooguruk, Nunavut that I referenced before. It was a residential and commercial energy auditing program. And we didn't take one step into that community until we had community leaders provide input into what would be the best time of year to come in, what would be the best way to approach, what type of incentives. Let's line up the trades and everything before we actually step into the community, and it works exceptionally well. I mean, one of the big gaps that we see is that, especially when you take a cookie cutter approach, is that you try to get a program into market and realize that, for 2 months of the year, for 6 weeks of the year, all of the leaders are out. They're out on the land. They're hunting. They're out in their communities. You can't get into the community to do anything during that time, and it tends to be a gap. So where we've gone in, I would say with Newfoundland Hydro, we ran a retail incentive campaign in remote First Nations communities. Again, before we even set foot and design it, they gave us the freedom and the flexibility to take a high-level approach, have a sense of the goal and the target, high-level budget, but then collect the feedback and come back and say, you know what, the way that we designed that's not going to work. Let's change this, and we have to change it because this is the timing that works.
What you say makes a lot of sense. With mentioned my many years of experience. When I started in the industry, energy efficient industry, there was no rebates, there was no incentives. Nobody was really interested in saving energy also because, like I mentioned before, fuel costs were low. But I got into the business, and I was the very first Ontario Hydro rebate 37 years ago was my client, the Finnish Canadian Senior Centre in Toronto. Their first one to get a rebate under the Ontario Hydro program. While I was in college, Ontario Hydro asked me to write the rebate program because I was already inquiring. When I went back to school at 25 years old, when I got tired of people asking me, am I an engineer? So while I was in school, because I couldn't find an engineering program, I found a mechanical engineering technology program in energy management and HVAC. So I ended up taking that course, and they're asking me to write this program, and I was not interested. I wanted to get into the business. I'm a hands-on guy. I like tools. I like to get projects done. I had no interest in getting involved in large industry, in the utilities and government. But the programs, it was difficult selling without the programs, but the programs really took the snake oil out of selling energy-saving technology. As soon as you're able to comment or state that there's a rebate by the utility or the government, automatically you got the customers, got their attention. So it made it a lot easier. And the programs are very important for the industry. I wouldn't have been able to say, I was the first one to save 1 megawatt of power in Ontario. I got an award from the president of Ontario Hydro. I was the first one to do, well, I did the largest retrofit project in North America. I retrofitted all the Cineplex Odeon theaters in North America. I retrofitted the lighting in all the Sobeys grocery stores in Canada. I've been in every aspect of this business, from distribution, importing, manufacturing, contracting, inventing technologies, and consulting for the past 25 years. And this industry wouldn't exist without government and utility incentives and support. It would be very difficult without it. So what I'm asking you, Nadine, next is I'm not from Saskatoon. I'm from Orillia, Ontario. I'm from the traditional territory of North America, Turtle, or all of Indigenous First Nations people. Well, how does SaskPower, how are specifically the rebates? Do you give prescriptive rebates where you give so many dollars for an appliance, or do you have kilowatt hour, or is your rebates based on kilowatt hour savings? Can you give me some specifics?
Sure. So we don't have a lot of programming out right now. There is a specific program today that is in market for Northern First Nations. We're working with you. To do housing retrofits. So we've got a partnership with Enercan and SaskPower to retrofit homes in northern Indigenous nations. You can apply. It needs to be a nation leader or housing authority with the nation leader participation. Apply to the programming, and we can do those retrofits for those communities. We don't have a lot of other rebates out in market for the utility today. We do offer some educational workshops. We do some looking at commercial operations, but nothing as far as rebating or incentivizing change today.
Okay. Arcelia, I know you worked on many utilities throughout Canada. Maybe you can explain some of the programs the ISO has in Ontario.
Sure. And there's a huge range in certain jurisdictions, and that's actually one of the problems, is that sometimes there's a lot of competing programs in market. Ontario is a great jurisdiction of that, a great example of that, Harry, because you start with the federal government and they have, greening homes, and then you drop into the ISO, and they have, and then the Enbridge gas utility. They all have variations on a theme to incent things like smart thermostats or HVAC equipment. And so oftentimes for a customer, it can be challenging to figure out which program they participate in. With more and more municipal programs coming online, we're seeing increasing municipalities looking at designing additional home energy rebate and retrofit programs. It's going to add yet another layer of complexity. So most jurisdictions in the country have some level of competing incentive structure in place. At a minimum, we see most of the programs kind of target specific market segments. So you'll see them target industrial, large industrial programs, and they take a very different approach for that. Then you'll drop into commercial incentives, and they tend to be mostly prescriptive. So they'll pick specific measures or dollar amounts or approaches or technologies. Emission Reductions Alberta is running a similar program with measures right now in the Alberta market, as is Ontario. And then you drop into the home and the market segment, which just tends to be a bit of a mess with the range of rebates and incentives that are in market.
You've heard my opinion on reaching net zero by 2030, 35, or 2050. What do you think the biggest challenges, Nadine, do you see in achieving that net zero from your perspective?
I think there's a lot of challenges. This transition is global and universal and crosses every sector and industry. So the biggest challenge is getting all of us to do it, and to do it with urgency and decisiveness in a way that doesn't compromise reliability and access and potential for growth. So really herding the cats is probably the biggest challenge to get it together, because this is a global crisis. This is not a Sask Power issue. This is not a Canada issue. This is an Earth issue. I think another big challenge is just the sheer amount of capital investment that is going to have to go into this everywhere. So this isn't my investment or your investment. The investment is significant, trillions of dollars globally, and it's front-loaded, so that cost is going to be felt really early and heavy at the front. So how do we do that? And how do we do this without affecting quality of life and affordability for people as we try to get ourselves to net zero? And as we transition and we take out traditional, options for energy, and we replace them with new baseload options and add in more intermittent options and create other ways to provide the quality of life that we're used to, you do have challenges with balancing and making sure our grids nationally can do that ebb and flow throughout the process. And how do we do that with a workforce that's already struggling in Canada? We don't have enough people. We don't have enough craft labor. We don't have enough trade. We don't have enough. And also we need to figure out a way to start incubating and building the people for tomorrow when we start building in new baseload options or building in more intermittent, renewable, clean energy. Who is it? What skills do we need? Do we know? Nationally, do we know? Is somebody bringing that all together? So for sure, it's the coordination, the collaboration, the urgency, decisiveness. We don't have time to sit on our hands. So that for me is where our challenge will be.
Thank you, Nadine. Oh, do we have a question? I can't see out there. Is there somebody standing there? Yeah. Please go ahead.
I'll just yell. I'm incredibly loud.
Awesome. So I think I heard first, did it get restarted? Yes. We did pick the programming back up in the communities. It was always there, but it was a really big slog to try to hire community power representatives remotely and train them virtually and get them to do home education sessions when we weren't allowed to be out in the public. So they're all there, they're resourced and set up, and now they're out doing that work, so yes. We restarted the energy literacy piece. So in one of the streams in the program, it's understanding how energy gets used in northern homes in Indigenous nations that are electrically heated with all of the different challenges there. So we do have with consent and volunteer participation. We're looking at, I think it's 12 homes, how they're using energy in their home, and we provide like a monthly debrief to that home occupant so that they can see, oh, I just spent $35 on hot water for my laundry this month. If I change to cold, I don't have to do that. So we send that out now. That's happening again. And then we're out in the communities doing all of the workshops for the community engagement and just really starting to talk about conserving and efficiency before we move into the solar and the biomass and the battery storage. Because we all want to go there. Everybody wants to go there. But the hard work, the stuff that sucks, is the behavior changes in the houses. Nobody wants to do them. But that's where your biggest savings are with no investment. So we are doing all of those. And then the retrofitting in my program got sunset. So we stopped the retrofits under my program. But then we started the retrofitting under that new program for the Northern First Nation home retrofits. Community of best practice. So internally in Sask Power, yep, we've got a really strong internal community that now people know who to connect to and talk to.
And are there Indigenous people within Sask Power that are part of that internal best practice?
100%. So the Indigenous customer care team has 70% Indigenous representation. So that's that brand new service model. So they've got a middle management leader, 3 Indigenous out-of-scope leaders, and then they've got some in-scope people. So they're definitely there. Indigenous Relations has Indigenous people that are part of that community of practice as well. So yes, but we haven't shared it, so that is an iteration that we need to go forward, is sharing our learnings outside of Sask Power so that we can influence the space. Yeah.
Same question. What are the challenges and do you see from all your experience to reach net zero?
So a lot of the themes Nadine touched on, and speed, the amount of work that needs to get done, the sense of urgency, the need for collaboration, all of that is completely consistent. But there is one thing I would love to see more that I think can address that challenge, and it does tie into the concept of energy sovereignty and choice. Not just within your communities, but in communities across Canada. And particularly for grid-connected communities, I do believe we'd see a greater acceleration of this transition to a clean economy if consumers were able to make better choices around where they got their supply from, how they could contribute excess energy that they may be generating back into the grid. And we have a fundamental challenge in a lot of our grids across this country, in that they tend to be monopolies or system operators that control the flow of electrons. And I would certainly love to see a push towards more of maybe some pilots on local market initiatives and controls and the foundational pieces that are needed to allow that independence and that choice to happen within individual communities, so you could make the choices you need that are right for you, and then be able to put excess supply back into the grid easily. So I think there's some real constraints in that area. And of course my final pitch and plug is, and you started it this morning with your overview, Harry, is that the cheapest kilowatt generated is the one that isn't generated. And so focusing as a starting point on efficiency of all of our building stock, I think, is absolutely critical before you start layering in where you're supplying.
Energy efficiency is definitely the cheapest and fastest way to reduce the load. No doubt about it. There's no government planning, there's no waiting for approvals, there's no contracts, generally speaking. The technology's there. You're already using energy in your homes and businesses. There's technologies for almost everything to save on energy, from flat screen monitors to energy-saving lighting, right through all HVAC technologies. So this is definitely, energy efficiency is where to start. reduce the load so we can prepare ourselves for alternative energy. Just one thing I wanted to point on as a tradesperson and been in the energy efficient business all my life. Basically, yeah, there's a push and pull in business. As an energy consultant and energy manager and contractor, I was pushing to get customers to buy something they didn't know, in many cases didn't know it existed, didn't know they wanted it, didn't know they needed it. Through government utility programs and government and utility programs, that's going to help the pull the get the interest from clients, so they start asking their contractors for this technology. Because frankly, the regular contractor out there, he gets a call and that rooftop unit broke. There's no time for a grant or rebate incentive application to put an energy efficient unit in. The customer's calling. They need heat. They need cooling. They need domestic hot water. So a lot of old technology gets put back in, one for one. What was there before, they put the same thing in. So to make the process easier is to make the incentives easier to apply for. And I know some of the utilities are now allowing retroactive applications, which is fantastic. That's taken a long time. I've been advocating for that for 20 years. What are your feelings, Nadine, on future programs? How are you going to simplify the program so it's easy for everybody to access? What are your thoughts? Is there anything discussed at SaskPower?
So we probably need to listen first to what we think is going to, what you think is going to work best. Like we have ideas, of course, on demand side management and activities to conserve and be efficient. But back to the fit for purpose. I can't say exactly what's going to work best in one spot versus another. Back to what you were saying, what works in an urban setting, cookie cutter, isn't going to work in a remote community that's dependent on electricity for heating at -40. So definitely continue the listening, evolving our community of best practice, and then we're going to have to, you know, as a Crown utility, we have to work in partnership with our leaders and our Crowns, you know, so that we stay in alignment with what type of rebating and incentivizing has to happen. We're all against the same challenges, so I think there's probably a lot of heads out there right now trying to figure out what needs to be done so that we can move quickly. But I can't speak to what exactly SaskPower is going to be looking to do today, because we're not there.
Then there's no quick or right answer either.
No.
It's a little bit of trial and error. What about you, Cecilia? What programs that have you seen that are actually making it easier to get the incentives out so the old technology doesn't get put back in?
Yeah. You know, my answer is partly administrative on this, and it's again an encouragement to use tools that exist already. So what I see a lot of in the functional administration and deployment of programs to market is that there is a sense of reinventing the wheel in each jurisdiction. Everybody's got to try to recreate the tools and the processes, and as you know, 25 years, there's a lot of tools and processes. We know what works and what doesn't. We know how we can streamline it and make it easier to get to the customer and make it less painless for them. So it's a bit of a procurement issue. It just procure the best of the best when you're going out to deploy a program. Don't try to build it from scratch. I'm going to do another dig at our federal government friends. They launched Greening Homes, and they built software and tools from scratch to get a program into market, and there have been people delivering these programs for 25 years. So despite, you know, best advice, we're still starting over again, and everybody's heard horror stories of the length of time to try to get an auditor, the impossibility, the application being lost in the system. There's absolutely no need for that. So it's a bit of a, don't reinvent the wheel. Use what's out there.
I think that Canada is a world leader in reinventing the wheel. When I got into the business many years ago, I was selling technology from Europe, Finland and Sweden, and from Scandinavia. The technology was 20 years old at the time. And here we are in Canada reinventing it and looking at it and doing studies and feasibility studies and reports and looking if the technology works. Come on, it works. And if it works in Europe, it's going to work here. We should be learning from other jurisdictions and from experience from different countries, different provinces. So definitely, I totally agree with that opinion. We've heard a lot at this conference so far about renewable energy and solar, a lot of solar, wind, SMR, not too much about geothermal. But what would you encourage from what you know with your experience after we make buildings more energy efficient? What are your opinions, just strictly your personal opinions on where we should be going? I'm putting you on the spot, careful.
I love that you just tried to qualify it as a personal opinion. So I'm not gonna take that bait. You know, so there's the energy pyramid, and I don't know how many people know about the energy pyramid. I'm gonna natter for 4 seconds. At the base of the pyramid, the triangle, you've got conservation, which is changing behaviors to use less. Which is uncomfortable. None of us want to do it because we all want to flip a switch, have the power there, and call it a day, charge my phone, use my hot water. So that there, you know, we need to be doing that. And that should be happening before efficiency happens. And then what we've got left, we make it more efficient. And then we move into all of the technologies. We know we have to hit net zero. The Saskatchewan market, you know, we still have coal on our fleet, so we're going to have to work through moving away from that. We're going to need to look to integrate renewable energy, right? Different baseload options. And we're going to need everybody at the table to do it. This is a big lift. We need partners. We need innovation. We need people who will collaborate and share and speak their mind and work with us. And so we're this microcosm, Sask Power, but that's the truth across Saskatchewan, Canada, the globe. It's really, we need to put all of our individual intents and egos and opinions aside and really focus on coming together to solve this very large challenge that the globe faces, and do it with good intent and purpose.
Yeah, definitely. There's no easy answer to that. That's why I asked it. But same thing, Ursilia. You have, like I mentioned before, a great deal of experience in this business for 20 plus years. Where do you think this is going to go first? What do we have to do?
Han, I think if experience has showed us one thing, there is no winner. There is no one technology or solution that's going to be the save-all to the crisis that we're facing. We have to try everything. So, I mean, my perspective would be we should give a lot of these technologies a go. There's room. The consumption demands from Canada per capita are some of the highest in the world. We need new choices in supply of clean energy, and we have to give them a go. There's room for a lot of them in our markets, and so I just don't think it's going to be one quick fix. And the sooner we realize that we're not trying to pick a winner, but we're just trying to make the best choices to try to stave off the crisis that's looming, I think the better for all of us. I think what that means, though, is there are some pretty foundational policies and regulatory drivers and legislative drivers that need to be looked at as well. And we're getting the hook from Guy.
I know I got 30 seconds, Guy. According behind you, I don't have 30 seconds. One's going, that's enough. I just want to thank the panelists here for all their insight into the industry and energy efficiency and into the future. But definitely right in there is no one answer. It's really many times regional. There'll be parts of Canada where SMR will be the only choice. There'll be areas that there's lots of wind. Areas where there's, of course, solar, which is everywhere. You'll have geo exchange or geothermal opportunities. That'll depend on your area. And there's biomass fuel systems and combined heat and power facilities that will work in certain areas where there's lots of, obviously, lumber and waste. So it is very specific. So I agree very much with both what you said, even though I put you on the spot. But I want to thank them very much. And I just want to say at finishing, thank you, Guy, finishing. I've been very lucky and I'm very proud to work with FNPA. I'm going to be working with them as the liaison in Ontario with the new ISO First Nation Commercial Building Retrofit Program. It's basically retrofitting 4 buildings in every First Nation up to $100,000 at no cost to the First Nation. So I'm proud to be working with all 101 First Nations in Ontario, and I get to, if I'm successful, I get to retrofit 70 of those First Nations. So I just want to thank you, Guy, for the opportunity, and Ursilia for your part of that team too. Thank you so much. And it was great meeting you both. Thank you very much.
I just want to thank, first off, Nadine. Nadine puts up with some of my BS and my ego and my attitude sometimes, I'll readily admit. But I think it's all just in the best interest of ensuring that the next generation are stewards of our land and our territories and our households, our fresh water, our air, and all of those good things. So I think energy efficiency has a long way to go in many parts of Canada and throughout the world. And so we look forward to a renewed relationship under a new master services agreement at some point in time, right? Going to look at Wayne Rood over there. Where's Wayne Rood? He's going to get us the administrative instrument. All right, that's for you. And Ursilia, our brand new partner in Ontario. I learned a lot from both of these ladies. They're awesome and passionate people in the work that they do, so keep up the really fabulous work, and we look forward to working with both of you. Thank you. You bet. And Mr. Harry, I could sit down with Harry in an hour and learn a lifetime. And so he's very passionate about what he does. Extremely proud to say that a lot of the innovations in Ontario that I learned not from just Harry, but Chris Ball, in terms of financing some opportunities for retrofits. If there's a will, there's a way. So thanks very much for joining our team, Harry. So give Harry a round of applause for his masterful facilitation and moderation of this panel.
Say one more thing?
Yeah.
I just want to say one more thing. First Nations, thousands of years ago, what they acquired from Mother Earth, they used it efficiently. Now in the world, we're looking at improving our water, improving our air, stop polluting the earth. Wow. How come nobody ever thought of this before? It's full circle. We're back to First Nations knowing what's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, testing, there we go. I really enjoyed that panel. It reminded me of the days I served on council for my nation a few years ago, and when I tried to introduce some of that thinking, the concept and the idea just kind of went over their heads, and they said, huh? But we've always built homes this way. How can we go from there to there? And so never had much success in convincing our leadership that maybe we need to start looking at different ways of building and constructing our homes. So I think we do need a lot of educating work to do to make that transition. There are snacks available for those of you who need some food in your tummies, or if you had had an early breakfast, so that is available to my left here as well. So we will now move on to the next panel, and it is our second panel, and the focus here is power generation and utility scale projects, moderated by Guy Bruce. I'd like to ask Tina Rasmussen, Albert DeRocher, Glenn Pratt, and Jessica Nixon to make your way up here to the stage. Thank you. Mr. Guy Bruce.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Milt. So Milt tells me there's no rest for the wicked, so there's no scheduled break here, but we'll just, as soon as my panel makes their way up here, we'll get started. One, two, three. How are you?
Yeah. Guy, you make sure you start at the other end.
Yeah, I don't. It'll depend on what order Josh has the slides scheduled. Okay, well, I'm just going to kick things off here. Welcome everybody to this panel. What is it? Tony is waving at me. You want us to move over? Okay.
Hello.
Everybody slide over? Okay. Just slide over.
Oh, to you?
Like all of us, or I don't know.
My
Good. How's that, Tony? Good. Okay. 2 thumbs up. I keep forgetting that we're actually, we've got Tony back there, and he's videoing everything, live streaming. So there's folks back at home watching us, which is always strange to me. Anyway, so great to be here. So I'll just introduce myself. My name's Guy Bruce. I'm a project advisor for First Nations Power Authority. I've been working with Guy Lonechild and his team for almost 3 years now, I guess. My background is electrical engineering. I actually grew up on a farm in Treaty 4 territory, and kind of like Melissa talked about yesterday, she followed her dad around, and her dad put her to work and gave her a job, but like her, I wasn't very good at the jobs my dad gave me, so he fired me a few times. But luckily I was good at math, so I ended up going to university and got my engineering degree. I worked for Ontario Hydro for 2 years, and then I worked the rest of my career with Sask Power. Retired from Sask Power as Vice President of Planning about the end of 2017. So that's a little bit about me. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to ask each of the panelists here who really need no introduction, but I'll just ask them to just introduce themselves quickly, just say where you're from and what you do. And then I think each of them have a short presentation, and then we'll go to question and answers. And I have a few questions prepared for them, but I really hope folks out there can also ask some questions. So we want to start. Jessica, do you want to introduce yourself? Yeah, we'll go that way first.
Hello? Oh, sorry. Good morning, everyone. I would just like to say I'm really excited to sit here with all you folks and share projects, because we've chatted lots offline, and so this is a really formal setting to bring some of those conversations to life. So my name is Jessica Nixon. I'm the Director of Economic Development for Cowessess First Nation, and I've been working for the band overseeing their renewables, among other businesses, for the past 5 years.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tina Rasmussen. I'm the Chief Business Officer for the Meadow Lake Tribal Council. And my role with the Tribal Council is to develop new business opportunities on behalf of the 9 nations. But also, I was brought in to be part of the management team on the biomass project that I'm going to be talking a little bit about today.
Good morning. My name is Glenn Pratt. I'm the CEO of George Gordon Developments Limited. And I just want to say thank you to Priscilla and LJ for the opening prayer and their comments this morning, and glad to be here.
I need hand sanitizer. Good morning. My name's Albert DeRocher, and I'd like to thank Chief Lawrence Joseph and his wife for saying an opening prayer this morning. I'm from the Flying Dust First Nation, and I'm the Economic Development Advisor for the Flying Dust First Nation, and I'm going to be talking to you about our Flare to Power project with SAS Power. Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody. So what I'll do then is I'll just turn it over, ask for a volunteer to go first with their presentation. So about 10 minutes overview of your projects. Before we do that, I just wanted to say we've really got two themes here. And it might be picking up on the last panel's discussion about the community issues, but we wanted to see what folks had to say about community scale generation projects and how that might help with affecting some of the issues in communities, in First Nations communities in particular. And the other one would be utility scale generation projects. And so each one of our panels has a story to tell about their experience in developing utility scale projects, and I think in some cases also community scale. So what I'll do is, do you want to go first, Jessica?
Sure, Josh,
okay.
if you could
so
just...
we'll get Josh to load up the slideshow, and over to you.
Okay, sounds good. I might stand at some point just so I can see the slides. But so Cowessess has actually been on their renewable energy journey since 2013, which is when we developed this site that you see here, this 1 megawatt. It was a turbine and battery system that we installed first, and we have a 20-year power purchase agreement with SAS Power. You can skip ahead. In 2000 and I'll just pause there. So this is the Cowessess First Nation kind of economic development org structure. And I'm just flashing it here because within all those entities below that, there's various energy projects happening within there. So we have different legal entities pursuing each of our different projects because, of course, we have different partners, different investments. So I'm just flashing that there. But we can go on. So going back to Cowessess Wind Development, which is that 1 megawatt project. We can keep going right ahead here. We'll breeze quickly. Basically what it was a research and development project with the assistance of the Saskatchewan Research Council. Many of you folks here have heard about this facility. We've spoke about it at conferences in the past. I'm not going to spend too much time, but really the story here was in 2010, Cowessess First Nation was interested in pursuing utility-scale wind power through the SAS Power RFP that was issued back then for 175 megawatts. We weren't successful, but at that same time, we embarked on this much smaller project. And so I was in a consulting role to the nation back at that time. So I've had the fortune of being involved with the nation dating back to 2008 on their renewables projects. Fast forward to 2018, which is when we installed the solar, which brought our capacity. So we were only producing about 660 kilowatts with just the turbine and the battery system under a 1 megawatt PPA. 2018, we added the solar, and now we're producing a full 1 megawatt at all times. So fast forward, we did this project off reserve. We did this 3 kilometers southeast of Regina, but it was really important for the community to see and feel and touch what renewables mean back home in the community. And so we pursued the Community Energy Buildings Project through the Low Carbon Economy Fund. We can skip ahead to the next slide. And one more. So this was a project done by the nation. Daphne, who's here in the crowd, she helped project manage this at home on the reserve, and it's 5 net metering installations on our school, band office, water treatment plant, seniors fourplex, and the mall. Did I say the mall? And the school. So this was a really great opportunity for the community to see it at home. We had the opportunity to send 11 community members to CSA-approved training that was hosted by Mo Solar in Regina ahead of this project starting. So that when we started it on reserve, there was a 6-person crew working on it. 5 of them were from the nation, right? There was one outside member from Skyfire did the installation, working on it. So it was really important for us to get our community members on these projects. We'll bump ahead. So all of these smaller pieces are laying the foundation for the community, which has brought us to our much bigger development, which is Oasis Solar. Oasis Solar is located 3 kilometers southeast of Regina. You can just keep breezing through these slides here. It's located just north of our gas station and at the location of our current 1 megawatt facility, if you just bump ahead to the next slide. So you can see on the left picture there, you'll see that key shape and the solar panels from our existing project, and then you can see the overlay here of what the Oasis site is. So it's 1/4 section of TLE land owned by the nation. And we're really proud that this is one of the largest generation assets that will be located on reserve land in Saskatchewan, which brings a whole another layer of nuances in terms of the head lease structure, but also opportunity for the nation in terms of lease revenue and First Nation tax revenue. So we can bump ahead. The project is in partnership with Elemental Energy. It's a 10 megawatt facility. Interesting enough, we started our partnership with Elemental. They bring the development and the construction management expertise. This was Cowessis's largest economic investment to date in the history of the band, outside of land purchases. So we really need a credible partner who had done this before, and that was Elemental. So we started our partnership as a 51-49, and just a couple months ago we restructured, and Cowessis had the good fortune of purchasing Elemental down to a 95-5 position. So as of today, we're 95% owners in this project, and Elemental is 5. So we're really pleased with that. Construction is fully underway right now. We were supposed to be commissioned in March, but everybody can blame COVID for things, so we are too. But no, legitimately, we had delays on our shipping, module deliveries, and then some on-site technicalities, of course, with our piling. And so right now the crews are out there and working out some tweaks through the racking system and the installation. So on site, we can fast forward to the next slide. We have 58% Indigenous labor currently working on site. We're really proud to have the construction coordinator, who is basically Oasis Solar boots on the ground. He's a Cowessis citizen, Corey LaValle, journeyman electrician. So really he's moved through all these little solar projects that we've done, and he started working on his very first solar project in 2018, and now he's in a management position within our organization, and we do see a future for him in maintaining this facility going forward. So there definitely is a stepping stone, and there's folks who are interested in getting on the journey that we're going to help make sure they can stay in this sector from the nation as well. Some exciting things that happened at the site lately that we're really proud of when we talk about community engagement. We've had the opportunity to do some site tours. So David Suzuki reached out to Chief a couple weeks ago and said, hey, I'm traveling across Canada in my electric car from Vancouver to Toronto to a film festival. Can I stop and say hi? So some of our Chief and Council members were really delighted, drove up to the city, and we hosted Mr. Suzuki. And then, education is really important. I've heard so many times through everybody's speeches that we've got to get our youth trained and educated. And so we took an opportunity earlier this month to bring the Cowessis grade 6-7 class together with a non-Indigenous grade 6-7 class from nearby. And we did their year-end class field trip together at our site. So we brought in a company called Relay Education. I would encourage any First Nation leaders here in the community, reach out to us, get Relay Education's contact information. They can come into your schools, they can build solar collars, they can build wind turbines. The kids loved it. It was also an opportunity for a non-Indigenous school to buddy up with folks from Cowessis and meet a chief for a first time. So we really took that opportunity not just to promote science and technology to the kids, but to also have a reconciliation moment. And they enjoyed the pizza and the pop and everything else that went with it that day. But so that's Oasis Solar, but what you guys really asked me to talk about was Beckevar Wind, because these guys are going to talk about solar and flare gas and others. So Beckevar Wind is a project. It's a big project. It's a 200 megawatt wind project that Cowessis partnered with a company called Renewable Energy Systems. We are a minority partner in this project. This wasn't an FNPA set aside. Our first Oasis Solar was an FNPA set aside. This one wasn't. So we were approached by a developer because Cowessis had TLE land in their project development area. And so You know, if it was Chief up here speaking today, he would say the past leaders of Cowessess First Nation really purchased land all across southern Saskatchewan to create economic opportunity for our nation. And this is a prime example where we're going to take 2 quarter sections of TLE reserve status land near Kipling that is currently being leased out for agricultural purposes, and we're going to generate higher return on that, right? Instead of the $7,000 to $10,000 that we'd be generating through ag lease revenue, you know, it's going to be now somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 per quarter where we have turbines placed. So that's value added for the nation. So we've recently just selected Nordex as our turbine supplier. We're actually, it's a typo here. It should be the 5.7 machines, and there's 36 of them, so my apologies. But you know, a big piece of this project is there's a lot of engagement needed, right? A lot of engagement with the local landowners to make sure they're on board, the local community, and the Indigenous community surrounding the nations. And that is one of the things that we as Cowessess brought to the table, was that ability to connect with the other nations who are impacted by this project and reach out to their chief and councils. You know, Flying Dust, you guys have some land in the area, so we made sure that we reached out to the chief and council of Flying Dust, sat down, had a meeting with them, and presented all the information about the project, found out what contracting capacity they had, so that now as we look into the procurement stages, we have that list and they can be invited to the table for the contracting opportunities. So we do anticipate to start construction here in September with a winter 2023 commissioning date. And there's about $100 million worth of contracting opportunities that will be coming out of that have yet to be procured, I'll note. So we can bump ahead to the next slide here. So this is just the footprint of our project area south of Kipling. You can bump ahead one more. This is our turbine layout, and up in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the purple land area. That's the Cowessess reserve land, and you can see we have 2 turbines placed there. Some pictures from our open house that we hosted in Kipling last November, and we can bump ahead again. So what do these projects mean to the community? First and foremost, they mean equity participation, right? This, next to Wassa Solar, will be yet again the biggest economic investment the community will make. We also bring to the table a strong local connection to Sask Power and that organization. You know, for developers who haven't done work in Saskatchewan before, we have that relationship with Sask Power. We've had a PPA dating back to 2013. You know, we have the Oasis relationship. You know, so adding on the back of our relationship is an easy transition. So we really do bring that to the table, as would all of these nations here who have that same experience. We also have a seat on the board of directors of Beck of Our Wind. It's a limited partnership, and we're both required to invest in the project our percentage of equity. Again, the land lease, the potential for First Nation tax revenue to come back, and that is just something I want to stop on for 1 second, is as we're looking at First Nation power opportunities in Saskatchewan, it's really important to me that they're located on First Nation status land, and I'll just give you some some quick math. I mean, $80,000 a year in tax revenue paid to a rural municipality. Yes, rural municipalities need that. They provide core critical infrastructure. But the way our system is set up, that's $80,000 that could be directed to a First Nation community through the First Nations land tax. So I don't want to lose sight of that, and I think it's a huge opportunity. And as we're looking at more projects, I do think that should be a requirement. Another thing that we're doing in terms of giving back to our community as well is Daphne, her position is funded through our project work, so that's a huge part to ensure that mentorship is happening at a community member level. And we're also, we're actually selecting the applicants within the next week here, but we're sending an individual to Lethbridge College in the fall for wind turbine technician training. And the thought is we need long-term operators 2 years from now when this project is going to be commissioned, but we need to start that process now, getting them through their 1 year of training, getting them involved once we start actually installing and commissioning the turbines. So that's part of the plan. We can bump ahead to the next slide. I'm actually going to save this for later, and I'll just bump ahead to the next one. So that's a little bit about what Cowessess is working on, and what the future looks like for us at Cowessess is we want to get into operations on Wassa Solar, right? We want to learn from Dan and Tanya at Elemental how to operate a project. That's our long-term goal, is to be able to be our own asset managers on that project in time. Secondly, we want to get to the completion of Beck of Ours construction in late 2023. We've just got news in the last 2 weeks that we're going to be advancing our 40,000 square foot building on Albert Street in Regina, which will be built to net zero carbon standard, which will be a brand new venture for us. But again, it's on that whole notion of sustainability. And the other things that we're investigating right now is back home on the reserve, how we can potentially switch out some of the band-owned vehicle fleet to electric and bring EV chargers onto the reserve. So we're exploring some federal funding opportunities there. Well, we have the applications in. We're just waiting to see. And yeah, really, you know, I guess the other piece out here is we see an opportunity to mentor other nations, right? If there's other nations who have land, they have a desire and a passion, maybe there's an opportunity for us to partner or co-invest to bring more nations along this journey, because as Nadine said, it's not just us, and it's not just Flying Dustin, Gordon's, and MLTC. It's going to take everybody, and we want to bring other nations along this journey. So I'll leave it there.
Great, thanks, Jessica. Well, just, yeah, before I turn it over to Tina, just a quick mention. You mentioned your 10 megawatt project came through a set-aside to FNPA. So that's the relationship that FNPA has with SAS Power. And there were 3 projects that came through what's called a First Nation Opportunity Agreement. And so 3 of the projects you're hearing about today came through that process. Tina is going to talk about her project, which was not through that process, but was like your own vision from your community from way, way back. So over to you, Tina.
Good morning again, everybody. And thank you for that, Jessica. That was wonderful and great to hear fellow communities doing so much on behalf of their communities. And that's kind of where MLTC started in this journey. I'm going to talk to you briefly this morning about biomass. MLTC is Canada's largest 100% Indigenous owned sawmill in Canada. That's something for our 9 nations they've been very proud of. They've been in the sawmilling industry for almost 40 years. We produce 150 million board feet of lumber, of which 60% gets exported to the United States. The other 40% gets used here in Canada. But real big problem with that. And our elder this morning spoke very eloquently about our responsibility as Indigenous people to care for the land. We at MLTC, as takers of the trees, were wasting 25% of that tree. To try and make square lumber out of a round tree creates 25% of that material that ends up being burnt up, and the heat and the smoke and the carcinogens just get released into the atmosphere. And we've been doing that for many, many years because we hadn't yet figured out and we're not ready to move to another option. So what I'm going to share with you today is a little bit about our biomass project. Go ahead, Josh, just next one. So first of all, I'm going to start with what is the fuel? What is biomass? And I do this simply to let you know that I think it was Harry this morning talked about the fuel that you're close to. But there's a variety of different fuels that can be used for biomass. So even nations that exist in southern Saskatchewan, that exist in areas where there's a lot of agriculture, there's opportunities. If we do look to European countries, they take the residue off of crops and use them as fuel in biomass plants to produce energy. This, in my opinion, in Saskatchewan is going to be the first, our MLTC's biomass is going to be the first plant of its kind, producing electricity and combined heat. But it's a very underutilized resource. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, or give you a little bit of information about that in addition to our project. So what you see on this thing is, you know, some of the different opportunities for the fuel, to fuel a biomass system. You know, so of course we've got what we have, which is forestry residuals, but there's municipal solid waste. There's sewage. There's agriculture crops and residues. There's animal residues, and there's also much happening in the industrial world in industry in Saskatchewan that there is potential for usage. Next slide. So our project is specific to the use of biomass from wood waste. So what is, next slide. So what is the bioenergy project? It's a power generation system that consumes approximately 55,000 oven-dried tons of wood waste. So if you ever had the opportunity to drive by a sawmill or an OSB plant or a pulp mill and look into the yard and wonder, oh my goodness, look at all of that, look at all of those mountains of trees. Can you imagine how much 55,000 tons of waste, sawdust, bark, trim ends is? It's huge. Through that process, through the biomass process, through the combustion process, we end up producing 55,000 megawatt hours per year of firm baseline electricity. So that's electricity that never stops because the sun never sets and you know, the wind never stops blowing. So when they talked about the alternatives and the different types of opportunities there are, we need all of those types of renewable energy opportunities. And some of us have had great luck, I guess, and some stewardship by some of our leadership. I see some of my leadership chief fiddlers in the crowd, and former tribal chief Gladju's here as well. Their thought process around listening to what our elders said about making use of what we have, and then also the stewardship of the environment. So the bioenergy project's been constructed to generate carbon neutral green power and reduce air emissions by eliminating one of Canada's last remaining beehive burners. And I'll show you a picture of the big ugly 50-year-old beast in a minute here. So the bioenergy plant has been constructed adjacent to the Meadow Lake Tribal Council's North Sask sawmill and planer mill operation, and that has to do with the ability to earn enough revenue from our renewable projects, right? So we couldn't, you have to be close to your fuel source in terms of a biomass project. The system includes one air-cooled, refractory-lined reciprocating grate furnace with thermal oil heat exchangers, and an 8.3 megawatt organic Rankine cycle turbo generator, and all the associated fuel handling and environmental emission systems. So ultimately, we produce 6.6 megawatts of renewable energy that we sell directly to the SAS power grid. And we use the combined power to operate the plant and the excess heat to heat a brand new continuous kiln that we're putting in at the North Sask sawmill site, which will replace 2 natural gas drying kilns, and those are used to dry the lumber before it goes through the planing process. Next slide. So how does it work? This is probably a very simplified picture, but really I always explain to people in this way. It's like if you've ever stayed in a hotel room that has a radiator, well, somewhere in the building there's a boiler. That boiler moves that heat through the building, and the hot water that's moving through the building is what heats your room. A thermal oil plant, a biomass plant, is basically the same process. Next slide. So this is our old 50-year-old beehive burner. This thing gets that 55,000 tons of wood waste dropped into it. It burns it in an open fire and belches all that smoke and ash all over all our vehicles that are parked in the parking lot and over all of the people that are in the immediate vicinity. What you see next to it is the new bioenergy plant. This plant is a closed system. It uses no external water. It releases no water. It cycles everything inside of itself. And the only thing that's released from it is a small amount of ash, and that ash actually is picked up by a local farmer in the area, and the farmer actually distributes that on his farmland to amend the soil, to change the pH level, to actually reduce how much fertilizer he uses. So the 6.6 megawatts of energy that we're delivering to SAS Power actually is enough energy to power 5,000 homes. So biomass If you're educating yourself about renewable energy, we all have different levels of energy production. Wind is different than solar, solar is different than biomass, and flare gas is different as well. Next slide, please. So why did we do it? Obviously, the number one thing was what our elders and our leaders and the people in our community were saying about, you're taking a resource from our traditional lands and you're wasting it. 25% of it goes nowhere, does nothing. As Indigenous people, that's not the way that we are supposed to be. If you're going to take it, you use it all. Secondly, was all the air, the environment, the thought for the environment, all the air emissions and the carcinogens that were being released with that wood waste being burnt. Thirdly, there's an economic outcome for the 9 First Nations of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council for being able to resale that energy. We're better able to upgrade the sawmill itself, which is a revenue generator for our communities, by adding the continuous kiln. But being able to resale that energy in a 25-year power purchase agreement with SAS Power means we have long-term revenue that our communities can bank on. Next slide. So Guy kind of mentioned, and it was mentioned, the other Guy Lonechild mentioned last night, you know, all the way back to Ben Voss. This idea began many years ago with a much larger thought process to, I think it was something like a 40 megawatt biomass and involved 3 mills. 42, yeah. So, you know, and ultimately it came down to the ability to get the fuel to the plant. And it just didn't make financial sense. So 2 of the mills dropped out, MLTC was left, just as the 9 nations. And our leadership once again said, look it, we're wasting the tree, and there's an opportunity here for us to continue down the path and see more success than what we've seen with just the sawmill. We can create something out of that last bit of material. So MLTC continued with that, and probably after about 7 years of negotiating and trying to figure out how to put this plan together, they finally were ready to embark on construction. So construction began in 2020. We just got started, and we're committed to a bunch of contracts, and all of a sudden, guess what? Canada declared COVID pandemic. I know Jessica laughed about it, but when you're in industry and especially when you're trying to construct a project, it really isn't funny. It really does have huge impacts on what it is that you're trying to do. But we were committed, and we couldn't turn back. So we continued to construct all the way through COVID. Now, the thing that's interesting about this project is MLTC took this on by itself. We have no partner. Our partners are the 9 nations of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council. And we also took this project on as our own project manager. And we did that for really specific reasons. We wanted to be able to create opportunity. Jessica did an awesome job talking about all the opportunities that Cowessess had created for their nation. We at MLTC wanted to do the same thing. We wanted to create opportunities for our people to have jobs, and for the nations that we have, many of them have companies. And we wanted those companies to be able to be involved and be the contractors that built this facility. And we felt that using an EPC might not allow us to do that because they'd have much greater control. But we have many learnings from that as well. It's not as easy as it sounds. It's a very definite skill set. So there's some caution that we offer to people that are looking at doing large construction projects. The other big thing is the economic benefits flowing directly back to the 9 nations. All of the revenue generated does not stop at our business development office, doesn't stop at our table, it goes directly back to the 9 nations. And they use it as each nation, as each chief and council sets their priorities. So it may go to housing, it may go to elders programs, may go to children and youth. That's their choice. Next slide, please. So this is some pictures of construction. Large project, much steel. Big shout out to 105. Big shout out to IWL Steel, Robwell Constructors. Those are all MLTC First Nations companies. Those belong to nations that are members of MLTC. In addition to a number of other corporations that were given contracts. They supplied and put all of this together. Next slide. Indigenous employment. We're happy to say that Indigenous employment averaged 40% during the 24 months of construction. And we felt it would have been a lot better. And I think Harry hit the nail on the head this morning when he said we've got to do a much better job of getting our Indigenous young people into those trades. This was specialized work, and it required a lot of tradespeople, a lot of electricians, a lot of plumbers, pipe fitters. And, you know, it was terrible to see. We maintained 40%, but those Indigenous people were general laborers for the most part. You know, there was a few that were journeymen, but we're not doing as well as we could be. So one of the things we're really proud of is, as I said, we operated all the way through COVID. And we managed with dips and dives and, changes. We still managed to maintain about 50 full-time equivalents on site all the time during the entire length of the project. All during COVID, when most industry was completely shut down. And for a lot of people, we heard from a lot of our companies, our contracting companies, and from a lot of their employees, we probably helped them stay alive. They may not have been able to continue as companies if they wouldn't have been able to have those contracts. Next slide. The project itself creates 12 new permanent FTE. And these are high-skilled positions. These are electrician, millwright, power engineers. And our goal at MLTC is try to ensure that we're moving Indigenous people into all of these positions at all times. Next slide. That's a picture of the lumber drying kiln to give you an idea of the size of it. So that thing is heated and powered by the bioenergy plant, in addition to giving the 6.6 megawatts of energy to SAS Power. Next slide. There's the footprint of our industrial site with the you can see the biomass right alongside the sawmill. And finally, I love this picture. Totally under its own power, that is the biomass plant at night. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. What a great story. So thanks for sharing that. Glenn, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to acknowledge the elders and acknowledge that it's ceremonial time in our communities, and our elders are out there on the land. They're praying for us. They're going through their ceremonies and wishing us, the best and going through the process that we do as Indian people, and that is praying for the land, praying for the animals, praying for one another. So I want to thank and acknowledge all the elders that are out there on the land doing their ceremonies, and I know it's ceremonial season in our communities, so thank you to the elders. And I want to acknowledge our veterans here today. It's always nice to see all the Grand Chiefs, and I know LJ acknowledges them, but I also want to acknowledge them and always enjoy their presence in our conferences and in our powwows and so on. So I want to acknowledge them. I want to acknowledge the youth that are here today. I think it's really important that we empower our youth and work with the education system to create a new curriculum around protecting Mother Earth. We had this movement where we're teaching treaties in the classroom, and I think it's time to teach more about land-based education and Mother Earth, and maybe a push to the education system to do that if they already aren't doing that. And to the chiefs, I know there's a number of chiefs here today and council members. I just want to acknowledge those that are here providing leadership to their communities, to their dev corporations, and believe in this process. And of course to Guy and the FNPA board of directors and some of the vision that they've had to get the FNPA up and running, and what it's become and what it's growing into is quite amazing. And to our friends at SAS Power, I know it's a bit of a challenge and a bit of pulling teeth sometimes when you look at the relationship we have with SAS Power, but I think we're evolving, and I think SAS Power is evolving and in a way becoming a leader. I think it's something that Sask Energy and some of the other crowns can start to acknowledge, that it's time to have a much deeper partnership with First Nations in Saskatchewan. So I want to acknowledge SAS Power and welcome their new CEO to the helm. And I guess on behalf of our Chief and Council, Chief Byron Bitternose, our councillors, our board, our chairman Daniel Sear, and our staff at GGDL, that all work together. It's not a one-man show. There's a lot of people that work behind the scenes with us, and we all work as a team, and I think that's important. That's how you move things forward, is when you work together. And so that's really what it's about for us. It's about partnership. When George Gordon Developments developed their strategic plan, we based it on 4 key pillars. And the pillars were based on all the belts that we're involved in. And we're quite fortunate to be involved in 4 belts. We're in the wind belt, we're in the sun belt, we're in the grain belt, and we're in the potash belt. And so we took a look at all those belts, and we created a strategic plan based on where we are and who we are and what everyone else is doing around us. And renewable energy was something that we didn't just stumble upon because of the FNPA. In 2007, as a former leader, I commissioned a wind study and did a partnership with the Saskatchewan Research Council. And once the wind study was complete, we found that we had more than enough sun and wind to have our own power locally. But what it did, it opened our mind to the challenges that our communities face in regards to the grid, in regards to interconnection and other challenges that are only now really coming to light for our northern communities and for other communities. So it was a real eye-opener to look at the challenges in terms of producing power locally. But the nice thing is the potential is still there, and our community has recently done a community energy audit, and we need about 0.5 megawatt to power our community. If we do a bit more than 0.5 megawatt, we can change the way we build our community and look at new programs, hopefully through CMHC and others, in terms of saving energy for our whole nation and building differently. The Pisagastay solar project, Pisagastay is really a rising sun, and a Cree word because we partnered with another nation to bid on the project, and it was a Star Blanket Cree Nation. So I want to acknowledge Chief Mike Starr, his council, his board for Red Dog Holdings Corporation, and their CEO, Linda Bigknife. And I think she's here today. I don't know, Linda, can you stand up, please? I just want to acknowledge Linda Bigknife. She's a big part of what we do and probably should be up here too, but she told me go ahead and take the helm. So I appreciate working with Linda and all the good work and insight that she brings. It's always good to have a woman on board. They kind of keep you in line and keep you organized. So Linda's that person in our partnership. So again, I appreciate working with another nation to build our project and to develop our project. We have a partner, they're called Natural Forces. They're mainly a wind developer in Eastern Canada and have been a partner of ours since day one. I think we first met around 2019, talked about the partnership, and decided to work with the 3 of us, Red Dog Holdings, George Gordon Developments, and Natural Forces. And right away we began discussing equity. It was a bit of a challenge building the legal process, the legal agreement. The developer felt that they needed 60% of the project, and we felt we needed 51% of the project. So we kind of had a rough start right from the beginning. We were pretty adamant that it was our project, and therefore we want 51%. And after going back and forth and having a bit of a scrap, we ended up getting our way, and we owned the project 51%. 25.5 owned by Red Dog and 25.5 owned by GGDL. When you consider the size of the project being 10 megawatts, it really amounts to a large net metering project for us. It's only 2.5 megawatts. So of all the projects here, we're quite small. We're not a large project at all. But there's a lot of benefits to that. And so equity was a key issue in how can we bring our equity forward. And one of the key steps for our participation was we were acknowledged that any government money that came in was recognized as our equity. And that made a big difference for us in how much we would have to put forward in terms of our contribution, our financial contribution. And so INAC gave us some money through the Corp grant, $250,000. We put in 50, they put in 200,000 to get some of the pre-feasibility and some of the development work done. And so that kind of helped move along. Then we had two calls for financing. First call was 125,000. The second call was for, I think, 200,000. And so we ended up both putting in 325,000 into the project cash. And then we began to continue to negotiate the legal agreement so that there would be as much Indigenous benefits as possible to the nations. And that's one of the keys, is to make sure that you have as much Indigenous benefits as possible. And there's no better benefits than owning the whole project like some of the people up here today. One of the key principles was that there would be a knowledge transfer, that we would transfer that ability to us as nations from our developer. Therefore, in the future, we would become our own developer, and we would learn. So we took that first step to working with the developer, and now I think we're ready to do some other projects on our own. We also had a large amount of construction contracts, and in fact, both of our partners have companies. Tim Kamikosik Onik is a racking and paneling installer, a company owned by Red Dog Holdings, and they did all the racking, they did all the paneling, they did all the project management. Harley, I don't know if Harley's here, Harley Upton, did a lot of the work on site, and so it was a real breath of fresh air to fight for those contracts for our own companies. And great to see as well all of our people on site. We trained 21 people. We did solar training so that we could hire our own people to install the panels. And then we brought our company forward with Sitawak Rising Edge Technologies. It's a high voltage company. We can do the whole thing if we were able to bid on it. We could bid the whole project, but we just wanted the electrical. We did all of the electrical for the project. We also did the electrical side for Sask Power and connected our project on both sides. So we received a Sask Power contract to do the connection, and we received the Pisaga State Solar contract to do all of the electrical. On that side, we apprenticed 3 of our young people to be electrical apprentices, and they're still apprenticing to this day, installing other projects and working in other areas. The training and employment was a big thing. We received some money from the government to go ahead and provide training to our band members and to Star Blanket Cree Nation band members. And as a result, we were able to get, I think, on average, 70% employment on site throughout the whole duration of construction. And it was a proud day one day when we invited our chief and council to visit the site while the workers were working. They didn't expect our visit, and so it was nice to have our leaders seeing some of their relatives and their band members all on site, all working. And we took a little break, took some pictures, and tried to motivate them, keep going, you're halfway done, a couple more months, you'll be a third of the way. And so it was really nice to see our people kind of, expand their chests and feel proud in front of their own leadership. I guess part of the process in terms of key principles with the FNPA was the First Nations Opportunity Agreement, and Guy spoke to it. And, you know, the nice thing about the FNOA, it had a process there that allowed us to work on the price, that allowed us to work on the details of the project before we got into the PPA. And it's sort of a PPA pre-negotiation that gave us that third-party view, that third-party eye through the FNPA. And I thought that was a really important process for us as a new fledgling renewable company. And so, you know, I want to thank Guy and his team for the FNOA process. The other side of the FNOA, and one of the benefits, is that FNPA also receives a fee on our project. So it was a win-win situation, not only for us as partners, but also for the First Nations Power Authority to be more sustainable and to continue to do this work that they're doing. So I thought that was one of the key principles. Other things that we did in our project is we have a governance process, and so Linda and I are both board members on the board, and we both bring motions and make decisions on the governance process. We made sure our environmental footprint was reduced as much as possible to protect the environment. And the big thing was the transfer of knowledge created a legacy within GGDL. We ended up creating our own renewable energy strategy outside of the FNPA, and as a result, we've been working with the mining community to create various projects, and we've received some good news yesterday that there's support for it, and it's just a matter of going through the process and working with SAS Power to see where we end up at the end of the day. And so hopefully that process will continue. It's quite a legacy. It's turned us into hopefully becoming an Indigenous developer like our other two colleagues here on the stage. And when you become a developer, it makes a real difference when you can have say and control of the project and keep Indian money with Indian communities. The financial part was a big step. Again, it was a challenge to talk about, you know, the profits. We didn't understand, you know, how would we get our investment back? What was the return on our investment? Solar projects don't make a lot of money, so you got to be really careful when you get into solar. You got to make sure that you understand the rate of return, and without government subsidy, it's actually a real tight rate of return. And our policy as a Dev Corp is that we have to do better than the market. So if you invest your money in the banking world and in the market, you might average 7%. And if you do well and you invest in some American bonds, you might make 12%. And if you don't do too well, you'll be lucky to maybe make 5%. So our goal has always been to be around 15% on any of our investments. And this is a real tight one. But with the government funding, we were able to do that, and we were fortunate to have a program in Saskatchewan called Sask Bills. Sask Bills is a government grant that helps to support renewable energy projects and other projects in the province, and Sask Bills ended up contributing $3.5 million to our project. And while we were quite delighted to receive that $3.5 million, we were somewhat disappointed that we were eligible for $7 million and didn't receive the full $7 million. And I felt that was a sort of a dark moment when that happened, because we could have went to the feds, and I think the feds would have gave us the full $7 million directly. So a little bit of a challenge to Sask Bills to step up and really mean it when you're going to fund our nations, and the same with the federal government. You know, don't make us eligible for $7 million and then give us half. It doesn't make sense to us. And if you want these projects to be economically viable, if you want economic reconciliation, then give us the full amount. Give us the full funding. You know, that's a challenge we need to address. And so, you know, the first challenge is really the developer's attitude. You know, as developers out there, I know you have to make money. But I always say, if you want to help us, help us. If you want to eat my lunch, then tell me, because I may not want to partner with you. And so as a developer, you have to have scruples. You have to be able to treat our people with respect. And you can't be here just to take money out of our pockets.
And I'll tell you, I had to have some tough conversations. And I'm glad that I am whom I am, because developers know they're in trouble if they go too far with me. You know, I'll straighten them out, I say, and that sometimes needs to happen. And it's too bad it's like that, but it's really about the money at the end of the day for some people. For us, it's much more about the partnership. It's much more about Mother Earth, and it's about our people and our business goals. One of the key challenges when President Joe Biden was elected, he made a major announcement about renewable energy in the United States. And the announcement created a real frenzy for solar panels in the world. And, you know, our traditional supplier is Canadian Solar. And ultimately, Canadian Solar couldn't deliver on time and on budget. So we ended up having to get creative and look at other solar manufacturers in the world. And so we ended up with a Vietnamese manufacturer. And while it was a good deal, they signed a contract for the current price. But once the prices went up, they reneged on their contract. And because they're an international company, we had no recourse. We had no ability to keep them to their price. And so they forced us to pay a much larger price for our panels to be delivered on time. And so we did. And unfortunately, the government didn't acknowledge that and didn't come back and help us with the actual price of the panels. And so again, we were stuck with the price that we were eligible for, but yet we weren't able to get the rebate on the panels with the actual invoices. And to me, that's not meeting our needs. You know, that's restricting it and really not working with us. So again, we ended up with higher costs for electrical components. There's a real demand for electrical components and across the world. And then, of course, delivery and shipping. Shipping costs have gone through the roof, and many of you will understand that order goods from outside of Canada and outside of North America, shipping costs are horrendous, and so it had a major effect on the overall cost of the project. And we had a contingency, and our contingency was more or less blown away because of that. And as a result, it's going to take another year for a return on our finances. Second of all, it cost us an extra 3 months in delays for delivery of certain components, and so 3 months of revenue have been gone out the window, and so we're going to have a lot less revenue from the beginning. Another big challenge was the delay. Originally, this project was scheduled to be done a year ago, and we had some key delays, and I think they were on everybody's side. And I think that's one thing we have to find a way is trying not to delay these projects so much and trying to move them forward in a more quicker way. You know, I know government moves slow and industry moves slow, but we have to move at the speed of business. And these are business projects, and let's try and move them forward in a meaningful way. What that also taught us is a bit about the project management, as Tina was saying. We learned a bit about project management. One of the things as board members, Linda and I, really brought forward to our project managers is we want to be built on time. And if you're late, then someone's going to get a kick in the butt. And so thank God our panels came in on time, and we are now ready to go to COD, commercial operation date, on July 19th. And so I guess at the end of the day, it's the legal agreement that really you have to be careful of. We have to have oversight, and providing oversight is a big thing in these projects. And the knowledge that we're going to give to the FNPA, we've answered some of the questions on the research being done by the FNPA, but I feel like the group up here could be a real strong group in terms of providing oversight on your projects and helping you to move your projects in a way that you get the most Indigenous benefits as possible. And here's the big thing. At the end of the day, it's the legacy for George Gordon Developments, the legacy of our own community now building and applying to have solar on all their buildings, looking at having our own power, us working with the mining community to build mining projects, us now bidding on mainstream projects, and us also having meetings at the other RES, which is the Reservation Economic Summit held in Vegas, where we met one of the only Indigenous developers in the United States, and potentially looking at a partnership on the American side, looking at Montana as a potential area to work with, First Nations to First Nations. So we've grown our renewable energy strategy to a point where I think it has a lot of potential to be our sustainable, long-term, COVID-proof revenue source for our nation. And so that's where we're at today. And to me, that really speaks to economic reconciliation. So that's our project. I appreciate the opportunity to present it, and thank you.
Thanks very much, Glenn. I really appreciate those words of wisdom and lessons learned, and I know FNPA is really benefiting from the knowledge of everyone on the panel here as we move forward and look for more opportunities for other First Nations. So thank you for that. Albert, and just before I just want to acknowledge the Economic Development Officer of the Year. I believe that's you were acknowledged for that. Yes, is that right? Yeah.
Thank you.
But probably too humble to brag about it himself. But anyway. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. And first off, I was reading Glenn's notes before he started talking, and I just about took his book from him. I said, I want to say that. Anyways, I want to thank all of you on behalf of our board. I'm an FNPA board member as well, and on behalf of our board, I'd like to thank all of you for coming and participating and listening to the stories that are being told here yesterday and today, and to thank our veterans and the elders that are here, and chiefs and counselors, and most importantly, our industry partners, because without our industry partners, none of this is possible. We need that support, that knowledge transfer, and having, folks such as yourselves coming to the table and providing that, it's greatly appreciated. Again, Guy and the team, the staff, we've assembled a really great team here at FNPA. We've got some really knowledgeable people. Guy Bruce is one of them, and Tom Kischuk and the rest of the group that are working on different areas, and not just solar and wind, but SMRs and geothermal and just about anything, that we can get our hands on. I mean, we're going to try and do, right, community energy planning. But getting back to our project with the Flying Dust First Nation, it started in 2012, so I've been at this for 10 years. I had more hair when I started, and it was brown actually, it wasn't, but at the end of the day, it's been a real journey, in terms of how power projects get started, how power projects evolve, and then how you get to completion. When we started, what happened was, and just to add to what Jessica was saying about TLE, Flying Dust First Nation got into a partnership with Crescent Point Energy in 2008, and we signed an agreement with them in 2011. We had bought, through TLE, 3 parcels down by Stoughton, and we started drilling oil wells down there with Crescent Point. So when we were down there as a group, we went to go inspect the wells, inspect the land, make sure everything was cool there from an environmental standpoint. And we were told that in the town of Stoughton, there, the Chinese food restaurant there, or the guy that was a cook was actually the cook for the 2008 Olympics in Beijing. So we said, okay, let's go there. And we sat there and talked with this guy for about 3 hours, and it got dark. So now we're heading back to Regina, and we see all these flares, and then we're going like, what the hell is going on here? So, of course, Google, our friend, we Googled what was going on, and we said, holy man, there was news articles about $200 million worth of natural gas being flared up in South Dakota, North Dakota, $100 million being flared up in Saskatchewan, just in that southeast corner. So we said, well, there must be, some type of way to combat this. So we found this group, that was working out in Nevada, and, we started talking with them. We talked with them for about 2 years and trying to develop a partnership, but they couldn't come to our side. They didn't understand how Indigenous companies, want to own 51%. So we said, okay, we said we'll go look for a different partner. But first we went to SAS Power, and Guy was working there at the time. And so when we went and made our presentation, our pitch, they said, can you guys go to FNPA? And we said, sure. So we went over to FNPA and we made our presentation to the group there. And they said, sure, we'll take this on. So, through the course of negotiations and talking about the FNO and everything, we came to a consensus, right? And so we said, look, we think we can do 20 megawatts of power. So we took it to the political table, talked with the premier, talked with some of the ministers, and were able to convince them that this was a viable option. So, we've come full circle. So when we started this, we were supposed to go to the wellheads and capture the flare gas, the vented gas, and take it to a site where we could produce power. And about 2 years later, SAS Power says, well, can you guys give us a definition of flare gas? And we said, yeah, we think it's upstream and midstream developments. And they said, okay, that sounds good. We think that we agree with that. So then we went down to midstream process where we thought we could tie into a line that had, associated gas in it that was getting cleaned with now what is the company called Steel Reef. And SAS Power put their heels in the ground and said, no, that's not what we meant. So after 18 months of trying to develop this, we had to go back again and rejig everything. So now what we're doing is we're back to full circle where we're going to the wellhead. We're going to be developing some flow lines as well as a virtual pipeline. And we're doing that in the Colville area. So it's a 20 megawatt project. We're going to be taking about 150,000 tons of CO2 out of the air every year. Another probably 40,000 tons of methane out of the atmosphere every year. So, that's something we're very proud of. When we were applying to do the flow line through the Low Carbon Economy Challenge, we told them how much GHGs we were taking out of the air, and they told us that wasn't enough. And I said, you gotta be kidding me. And that's one of the things I brought up with the ADM with NRCan yesterday, is the fact that, I think there needs to be a lot better, relationship building and communication between the federal departments. Instead of them working in silos, they've got to start talking to one another and working together to assist First Nations and their developing partners to move their projects forward. So, it's been a big learning curve. Unlike the three that are projects or people that are up here, we haven't started our project yet. We are actually starting construction in the fall or probably in the spring of next year. But COD date is going to be in September 2023. So it's going to be 11 years of developing this project. And when we created our partnership, one of the things we did was we went out and tried to look for a partner that actually does this. And at the time, there were only two groups. One was a very large company, and the other one was a very small company. And so when we interviewed both of them, we felt that if we went with the large company, we wouldn't have much of a say, and we'd be more like a blip on their radar. When we met with the smaller company, we felt there was an opportunity for us to play a role and provide our expertise and our knowledge. And I don't know if Julianne is here. Julianne, you want to stand up? Julianne's the CEO of Janelta Power, and they're our partner, and they've been just tremendous. Their knowledge of these projects is second to none. They've developed close to 65 megawatts of flare gas power up in northern Alberta, and working with Baytex and Shell, Synovus, and those companies. My phone keeps beeping. My wife was asking for milk and eggs yesterday, and I told her I'm at this conference. I'll be home tonight. Yeah, you shouldn't put your phone in your back pocket. But anyways, at the end of the day, we've been able and very fortunate in developing this project to bring individuals that have been able to assist us. So when we started this, we didn't pretend that we knew everything about flare gas. We brought in an individual who had, actually 2 individuals that had over 40 years of experience each in developing the oil and gas projects. They helped us understand. And then another good friend of mine that's out in the crowd here is Chad Eagerman. And Chad started his own law practice now. And, you know, Chad helped us wade through all the legalities and helped us negotiate with our partner. So we have a unique partnership. It's not a limited partnership. What we have is a professional development agreement with our partner. And it took us 7 months to negotiate that. So when Glenn talks about ensuring that your legal oversight is there, it has to be. You have to understand so that everybody is happy, so it's a win-win-win, right? And of course, FNPA also helped us through that process. And, you know, with Guy and his group and Shane Freitag, you know, they were helpful in helping us understand, you know, all the different intricacies that are in an agreement like that when it comes to power. Of course, this morning, my favorite word, what I told the ladies this morning from Janelta, I said, well, SAS Power doesn't want to do this. I said, well, they have unfettered discretion. The famous words in the agreements, right? So, yeah. But, you know, the role that FNPA played was instrumental. And again, as Glenn said, you know, when we negotiated this, FNPA was part of the success fee. They gained a success fee from this project. I don't want to say how much that is, but it's substantial. And, you know, we're building a $50 million flare gas project with our partners, Janelta, as well as Capstone Infrastructure, because without having a capital partner, you can't do these types of projects. And so Capstone is a smaller capital company. However, they're like a boutique company, which I like, because then you're able to sit on with their CFO and their VPs and their CEOs, you know, and talk intimately about the benefits, right? Again, you know, for us, it's about self-sufficiency. It's about economic reconciliation. It's about creating opportunity for our youth, taking the money. Our motto is, we go make the money, because flying dust, we're in the northwest part of the province. We don't have, other than forestry, you know, and agriculture, we don't have much going on there. The people, our friends in the north, they have mining, they have, you know, uranium and all that. We didn't, so that's why we've branched out. So we're diversified in many different areas. And again, you know, the motto is to make money. Obviously, you don't go into business just to, you know, try and make friends. That's the good part of it, but you need to make money. And that's our motto, is to make money and bring it home so we can develop our own community. Back home on Flying Dust, we have close to $50 million worth of assets and property. And there's not one single dime of government money in that process. We've gone out and earned that money. We've gone out and borrowed that money based on our name. And we're very proud of that. That's self-sufficiency. You know, we are a First Nations Lands Management Act band. So the biomass facility that you heard Tina talk about, that's on Flying Dust land. We're charging them taxation for that property. We're charging Crescent Point taxation for that property. The land we're going to put the power generation facility on, we're buying that land off of Baytex, hopefully. and we're going to tax our own project, right? The flow line that I'm talking about is another project we're doing, and Flying Dust is going to own that 100%. We're going to be selling the gas to our own project. So, you know, there's all these different opportunities. I've got our business partners here from 105 Construction. They do pipeline work. They do prefabrication work. They do all types of different civil work. And so at the end of the day, you know, when these opportunities are there, you want to take them. Because, you know, you don't know when the next time you're going to get an opportunity to build a $50 million project. So, you know, for us, it's been a real learning curve. You know, when we got into this, we didn't want to pretend that we knew what we were talking about, but we brought the people who did. And we brought them in and we learned from them. And, you know, at the end of the day, like the rest of the folks up here say, it's not one person. It's a whole team. Our chief and councils, we've been through We've been through 4 chief and councils with this project. And, you know, they've all bought in. Richard Gladue, who was a chief when we were doing this, you know. And at the end of the day, they've all supported it. They've all been behind it because this project's going to be our legacy, Flying Dust's legacy to our young people. This is going to be a 20-year project that's going to create revenue that we can go and leverage on and, you know, build our future, build a future for our young people, you know, and give our elders and our community members something to be proud of. For me personally, it's been really up and down. There's days where you're just really happy. You know, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. And then there's days where you're just kicking rocks on the road and saying, geez, why did that happen, you know? And at the end of the day, you just got to go through it. You got to go through the motions, go through the emotions, and, you know, be resilient. Our people have been resilient for thousands of years. We're still here. And like I told the guys at SAS Power, you've never met a bullheaded guy till you met me. Because I will not give up. You give me that bone and I'm going to bite on it and I'm going to hang on to it. You'll have to throw me around 5 times before I fall off or let it go. So, you know, I just want to thank all of you for, on behalf of our board. Again, you know, our board has struggled too. You know, I'll be honest. You know, there were days where we weren't able to really, we wanted to function more, but we couldn't, right? You know, one day we were in the parking lot and couldn't pay the bill, and my anxiety grew, so I stepped onto the sidewalk and I said, whew, I got out of the parking lot, but not with my vehicle. But, you know, it is what it is, and at the end of the day, you know, as long as you believe and have faith and, you know, have the courage to keep going forward, for the people out there that are developing as Indigenous communities, you know, keep that going. Don't give up. Keep fighting. Keep working hard, and you know those things will land on your table. It just takes time. And my good friend Chris Ball is here. Chris, put your hand up. One of the smartest guys in the power industry I know. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Albert. So I want to just. I did have some questions prepared in case my panelists got tongue-tied and didn't have anything to say, but I think they've answered all my questions. I'm just wondering, do we have a few minutes for a question from the floor? Yeah, 1 or 2 questions. Okay, so why don't we open it up? While people are rushing to the microphone, I just want to say, you know, resilience, persistence, and pride is what I hear coming through here big time. And Albert, I had brown hair when you first came to SAS Power too, so yeah. There's a question right down here. Can someone, there's a microphone right back there, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. Just a quick question. I spent 15 years in combat arms, 3 trips overseas and that. But I eventually went to a trade as an electrical generating systems technician, working in a power plant, an operational diesel power plant in northern British Columbia at a radar base. So all this is very, very interesting for me, having operated a power plant, doing shift work and that, and going to school at the same time at Vedder Crossing in BC, and was flying back and forth along the coast. But just one question, I don't know anything about solar power. I know that the power, like Sask Power, for example, has substations. What about solar power and solar panels? Do you have a substation to store electricity that's not needed, say, in a community? I've never seen substations yet, anyway. I mean, this is fairly new technology, but just curious. Thank you.
Jessica, do you want to take that and maybe just talk about battery storage and what's happening there? Yeah.
Yeah, so currently, like at our Cowessess site, our 10 megawatt facility, it's just directly fed into the grid. So there's no storage function on that particular piece. So as much as we're producing is going into the grid. What you're talking about is there situations when there's excess potentially that can be stored for non-sunny times, and that was part of our R&D project that we did in 2018, adding the solar on. And so the research, sorry, I just want to be very clear, our project was a research and development project that did have an economic benefit for the community in the end. But the lithium-ion batteries that we do have on site do in fact store both the wind and the solar, and it can dispatch on demand. You know, the unfortunate thing is there is no market right now for on-demand dispatch from an IPP like us into SaskPower. So we're not actually currently dispatching anything on demand, but there's a big opportunity out there. You know, SaskPower, I know that you guys have your new battery facility coming on stream, so that might be a topic of discussion, you know, for future conferences or maybe this afternoon, but definitely, I mean, the volatility of wind and solar needs to be combated somehow. You know, you have a baseline project. All of our projects are not baseline, and they present a huge challenge to SaskPower, and that needs some resolution. So more work to be done.
I'll just add that FNPA has a number of industry partners, and I know some of them are looking at developing battery storage, and it can be done at all different scales. Like you can, anything from a backup battery in your house, right, to keep your lights on, to larger scale, utility scale. It's really expensive, but it's coming. And we heard Troy King say yesterday that SaskPower is starting to look at that as an option. We got maybe one more question. Do we have over there? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
First, I have to say greetings on behalf of the University of Calgary, the Métis Nation of Alberta. Speak louder, sorry. And I wanted to say thank you, first of all, to the elders for their hospitality and sharing their wisdom in ceremony with my two group mates that got to do their first pipe ceremony yesterday. That was a really cool moment for me to share that with them. And to the FNPA, who actually covered our conference fees so that we had the opportunity to come and learn and be here with you. We are very grateful for that. Thank you, Mr. Lonechild. And also on behalf of my grandparents, they're from Archerwell, Saskatchewan, and it feels very good to be so close to home. My question is for Tina, actually. I'm a nuclear guy myself, and I could not be more excited to talk about SMRs until the cows come home. But the timelines we got yesterday surrounding SMRs were we're looking at minimum a decade before you see them in Saskatchewan. And so I was curious from a biomass perspective, because SaskPower basically said that we're kind of tied to natural gas and coal here because we have what we have. I'm kind of the mom on the way past McDonald's. No, we have uranium at home, but don't worry about that. And I'm curious about the opportunity for biomass, because I would argue, I don't have a stat for this, that there's probably more biomass per capita in Saskatchewan than anywhere on Earth. And so do you see sort of an opportunity for scale, especially in the short term? And what would it have to look like to see generation go up in that regard?
I think that biomass, there is many opportunities. And all you have to do is look at countries like the Philippines, many places, Harry talked about it this morning, in Europe, that are already using biomass from what they produce, right? Often it's a waste. It's the waste product from another industry. So you're absolutely correct. Here in Saskatchewan and in Alberta and BC, we have landfills that have huge amounts of waste material in them, but we choose not to create facilities that can burn that waste and create energy and heat from it. I think one of the reluctancies is the cost of biomass. And I think, you know, SaskPower really stepped out on a ledge and tried to figure out with MLTC's biomass project, is this doable? what does it look like? How can we do this? You know, so I think we're the first kind of endeavor into it. Biomass projects in Canada have always been attached to mainly sawmills, and they end up as cogeneration plants. They don't end up as plants that are actually power plants like our veteran here was talking about. There is many, many opportunities for the waste products that are produced in all of our areas to move into biomass. And it's something that could be moved into very, very quickly. But Glenn, you know, touched on it very well when he said, if these projects are really expensive to build and your rate of return, when SaskPower is looking at buying energy, or any energy company is looking at buying energy, it has to meet their price threshold. Because first and foremost, the people they're selling the power to are important, right? We don't want to pay more for power. So if it costs a lot of money to create a bioenergy facility, then to use that biomass, there has to be things that support it. So I think our governments have to get behind these types of projects. And how serious are they about net zero? You know, how good is it to be able to take a project like a landfill and to be able to use all of that waste in the landfill, or take an oat plant and take all the husks off the oat plant and be able to burn that in a thermal oil plant, create heat that excites atoms, that creates energy. But there has to be a willingness, and we have to applaud SaskPower for taking that step out with MLTC on this first biomass project. Sawmills do it, larger mills. We didn't do it at ours because the cost was too much. You know, we had to have support and a power purchase project to get to that point. But bigger mills do it because it ends up as a cogeneration thing. So it reduces how much power they use and how much it costs to produce. So we could move very quickly. There are many, many sources. And I have to do a shout out to the University of Saskatchewan. They just came out, sent I think 7 of their PhD engineers out. And they're all working on various types of biomass. So, I mean, there's many, many options. I think a lot of communities and organizations don't look at it, though, because of the cost. It's easier and less expensive to do solar, you know, and then step up to wind kind of thing. So hopefully that answers your question.
Great, thanks, Tina, and thanks for the question. So I think we have to call it now, turn it back to our, do you want to do one more, Guy? Okay, one more quick one. I was just going to say Chris is in the room and she works on biomass. So if you want to connect with that gentleman and after. Okay, yeah, go ahead, sir.
Good morning. Is it still morning? I believe it is. I just want to address the crowd today. My name is Donovan Crow Buffalo. I am from New York Tribal Council. And I would just like to acknowledge Guy and for all his work that he's done bridging all the entities in a room here with us. For the 4 panelists up there, these are the people that have the open mind, you know, to come to work with you guys. And as First Nation people, I really like this forum that we're speaking 2 different languages here. And Guy has brought this together very, very well. When yesterday, you know, he started with a pipe ceremony, and that's very important to First Nation people, that culture, that protocol. And he did when he brought in the grand entry, you know, we're not doing that for show. That is protocol. I mean, that is our language. When we think about the 7 teachings of love, respect, courage, honesty, wisdom, humility, truth, you know, we try to bring that into our lives. And yesterday, you know, I was watching this one gentleman, I think his name is Dave, and he was participating in our in it, and he was dancing, you know, and that's humility, you know. If he felt a little bit of humiliation of dancing in front of you, you know, going out of his comfort zone, that is a part of our culture, you know, that humility. And so thank you very much, Guy, for you know, bringing that piece of to everybody in this room, you know, because that is our language, that is what we speak. And when we're bridging, when we're trying to bridge, you know, that's a very important for you guys to understand, us as First Nation people, of how you have to deal with us, of how you approach us. And historically, our communities don't want to work with you guys, don't want to work with companies that just want money, because that's what they think, that you're just after the money, you just want to come and you want to go, right? You want to fill your pockets, you want to be done with. But you have leaders like these guys, and they're open-minded, and you know, we need more of that. Now we talk about our children, and one of the things that I was thinking about in my role, first climate change coordinator, right? The elder said this morning, you know, we're losing our traditional medicines, our berries, stuff like that. Those are the things that we're concerned about. We don't pin cherries. That's the second time in the past 2 weeks that I've heard of this. Where are the pin cherries? Where are they? You know, so I mean, those are the things that are important to us that we're trying to protect. And it's not about money. It is money, because money is a need right now. Like, I mean, everything's so expensive. You go to the grocery store, man, you're spending like $90 when you used to be able to spend half of that. But, you know, there were so many good things that were said this morning, you know, that, and yesterday. And so now, you know, pointing the finger at you guys about saying all you guys want is money, is that, however, we have, coming back to us, you know, and our needs, we have to take a look at ourselves, and we have to deal with the things that we need to deal with. And sometimes it takes a bit of time, you know, when you're dealing with First Nations communities. So, you know, be patient with us. You know that every business entity, you know, it's like a plane taking off, right? You know, you spend most of your fuel when you first take off before you can glide, you know. And that's exactly what Guy has been kind of doing with this whole energy thing, you know. He gets it. He understands it. I mean, he's investing in our communities. He's investing in our children. And when I say he's investing in our children, I did some school presentations, and he was very generous to say, okay, we're going to cover the meal, we're going to send out some people, we're going to help you do these presentations. And those are the things we need, you know, at the community level. We need to educate our kids, because, okay, Saskatchewan, SaskPower has the monopoly on power, pretty much. So when we educate our children on everything that's coming down the pipeline, for the people that are in grade 6 right now, everything that's going to become a reality in 6 to 7 years, they're going to be in a position where they're going to have to make a choice of where they want to go. We can plant that seed now, right? So I guess it's up to us as tribal councils, as leaders, as communities. And, you know, we need help too. You know, like we need if you're looking to partner with somebody, you know, reach out to the tribal councils. There are people like me out there that would like an extra hand. I would like to bring programs to the community so that we can, you know, move forward in a really good way, you know, so we can get the people to help these guys do their job as well, right? So, I mean, anyways, thank you very much. I know it's been going pretty fast this morning, and Guy gets that. He gets that, you know, in the Munias world, that time is of essence. But for First Nations people, you know, we're kind of laid back. We weren't really, time wasn't really an issue. But as Guy's been moving everything along very quick, thank you very much. I appreciate all you guys. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. Glenn, do you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to say
it's powwow
season in Indian country, and in a couple of weeks from now, George Gordon First Nation is hosting a powwow on July 8th, 9th, and 10th, and we invite anybody to come out, especially those that have never been to a powwow, to come out to our powwow. We have a tent, and there we try to help newcomers and people that haven't been to a powwow to be a part of the powwow. So I just want to put that plug in there. It's powwow season, and don't be afraid to reach out and go to your local nation and attend a powwow. And it doesn't matter how you dance, as long as you dance, and that's what's important. So come on out.
Let's give another round of applause for our panel here. Thanks, it was great. Thank you, folks.
I hope there's a check in that green bag.
Folks, mic testing. Exit ko yung kagamit suna no. Kehte ni gan smagan siga nak kispin go up mao kehtis mo giwas kawit ko is witi. It is lunchtime, and we're going to ask the elders to be served or to serve themselves first, and the veterans. And if you see an older person or someone who's not as mobile that needs help, young people, please step up. So meet Sutan, let's eat. It is time to nourish ourselves. Again, we'd like to thank these presenters, and a big thank you to Federated Cooperative Limited and Enbridge for their sponsorship for making the 6th annual Clean Energy Forum a success. We will begin our next presentation, Carrie Howlett Consulting, at 12:15. We're going to move along with our agenda. It's been a long day and a half. So Carrie, if you're out there, please be ready to go by 12:15. And Guy says we're going to try and wrap up today by 3 o'clock. So we know a lot of you have a long ways to travel, and it's quite intense sitting here for a day and a half, presentation after presentation. So we want to respect your time and let you go by, hopefully by 3 o'clock today. Ahaw, meet Sutan.
As strategic leaders, FNPA is as responsive as the wind. We can move this way and that, promoting a slipstream of economic opportunities. We bring Indigenous and industry leaders together to develop renewable and alternative energy projects. And we are also committed to future generations. We are creating projects that contribute to the reduction of global warming.
FNPA is here to serve as a valuable resource to enabling a cleaner energy future to benefit First Nations communities across Canada. One example is the Owasso Solar Power Project, where we're supporting the construction of 10 megawatts of solar generation on Cowes First Nation. Similarly, projects underway with George Gordon First Nation, Star Blanket Cree Nation, and Flying Dust First Nation, where we will be soon reaching commercial operation dates in 2021 and 2022.
I choose to work for First Nations Power Authority because I believe in the vision and the people. Everyone here has a wealth of knowledge and they're all passionate about improving Indigenous communities and protecting the environment. I like that I get to work on a huge variety of different kinds of projects with a bunch of different teams, and I like knowing that when I wake up and go to work, that I know I'm part of the solution to help improve Indigenous communities and to get them involved in decision making on a cleaner energy future, not only for us, but for our future generations as well.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities.
to display what it is we do. How do we do what we do in terms of Indigenous procurement, and what does Indigenous-led mean? And so we rise to the challenge as we operate on 4 key values, and those 4 key values are accountability to ourselves and our team and our people, the people we serve, the First Nations communities. We're not here for ourselves, we're here to help better the lives of Indigenous people and communities right here at home. So this is a bit of a Saskatchewan-based focus, and so transparency, to operate with transparency. If we don't operate with transparency, how do we know, how can we adequately tell the story that needs to be told? Building and sustaining trust. Trust to come into your communities, to talk to your children, talk to the classes, talk to the school system, talk to teachers, talk to everyone who will listen. And all of the good things that can come from this, we want to proceed with a policy paper. Another policy paper that we did with the Pembina Institute, the former administration, former Chief Executive Officer Leah Nelson-Gay went on this journey with the Pembina Institute to explore the province of Alberta in terms of its renewable energy program. And so we wanted to go down this journey again in other regions. We want to start talking to BC Hydro. We want to start talking to the Ontario Power Generation, which we have already. But what does Indigenous-led mean? So this next presentation will be all about that. This is a best practice in Saskatchewan that we should all be proud of. So to SaskPower, to Wayne Rood, to my good friends at SaskPower, Dan Johnson, and Chief Darcy Bear, who was here last night. A former board of director from SaskPower is a chartered financial analyst, Carrie Howlett. Please give a warm welcome for her and her presentation today, Exploring Indigenous Partnerships in Renewable Energy.
Thank you. Thank you, Guy. I appreciate the introduction. And before I get started, I just want to say a big thank you to FNPA for a fantastic event. Guy, well done. Rebecca, I don't know if everyone's given a round of applause for Rebecca yet, but it's bravo, bravo. Amazing event. Difficult to put together in these busy, busy times. So today I'm going to talk with you about measuring success in Indigenous-led clean energy projects. And it's unfortunate that I'm after lunch because I'm going to be talking a lot of numbers, so hopefully you can stay awake. Next slide. So I just want to acknowledge that here we are on the Whitecap Dakota First Nation. Very grateful to be here. Mother Nature definitely is showing us her best self today. And I'm very happy to be here. My business is in Saskatoon. That's where I live, on Treaty 6 territory. And I grew up in Treaty 4 territory near Yellow Quill First Nation. So if anyone's here from there, hello home. All right. So I started working with FNPA about almost 3 months ago. And the challenge that was presented to me was, kind of a large picture about how Indigenous communities want energy security and meaningful participation in the clean economy, and recognizing that power purchasers want to build better relationships with Indigenous communities, and how we can value economic reconciliation and incorporate that into the decision-making of these big companies. So as Guy mentioned, I was on the board for SaskPower for a number of years. I've also done a lot of work with mining and energy companies in doing their ESG strategy. And I do know that Indigenous procurement, Indigenous employment is very, very important to all of these companies, but they're just really not sure how to incorporate it. So the challenge that was posed to us today was, how can we help these companies understand the value that FNPA and the Indigenous-led clean energy projects bring to the companies, and is there a way that we can kind of put some numbers to it, so that when they're making their decisions in procurement, that their scoring matrices and consider these topics and consider the true value. And I think it's information that these companies are really hungry for, because they're kind of just guessing right now. They'll put minimum numbers of, a certain amount of Indigenous employment, a certain amount of Indigenous equity. Maybe they'll allocate, 10 or 15 points in scoring for Indigenous procurement, but there's really not a lot of science behind that. So we're going to try sciencing it up a little bit. So the opportunity that we are presented with is that we want to find ways to increase economic participation of Indigenous people in the provincial economy through the development of clean energy projects. We want to increase equity participation of Indigenous communities in clean energy projects so that we can attract greater federal project funding levels with larger Indigenous ownership. A strong Indigenous-led procurement policy benefits local communities and companies. And we want to assist in helping power purchasers achieve ESG objectives and take steps toward economic reconciliation. So the study that I'm doing involves 3 parts. The first part is a case study of the projects that we actually just heard about before lunch. And weren't they fantastic? I was just really, really impressed with that. I was riveted with the talk that they gave. So doing a case study of those projects and really understanding the economic impact and non-economic impact of those projects on the communities was something that's important for us to gather. And then how can we put that into an economic model to inform future projects that might be done by Indigenous communities? The next step is to evaluate Indigenous procurement best practices and determine what opportunities are there. And then eventually create our own best practices that we can bring into the relationship, both with Indigenous communities as well as with power purchasers. And finally, what we want to do is promote the value proposition for Indigenous-led clean energy projects. So how do we measure success in Indigenous-led clean energy projects? Well, I use three sets of considerations. There's the financial model considerations, so the project itself, what does that do for the community and for those around it? There's the economic development considerations, so what spin-off benefits do we get? And then finally, there's the ESG, or better, IESG, Indigenous Environment, Social and Governance considerations that are becoming more and more and more important to developing large projects. So when we talk specifically about the financial model, some of the considerations on the data side, we've got financial, this is where it gets really exciting, by the way. The financial structure, so we're talking about project financing, and you heard a nice range of project financing examples in the session before lunch. It's great to see the creativity that these communities are bringing into making these projects work, because they're not easy. So project financing is part of it. The levelized cost was something that we were also looking at. We looked at the direct project economic benefits, so any profit that the project can generate, or the royalties, any local or indigenous employment, procurement for capital and operating costs that is locally driven. Then we looked at the indirect project economic benefits, the local Indigenous employment and purchases that are, again, driven from local communities, and then other learnings from the projects. And that's a lot of what we heard earlier. So why are Indigenous-led power projects, clean energy projects, important to the power purchasers? So, and really it's the project developers that also see this value. So the Indigenous project owners of projects contribute land, if the project is on reserve or TLE land, federal grant funding, which often forms a large part of the equity contribution from the Indigenous community, access to Indigenous opportunities and set-asides, preliminary studies and contracts. Oftentimes, I think we heard from George Gordon that they had been commissioning studies long before bringing in a project developer to help them with different projects. So again, there's much work being done up front by the nations that is valuable in the project. Bringing a talented and motivated workforce is really key. Community support, local governance and policy support, and an opportunity for purchasers to participate in economic reconciliation with Indigenous people. So there's your opportunity. Now, each of these items has value, which needs to be considered when determining financial models for Indigenous-led power projects. So how do we realize this value if you're an Indigenous community? So what you receive is cash flow. That's what we talked about, show me the money, right? Cash flow is very important. It can come in the form of royalty or an equity return. And the point of it is to build capacity for more economic development or for community investment. There's capacity building, and we spoke about that quite a bit as well, how the knowledge to build clean energy projects is often transferred from the developer to the community with subsequent projects. So being able to leverage that is key. The employment opportunities, that's something that is a big driver for why communities will get involved with clean energy projects. And pride in years of hard work and taking on risk, and we heard about the risk that the communities take to put these projects on, and but this will provide an essential service and cash flow for years to come. So this is the compensation that First Nations communities, Indigenous communities receive as compensation for the value that they contribute to Indigenous-led power projects. So what have we seen so far from the projects that FNPA has been involved with so far? So without giving away any commercial details, I just averaged all the information so that it gives you a bit of a sense, but you got some good detail from the proponents this morning. We were seeing around 59% of local or Indigenous employment during construction, resulting in 121 jobs. During operations, the plan is to have around 45 local or Indigenous employees, of the work being done by local or Indigenous, resulting in 23 jobs. And I heard already this morning, I think that number is going to go up. So well done. We have ownership models that range from 0 to 100% equity. The projects may contain some royalty revenue. And on average, we are seeing grant funding of about 46% of the project value. Some of the other considerations which were talked about at length this morning, so I won't spend a lot of time on it, but they're listed there: capacity development, cash flow to fund operations, and to do distributions to the Indigenous economy, build equity, building that asset base to increase debt capacity to take on future projects so that you can have a larger ownership stake in future projects, and increasing the value of reserve land. But I think one of the most important values that we get from these projects is that they are a model for how to do Indigenous-led clean energy projects. And I think we saw some really, really great examples this morning, and we also heard, a lot about what it takes to get these projects off the ground. It's not easy, and it takes a lot of time, but there are ways that we can leverage this knowledge within the province and be able to share the wealth per se, the knowledge wealth, and be able to have other projects happen hopefully a lot more quickly and more efficiently. Some of the financial model considerations that came up, some of the challenges was around employment. These projects don't come up often, so building a workforce around clean energy projects is tricky, because you almost kind of need some sequencing to make sure that if someone's going to choose renewable energy as a career, that they're going to have jobs to go to. So, having enough of that critical mass of projects ahead is really important. So kind of knowing where the projects are going to be coming from next will help with building that stable workforce. The other part is financial capacity. So utility scale renewable projects require significant financial investment for upfront costs. So some of the solutions to this is to reduce the size of projects, to reduce the barriers to participation. So Guy Bruce talked about community scale. That's a way to get involved in the clean energy industry without having to put significant upfront costs, or at least not to the scale of a utility scale. Another one is to create opportunities for significant equity participation to enable financial capacity to participate in future projects. And finally, and Jessica spoke about this morning, developing a partnership or a cooperative model to enable more communities to participate in projects. So next we talk about some of the economic development considerations. And this was mentioned yesterday too, but I pulled some numbers from Statistics Canada on the direct, indirect, and induced benefits of energy projects. So in Saskatchewan, every dollar spent on electric power engineering and construction increases GDP by $1.31. And every dollar spent on electric power generation increases GDP by $1.24. So the one thing about these multipliers that Statistics Canada has is that they are just aggregated either by country or by province. They don't drill down to the Indigenous community level. And so the question I have is do Indigenous-led clean energy projects contribute more to the local economy than non-Indigenous-led clean energy projects? And what are the opportunities? So I was able to find a research paper that was done by the University of Regina, I believe, that noted that a study of 2 Indigenous communities in Saskatchewan showed that nearly 100% of their earnings and financial returns stayed in the province. So it's staying in either the local community or in the region. And so that kind of goes to show me that there's actually quite a bit of economic development that could be happening that could be in excess of what we would see maybe perhaps with certainly with an out-of-province developer. So that's why having that Indigenous involvement is really key, because more of those dollars can stay in Saskatchewan or whichever province. Indigenous communities also have some greater opportunities for reducing economic leakage due to less existing capacity than non-Indigenous communities. And just what I noticed really quickly, just doing a quick calculation, is that that's a big opportunity in terms of employment, that there could be an additional 20% perhaps of employment there for Indigenous communities, that more so than what we're already seeing. Again, knowing if the projects are there, then they'll be able to build that industry. So again, there's opportunities to increase employment, but then there's also the supply side, so the materials side. Again, recognizing where the opportunities might be and being proactive in grabbing them. On the IESG considerations, I'm going to just kind of back up a little bit, because what is IESG? So IESG is Indigenous people's view of environment, social, and governance considerations in business. And a lot of businesses right now are focusing a lot on ESG. Why IESG? Well, because Indigenous people are rights holders, which is different than stakeholders. It's a special class. And so it's important to be able to recognize the protection of Indigenous rights and interests to make sure that we are effecting stewardship in the most effective way. There is an opportunity, because ESG is holistic and has a long-term view of business, and that seems to really match everything that I know from working with Indigenous communities in the planning. Very long-term, multi-generational focused. That's exactly what ESG is all about. So Indigenous knowledge is aligned with the concepts of ESG, with a multi-generational view of guiding decisions. Indigenous people can lead the way in ESG development. So on the thought leadership side, On the environment side, where if we're going to go through the E, the S, and the G, where Indigenous people can really show some leadership is in the traditional land knowledge and the stewardship, and play a critical role in delivering clean energy projects and addressing climate change mitigation and adaptation. On the social side, investing in our current and future generations through employment, education, and community impact initiatives. And on the governance side, recognizing free prior informed consent for all development projects, ensuring that, and making sure that clean energy projects contribute to multi-generational economic prosperity. Now the fun stuff, the metrics. So many companies are putting an importance on embedding ESG into their way of doing business and are reporting to their stakeholders on a variety of reporting frameworks. And these are just some of them. There are currently very few Indigenous-related metrics in the ESG standards. Generally, there's more and more companies that are referencing UNDRIP in their ESG reports, but there's not really any metrics around them. So there's, you will see diversity, equity, and inclusion targets for Indigenous procurement, and maybe some community investment, and those tend to be the main focus of ESG metrics. So there's an opportunity here to discuss and define Indigenous ESG metrics in the ESG standards development and as part of the engagement process. So there's a lot of, right now, I'm going to divulge a little bit on the ESG. There's a lot of standards that are in the process of being developed right now, and this is a good time to go in and have your say on what kind of metrics should be reported on, especially from an Indigenous lens. So right now there is the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which is the climate change disclosure reporting. SaskPower does that, so does a lot of large companies. There is a very, very little consideration, if any, of Indigenous information in that reporting. So perhaps there's an opportunity there. Hot on the heels of TCFD reporting is TNFD reporting, which is the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. It's not out yet, but it's going to be coming. That's where we're measuring the biodiversity impacts. So not just climate change impacts, but biodiversity impacts, and we'll be reporting in a similar way. I heard a lot of information this morning about the importance of traditional medicines and making sure that we are very mindful of that. That's an opportunity to get into some of this TNFD reporting and attach some importance to that very, very critical biodiversity that is Indigenous to Saskatchewan. All right, the next one is around specifically community, and so one of the measures that I often see that are specific to, well, really it's for everyone gets these calculations, but I know many First Nations pay close attention to this. It's the Community Wellbeing Index. So when companies are investing in community initiatives, oftentimes, they measure their success by how much money they gave, not how much impact they created. So how do we actually measure impact? So looking at some of these important things like education, labor force, income, housing. This is where companies can say, how can I use my community investment dollars to actually impact these things? First Nations do this all the time. This is your life. You are always, every investment that is being made to affect education, the labor force, income, and housing. So there's a lot of very important information that, again, we should be sharing with our customers so that we know exactly where we can affect change and where they can help us. So developing, again, these are very, very long-term strategies. I mean, to change the trajectory of housing or the labor force or income and so on, oftentimes will take many, many years. So that's why I like to put leading indicators. So what can we accomplish in the next year that can get us closer to our long-term goal. It helps us keep focused, and also we can come up with a bit of a plan and a proper investment in actually affecting change. And so this is what these clean energy projects are here for, is to be able to get a good investment to properly affect change within communities. And this leads into some quotes that I got from Guy. Improving social and economic circumstances for Indigenous children, youth, and family is the approach to clean energy development. Clean energy is a direct contributor to the Wellness Index of Measurement. Very important. And project economic returns are reinvested in culture, language, recreation, capacity building, corporate governance, and many other important initiatives. This requires a coordinated effort to determine an Indigenous-led approach to clean energy projects that provide environment, social, and economic benefits to Indigenous communities. So measuring success equals demonstrating value. And so if we go back to our original goals, the opportunity that it presents, the opportunity to increase economic participation of Indigenous people in the provincial economy through the development of clean energy projects. Well, Indigenous-led clean energy projects create employment and strong economic development benefits, not only for the communities, but for the whole province. There's the increase in equity participation of Indigenous communities in clean energy projects will enable First Nations and other Indigenous communities to build financial capacity to take on larger projects and be more competitive. We heard Jessica speak about Cowessess and how they're able to do a project on their own now. I call them graduates of the program. I think that's a really exciting thing, and it's exactly what we're here for, is to be able to help communities grow capacity so that you can strike out on your own, and also perhaps partner with new communities that are looking at developing projects. A strong Indigenous-led procurement policy benefits companies and communities, and it assists in helping power producers achieve their ESG objectives and take steps toward reconciliation. So now the questions remain. What is the value of Indigenous-led clean energy projects to power purchasers? What is the best way to recognize the effort required to work toward reconciliation? The effort is not free, but there is value in the investment. And so if we can find a way to be able to put some numbers to that, perhaps then we can have a really constructive conversation around what it really takes to have economic reconciliation with Indigenous people. So that, just so you know, my work is not done. I think it's actually really just beginning, because there's a lot of information that we don't know. And so my contact information is right there. If you have information that you want to share with me, or if you want to have a discussion, please reach out. I'm very, very happy to talk about this with you. It's a fantastic topic, and I'm really passionate about increasing the economic sovereignty and the energy sovereignty of Indigenous communities, and because we all benefit from it. So thank you. Oh yeah, any questions? Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Okay.
My good friend Gurpreet has a question. Gurpreet Vinning came from Vancouver, BC. And we've been back and forth over the past year or so discussing opportunities for renewal of licenses in the province of British Columbia so that Indigenous communities can benefit from any renewals of licenses that could be granted. So anyways, Gurpreet, go right ahead.
Kerry, my question is in regards to, are you seeing that Crown corporations and private companies are accurately including these initiatives in their procurement programs, right? So it's one thing for nations and power and sort of clean energy companies to have this data, but is it translating to when you go to SaskPower or to go to NB Power, RPG in Ontario, that they're actually taking this information and saying these are the metrics that we need to include in our procurement processes? Is that translating?
Yeah, I think right now it's still kind of early science, so it's hard to say. I think all those companies obviously have Indigenous procurement targets, and they're evolving. Both, it's kind of a push-pull, right? So it's going to be. I'll give you an example. There was a company in the mining industry that had set Indigenous procurement targets, and they just could not meet them. And so what they did was they did that kind of leading indicators thing that I was talking about, where they said, well, maybe you can't find the employment or whatever, because they were, finding Indigenous employees with skills in trades, they're in very, very high demand, so it's very hard to add to your workforce. But they said, if you do actions that can maybe increase the potential for Aboriginal or Indigenous employment in the future, like say sponsoring students or that kind of thing, then that will also get you points. It's definitely an imperfect science, though. I'm hoping to science it up a little bit more so that we all kind of know, how to play the game, I guess, and then also so that we can actually, I feel the people in the companies can say, this is why we need to put Indigenous procurement at more than 10 points on a procurement scoring system. It needs to be 25 or 30, or this is why we need to have a minimum of 30% Indigenous equity in order for someone to be able to participate, that kind of thing. But right now, it's hard to draw the line, and that's what I'm hoping to be able to do, is to help draw the line.
Yeah, thanks. Because it's not only just a benefit for the proponents, it actually makes the job easier of the Crown corporations, right? Because they don't have to struggle with this input as well. They've got the data. They can back it up, and it actually makes your procurement easier because they don't struggle with it. So, it helps everybody. It's not just the clean power generator. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great question. Appreciate it.
We good for another one? Yeah, great. Just for context in terms of where my question's coming from, for the last few days, we've been kind of discussing the idea of getting Indigenous people at higher levels of decision making, not just employment and labor forces and things like that. So is there data to figure out how many Indigenous people sit on boards of non-Indigenous companies where these types of conversations are being had? Because the way I'm coming at this is, I know in Germany there was a lot of effort just to try getting women into the workforce in STEM fields. But when they actually started tracking the information of how many women were on boards for STEM related companies that were publicly traded, it was only 30% of the boards that actually even had one woman as a threshold. And after that data was taken, at that point there was a lot more progress and a lot less just talk. There was a lot more action being taken at that point, right? That's just my question.
I love it. Yeah, I'm a product of affirmative action. That's how I got on the SaskPower board. They were looking to increase the ratio of women, and then they kept me for 8 years. So that was, I guess, I was good at it. And so, but I agree with you. I think my big thing when I talk about equity, diversity, and inclusion is that's not a box checking exercise. Yes, you do have to have targets, just kind of get the ball rolling, but the real benefit is that you've got people around the table who've all had different experiences and can bring different perspectives, and that helps companies always. And so in this example, if you have, for example, Chief Darcy Bear is the chair of the SaskPower board. And so that's been hugely helpful because he was on there during my time on the board too, because again, just a different perspective about the realities of getting Indigenous-led projects off the ground, power or not, right? I mean, look at this, wow. So, I mean, you know, beautiful things can be creative, but you need to have someone with that experience that knows and can really contribute at that level, and can really change the game. So, yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That's a great point.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So yes, put more Indigenous people on boards.
Hi, Carrie. Thank you for the presentation. It was fantastic. One of the questions I had around IESG is, do you think there is value in developing for the procurement side a standard that could be First Nation developed, so that when these corporations are looking for their procurement and doing stuff with Indigenous-led ESG processes, then it takes the subjectivity out of the thought process and stuff. And would there be a time you foresee where there could be the development of a standard so that it's automatically in place prior to the decision-making process? They'll know the standards are met and it can make the decisions easier.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's always a double-edged sword with those things. I think that part is, I think right now, in the absence of anything concrete, we would love some standardization, right? To be able to say, these are the rules of the game. And I think that would be, to be able to develop standards and have Indigenous voice at the ESG table is really, really key. And then if that can help with procurement, and that can, so the thing with ESG is you set these goals, right? And they're usually quite long term. And then you kind of have to back them up as to how are we actually going to make that happen. And so, and of course, you're doing it from the perspective of the stakeholders. So, and in this case, the rights holder. So it's going about making sure that when we're setting these goals and setting these targets and these action plans to make them, that we're actually engaging the stakeholder. And so to be able to have Indigenous voices to say, this is what we think Indigenous procurement should look like, could be extremely powerful, I think very welcomed by a lot of the companies, and ideally welcomed by everybody in the room. So I think that would be a very worthwhile exercise, and if you're interested in coming together to put together a little group, maybe we can do that. Super. Okay, good. Thanks.
All right, give her a round of applause if you would. So, as we go down this journey with Carrie, I think the work is just beginning. I'm always impressed by our level of sophistication of our board of directors at FNPA. It's increasing all the time, and here's why. They've challenged us to kind of, if we're going to talk the talk, we better walk the walk. And so ESG and IESG, and I've got to give the shout out to Chris Ball for challenging us on sort of our parameters of what our operational framework is all about. And so not just adopting values, but also setting targets and trying to achieve. We heard that from Ken Hartwig yesterday. Even if you achieve 80% of them, that's far better off than not setting targets at all. The other one is Chan's Gamble. He's not here this week. But also said, come up with a procurement policy, because FNPA isn't perfect. We're always on a continuous cycle of improvement. And so come up with a process that works, that really maximizes Indigenous participation, and come up with a policy that does that. So that's what we're embarking upon, to do just that. And then Braden Parisian, is he still here? Mr. Braden, is he? There he is. So Braden has also challenged us at FNPA to come up with a fund, an Indigenous Clean Energy Fund. And so our work with Environment and Climate Change Canada, she just stepped out. So she's here, she's been taking notes, she's been working very closely with Alexandria and looking at carbon tax revenue, looking at fuel tax revenue. What are those sources of revenue that can lever new capacity at the community level? So those are some things that I think we want to put our heads around in terms of establishing sort of that long-term framework or plan, if you will, to maximize Indigenous clean energy development. And so thanks to our board of directors for really thinking about, the direction and really caring about the FNPA and its direction. So on behalf of our board of directors, our chair of the board, Felix Thomas, and of course all our elders that support us here today and are still with us. Joe Kiwazents is still here, and others. Thanks very much for the work we're going to do and continue to work on together. Thank you. Okay, are we close? Is this the last panel coming up? Mr. MC? Climate Force Antarctica. Is Danielle Keeler here? Yeah? Yeah? All right. I've not met you before. I've talked to you on the phone. Yes. Okay. Well, welcome. Okay. Nice to meet you, too. Please give a round of applause for Danielle Keeler, Antarctica. She's going to give us a little bit of a talk and a presentation.
Tanse kapewawasak nisagasun niya naheo squeo kawakatusa. So hello and how are you? My name is Comes Lightning and my English name is Darnie Keeler. I'm a Plains Cree woman from Kawakatus First Nations on Treaty 4 territory in the country known as Canada. I am a lot of things. So first and foremost, I am an Indigenous artist, and my works are focused on my Indigenous culture and decolonizing from colonial structures and helping to heal Indigenous youth from intergenerational trauma. I am in my final year of business management at the University of Saskatchewan. I am the head person of the IBSS, so the Indigenous Business Student Society at Edwards at the University of Saskatchewan. I'm in charge of the spokesperson portfolio, which is, we get sponsorship, so I'm in charge of a group, a team, and we reach out to different organizations in and around Saskatoon so we can get money for our gala, for our round dance, for cultural purposes, for scholarships and student supports. I am also the manager of 7Gen, which I'll get to later in my presentation, but it's an Indigenous youth-led energy summit that we're hosting here at the Dakota Dunes September 8th to the 11th, and I'll get more into detail with that later. And I am also the Antarctic auntie. So I am the first First Nations person in history to go to Antarctica to be part of the 2041 Foundation, which is a, thank you. It's a global initiative where Robert Swan takes people from all walks of life. There's scientists, global leaders, there's students, there's business and industry, a whole mixture of people from all over the world to learn and see about climate change with their own eyes and bring back the solutions that we create on the trip that we were at and bring them back into our own communities and governments. Next slide. So this is my family. I am a firm believer that I don't like to use the word networking because I believe that I'm building my energy kin. And one of our themes for 7Gen is the power of kinship. So that means building relationships that are long-lasting, that will have beneficial, effects for the next 7 generations and beyond. So I went on this trip thinking that. And I taught that to everybody who was on that ship. There was over 150 of us from 38 nations across the world, and I was the first First Nations person since the 18 years that it's been running that was part of that ship and that journey. So I had a lot of things to teach them. Next slide. This is Robert Swan. He is amazing. He is the founder of the 2041 Foundation, and he doesn't call himself an environmentalist, but he does all that work. And He's great. A lot of people don't know it, but like I grew up watching National Geographic. So my mom idolized Jacques Cousteau. And I had no idea who that was, but like, I was telling her about my journey that I was gonna go on. And then she's like, because I was just talking up Robert, and she was like, well, he's no Jacques Cousteau. And then I was like, okay, whatever. And then we watched a promo video together. And Robert's talking about, you know, the trip and what it means and who influenced him. And he was like, and it was the great Jacques Cousteau. And our jaws dropped and we're like, no way. So that Jacques Cousteau is his mentor, and now Robert's my mentor. And you can see by his eyes, he has very piercing blue eyes. So he is the first person in history to walk the North and South Pole, like just walking, checking across it. And in the 1980s, he came back from his trip and his eyes changed color. And he didn't know why until NASA got a hold of him a month later. And that's how they found out that there was holes in the ozone layer. So what happened was when he was trekking across the North Pole, the UV ray lights were coming down, hitting the snow and bouncing up, and that's what burned his eyes. He's not blind, but it did affect his eyesight and the color of his eyes, which is pretty crazy. So he's amazing. He does a lot of things, and he brought all of us together for this big journey where we are going to learn about climate science, sustainable solutions, and how we can work together to create change within our communities and across the world, and most specifically in Antarctica. Next slide. Oh yeah, this is me and Robert. It was pretty funny because I trained before I went on this trip, just with a personal trainer for like the hikes and everything that I had to do, and nothing would prepare me for it because it was like heavy duty stuff. It was like I was huffing and puffing on a National Geographic documentary. Like it was pretty embarrassing. And my first day there, I got up. I actually showed up 2 days late, so funny story. I had to fundraise $26,000 in order to go. And so it was Touchwood, Coacatus First Nations, FSIN, and I hustled. I'm an artist, so I sold my paintings. I did draws and raffles, and I finally got everything that I needed. And then I was going 2 days early for this trip. And I go to the airport, and I was denied boarding my flight because of some bogus policy that doesn't even exist anywhere that I looked. It didn't state the date that I would be entering Brazil. So they didn't let me board my flight. And I'm crying, and I'm just an emotional mess because it was right at the finish line, right before I was going, and I was getting told that I wasn't. And I was so sad. I had to wait for the next day because my travel agent, it was just a whole mess. So I got on the phone with my travel agent, and then she told me that she could get me to Ushuaia, Argentina, that's where we all had to meet, by the 17th. So that would mean I was 2 days late. But I'd have to spend an extra $2,000 in order to get there. And I had no money. I was broke. I'm a broke student, right? No job, just, kicking it as a student. And that's when FNPA contacted me. And they said that they would be a sponsor for me to get to Antarctica. So they really came in clutch and really saved me because I was almost not gonna go on this trip. So that was pretty cool. And then fast forward, I landed in Ushuaia, Argentina, the most southern city in the world, and it's absolutely gorgeous, and it's cold. It was their fall, but it was super cold. And we got taken to this mountain. It was at the bottom of the Patagonia, in the middle of Chile. There's a whole bunch of different countries. So where we climbed to, there is no laws, which I found was really cool. We all behaved ourselves, but it was really cool to find that out, that there was no laws at that place that they took us. And so we had to climb up this hill, march up it, or not a hill, a mountain. It was actually a mountain. And it was really hard. I'm not gonna lie, I was huffing and puffing. I had to take a bunch of breaks. I didn't want to be on camera or anything, and it actually wasn't the entire trip, because I always just took off into my own thing. I was always one with the land, going around praying with the trees and the land and everything like that. So I was never really with the group. I always just took off into my own thing. And when we went and climbed up this mountain, we had like gear. And I had gear because I come from Saskatchewan. I was born and raised in this area. So -50 weather, I'm accustomed to. So I was prepared. And I had ski pants, I had layers, I had this custom-made jacket from the Inuit people up north. I had like this bougie jacket, you'll see it in one of my slides. And it kept me warm, like I was warm. So when we went up this mountain, they told us to dress up in our layers, be prepared with everything. I wore my sweater, my leggings, that was it. Everybody thought I was crazy, but I was warm. I wasn't cold like the rest of them, because the majority of that people never saw snow before. And so when I was coming down the mountain after we climbed it, Robert, that's when I took this picture with him, because he just looked at me and he's like, look at this one. She's only wearing a sweater. And I was like, yeah, I come from -50 weather. I was like, this is nothing. And then so that's when I met Robert for the first time. Like, we communicated in email and all that stuff, but that was my first time meeting him. And he was so awesome, and he just said that he was so proud of me and all that for fundraising and making it happen, to getting there, because he knew how hard it was, and to be the first First Nations person. And I asked him, I was like, well, why am I the first one? I was like, Indigenous people all across the world hold such incredible knowledge with sustainability. I was like, we've been A1 since day one. Why am I the first one? And he just looked all puzzled, and he's like, I don't know. So I really didn't get a question from him or the answer from him. But yeah, next slide. So this is me when I started, started my journey to Antarctica. The first slide is we're at our resort, and it was all really bougie. And then I found out that it was all like expensive luxury hotels, resort spa, this luxury cruise ship. And we got that stuff because we needed to stay in our bubble. So we were the first crew to be on that ship, the Ocean Victory, and we had to stay in our bubble, and we couldn't socialize with the rest of Ushuaia. We couldn't meet anybody. We had to stay in our own little bubble in order for us to be COVID-free, which we were. We were the first COVID-free crew on the Ocean Victory ship. And that was a brand new ship. It uses 60% less carbon emissions than any other ship in the world. And it was, like what I say, bougie, like we had jacuzzis on the top deck at the front. So we're chilling in the jacuzzis, going through the glaciers, like coming back from Antarctica, and it was pretty cool. And then that's me on top of a glacier. Oh yeah, it was just me on top of a glacier. Oh no, you can change it. And that was our ship. So this is the Ocean Victory. It was huge. It was a 9-deck ship. We had a whole bunch of people, because there was the crew of the ship, so there was 150 of us from all over the place, plus our team leaders, plus the expedition experts that took us on the landings on Antarctica, and then the rest of the ship's crew, so like the housekeeping, the bartenders, the captain, all that stuff. So there was a lot of us on the ship. Next slide. And we finally get to Antarctica. And you can see from this picture that like the magnitude of these glaciers, or these icebergs. And so when I got there, I found out that there's this thing called the iceberg graveyard. And I heard about it before, like, you guys ever watch Happy Feet? Like, that's like legit what's happening in the world right now. It's pretty crazy. I referenced that movie my entire trip and nobody got it, and I was so disappointed. But the iceberg graveyard is just chunks of Antarctica that are floating away into the ocean. And there's a whole bunch of them. There was like, as far as the eye could see, when I was standing on top of a glacier, I could just see them. And that just meant that Antarctica is melting, and that's not a good thing. Next slide. So why Antarctica? So I found out, and these are all pictures that I took, by the way. These are from my phone, my iPhone. Antarctica holds 70% of the world's fresh water. And I'm not a scientist, so I don't know the science behind it. But if Antarctica goes, then we all go. Because then that means that we won't have access to free, clean, fresh water. And it holds 90% of the world's fresh ice, or the world's ice. And these are very important for the climate, for the rest of the world, for every single nation in the world. So Antarctica is really important. And so why it was called the 2041 Foundation is the entire world, all the nations, they signed a peace treaty in 1992. And it was Jacques Cousteau who inspired all that stuff. And in 2041, the peace treaty comes up for discussion. So that means that people can go down to Antarctica and drill for its natural resources or exploit the land because it's the only place in the world that is untouched. Scientists go down there to do research, but they cannot take anything. So I went down there with a little pack of tobacco. It's I'm traditional. Where I come from, it's all traditional people. Well, I was really raised traditionally. And so I wanted to give thanks, and I wanted to, do what my ancestors did, what I was taught to, give thanks. And I couldn't place my tobacco down on Antarctica because I wanted to keep it 100% indigenous. So everything that exists on there stays there. And we were not allowed to take anything either. I wanted to take rocks, I wanted to take feathers, I wanted to, take a bunch of stuff and bring it back. And I couldn't bring anything back, absolutely nothing but the seawater, which I gave to my auntie. Yeah, so next slide. Oh, it's a video. I don't know if you can play it. But this is my first sunset in Antarctica. This is when we first got there. And there's no filters. It's 100% what my eyes seen, what my phone's seen. And it looks completely out of this world. It looked like fire was behind these glaciers. And it was the most incredible thing that I've ever experienced. And every single day, I would wake up and I would pray. And I would cry. I cried every single day because I just, it was just too much to handle because I couldn't believe that I was seeing this with my own eyes, thinking about my grandmothers, my Kuka Mary Keeler from Coacatus First Nation, my grandmother, Rosalie LaFontaine from George Gordon First Nations, and they're not here anymore. So that really resonated with me, and I felt like they were with me, my ancestors were with me, because that's something that they never could imagine, somebody would go see. Like I said, I was the first, which is completely bonkers that I was the first First Nations person to go there. Next one. Oh, it's playing again. But yeah, Antarctica it's mind-blowing. I cannot explain enough how mind-blowing it was and how life-changing it was, and the connections and the people that I made while I was there. So this is a picture of us climbing a glacier. And at the very bottom, it's nothing but water, nothing but the ocean or the sea, wherever we were at that time. And there was a bunch of them, so there was glaciers all around us. And I am terrified of heights. I'm actually scared of a lot of things. So I'm scared of heights. I'm scared of public speaking. And there was another, I'm terrified of ice. It's really, I know it's really stupid, but I hate ice. Every time I walk on it, I hurt myself, so I hate it. And I'm going to the place made of ice. So I was conquering my fears. And I conquered my fear that day. I had a little walking stick. I looked like a cookum walking up this mountain or this glacier. And we only had rubber boots, so we didn't have spikes or anything. So you really had to work for it. And when I got to the top, it was the one picture that they took of me while I was on the expedition, because we had a whole movie made, and we had a photographer that followed us everywhere. And the one picture that I'm in, I just look like a cookum, and I just hate it. But Oh, that's me looking glorious, walking up. My friend took that. So the next one, yeah, see? That's exactly how I looked when I was on there. I was scared, I was shaking, because like when you get to the top, this is when we seen the iceberg graveyards, because on the other side, it was the iceberg graveyards. And then on the other side of the glacier was our boat, and then all the other glaciers that were over there. It was completely stunning. But I did it, and I conquered my fear that day, and I felt so good. So that's my bougie jacket that was made. Funny story, I had no jacket right before I left on my trip. Like a week before, I was frantically trying to find a jacket. I was trying to get Canada Goose to sponsor me, and I didn't hear anything back. And I was just pushing it. My brother was on TikTok one day, and he follows this Inuit artist who makes her own jackets. And so he was talking to her about me going down to Antarctica. And so we got in contact and we started talking. I was like, I leave in a week. She's like, I'll make it in 3 days and send it to you. And sure enough, she sent it like the day before I was leaving, going to the airport, it came in the mail. So like my whole trip was like clutch, like everything just fell into place last minute. Next slide. So that's the picture that I took that was on the other side of the glacier. It's completely stunning. Like I cannot explain the beauty and the wonder that is Antarctica. It's just nothing else compares, and if you ever have the chance to go, do it. And it's really funny that that was my first trip in my entire life. I never left Turtle Island. I never really left home. I've been across Canada, but that was it. So this is my first trip in my life. And when I went on the ship, they're like, well, it's all downhill from here. And I was like, no, it's not. Like, don't think like that. And so now I'm gonna go travel the world. But yeah, I went to Antarctica, and it's just, yeah, it was crazy. Next slide. So here's another picture of us going on the hill. So there's like they took us to a bunch of historical sites. So there's historical sites in Antarctica around the peninsula where all the explorers in history went. So there was like forts made of like rocks and stuff like that on the top of big glaciers, because they would look down and like look out, see who's like coming apparently, and nobody ever goes to Antarctica, but they built those anyways. And yeah, they took us to like this other place where we climbed up, and it was like at the bottom of it there was like nothing but like it looked like little houses, but they weren't houses. It was just like where scientists would go and stay for like months and do their research. But when we went there, nobody was there. And then you see like we were like walking up, and then down by like that rock on the side, they made like a slide for us, like our team leaders. And so we got to slide all the way down the glacier, which was super fun, but really scary because you just zoom right down. But it was like, I didn't really get to zoom down because my jacket, it was just made so, you know, when you can't slide on snow. It's like those Inuit really know what they're doing. So yeah, I didn't really get to slide, but I tried. Next slide. So this is me on the last day of our last landing on Antarctica. And it was the most spiritual thing that I've ever experienced in my life. Like what I said before, I wasn't with the group most of the time. And these are pictures that my friends took, because like I would just wander off and like, you know, waddle off like a penguin. And I was literally with like a colony of penguins. You just can't see them. They're like all over like this little hill or tiny mountain, I guess, that I was by. And I was just listening to the wind blow. I felt the sun peering down from the clouds. I felt the sun ray on my skin, and I just started praying. Like I said, I'm a very spiritual person, I'm very traditional. And so I just started giving thanks to Creator for letting me go on this journey, to reconnect with other people from around the world, to reconnect with myself, to reconnect with the land. And then as I went down there with this ideology that I was gonna go save the earth, that's what I was gonna do. And in that moment, I realized The earth doesn't need saving. She can take us out with hurricanes, with volcanoes, with tornadoes, with tsunamis. We would all be annihilated, and she would still be standing here. She would still be here. So it is not Mother Earth that needs saving. We need to save ourselves. We need to reconnect with ourselves, to reconnect with each other, to reconnect with the land. And that's what, in that moment, that is what I realized. And that's the message that I have to bring to everybody, because going down there, I became an ambassador for the Antarctic. So now I am in charge of spreading this message with everybody about why we need to preserve Antarctica, why we should care. And I also learned that the size of it is huge. Like, it's huge. And everybody in the world, there are over 7 billion people in the world, and each and every one of us are, metaphorically speaking, of course, in charge of a size of a football field. We all own a size of a football field. Everybody in the earth, down in Antarctica. And like just recently, there's a chunk of Antarctica that melted away and is floating to the iceberg graveyards that's the size of Italy. And it's like little by little, chunks are starting to dwindle away. And the first sign of climate change that I seen down there was on my first day there at that mountain when I met Robert, because the mountain that we went on, it was nothing but ice 20 years ago. That's what he said. And when we went there, there was no ice. There was no ice on the tips. So that was our first thing seen with our own eyes of climate change. And yeah, it's just crazy. So in that moment, that's what I realized, that we need to save ourselves. In order to save ourselves, to be here with the next 7 generations so they can not only survive, but thrive with Mother Earth. And that's what I do. This journey isn't about me, it's about the next 7 generations and beyond. I want to make sure that my nieces and my nephews have a place to live, and that they have food to eat, and that they're safe, because they don't have any kids. Next slide. And then the wildlife was crazy. It was absolutely bonkers to see little penguins coming right up beside you and just acting like you're not there. Like, they were not scared of us at all, any of the animals. We were in their territory, we were in their home, and they let us know. The penguins, they stink really bad, but they're super cute. Like, they're the cutest things ever, and they would just waddle around and come by you. And then some of them, they were furry. They had fur on them, but they were becoming adults. So you would see them smack themselves on on rocks and stuff, trying to get their feathers out, so they can be like penguins and go swim in the ocean. And then the seals, that one looks cute, right? He's sleeping, he's snoring. He was cute, but we got taken to this place called Deception Island, and it was an active volcano, and it erupts every 50 years. They calculated that it was 10 years, in the next 10 years it's gonna erupt again, so they're like, oh, it's safe, let's take them there. So we got to go walk around this place, and it's also called Whalers Bay. So back in the day, that's when the whales almost went into extinction, because they were harvested for their blubber. And that was the only place that was colonized in Antarctica, because they left everything there. They left the boilers, they left houses, they left everything there, and it was a historical site. But nobody lives there anymore, and those things aren't used. And nobody's allowed to hunt whales like that anymore, which is a good thing. But the seals ran rapid on that place. And it was just it was so surreal when I got there, because I felt like I reached the end of the video game. The end of a simulation. It was so crazy. It was seeing these seals with these big googly eyes just coming at you, and you're like, is this real life? I felt I was out of this world. It wasn't real, I was dreaming it. But it was real because those seals were nasty and they were really mean. And they try and come and bite you. Like, I swear, they try and come and like take a piece out of you. And so we were taught that you had to go like this. Like, you had to go like that in order to chase the seals back. So I was just like, scoot in! And I was just yelling around at them. And I would chase those little buggers back into the water because I was by myself. I wasn't with the group. I was always just like safely by myself. I was just like a little few steps behind them all the time. But the seals were crazy. Next slide. Oh, and this is another video. So we got to, from the boat, we went into little zodiacs, and we got to cruise around on the waters. And it was really cool. And so we just sat in front of this colony, and we were just sitting there. This colony full of penguins all over the place, and they're just living their best life. And it was like National Geographic, because like I'm such a nerd with that stuff. And it was really sad, but it was also really epic at the same time, because that bird, I seen it swoop down into like a little nest, and it took a little baby penguin. And it landed somewhere else, and I saw like getting ripped up and stuff, and I was just like, and we couldn't do anything. This circle of life, but it was really sad because everybody was like, and I was just like, oh my God, that's so epic. I felt like I was in my own little documentary series. So it was like that stuff. It was really cool to see with my own eyes, the wildlife. And all the cool things that happened, I never got it on video, never. Because I would just be living in a moment. Like when a humpback whale would be right beside us on the zodiacs and flip its tail to go under, I never got that on video. I didn't get the baby, I guess that's a good thing, but I didn't get that on video either. I didn't get the seals on video when they come at me, but these are memories that I have and like I live with. And I'm just so thankful that I got to experience all this. Can you go to the next one? So, you guys ever hear of the krill? Well, the krill are a keystone, and they are super important for this ecosystem. Not just Antarctica's ecosystem, but the whole world's ecosystem. So they play a very important part in water purification. So, and I don't know the science, I'm not a scientist, but this is the stuff that I learned while I was down there. And it's even in Happy Feet. I don't know what it is, they produce something. They produce something in the water that helps purify it and keep these ecosystems going. And there's food for everything in there, from the whales to the penguins to the seals to like other marine life to the birds. Absolutely everything rely on the krill. And if the krill go, Antarctica goes, and we all go. So they are very important to preserve. And so just educating other people about it is very important. So I took this video when we were on a volcano. It was made of ash. Well, it looks like sand, right? But that's all ash from an erupted volcano, which is really cool. And I'll get to that in a few minutes. Can I get to the next slide? So this is the view that I had while on it. And again, none of my pictures are filtered. This is just 100% from my phone. So I had a really good phone apparently. But you can see from the water, like from the glaciers, it's like the most bluest blue that you would ever seen. Like I've never seen blue like that in real life, like at all. And like that's exactly how it looks. And it was just so majestic. And another really cool thing, and everywhere in the ship said it was because of me. So like I just felt like I was loved. But we were in groups 1 and 2. I was group 1. And every time we got to go on the Zodiacs and do shore landings, we had the most beautiful weather. The sun would come peeking out. We would be, that's when we got to slide down the mountain and like everything like that. Like it was just we had the absolute most beautiful weather. I was hot most of the time. I hardly wore my jacket. People thought I was crazy, but like I was super hot. And group 2, nothing but storms, nothing but gray skies. It even rained one time when they were on a landing, which was really crazy because that was the first time that Robert ever seen it rain in Antarctica. Climate change. Next slide. Oh, you got to. It's a video. So this is me on the boat. Yeah, it's like we're going through a bunch of icebergs in the middle of Antarctica with all the glaciers. This was before our landing. This is when I just got to see, when we just seen Antarctica. And it was completely mind-blowing. I could not believe that those were real. And like that's just the tip. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Because like going under, they're so big and so massive. And like these are the chunks of pieces that are melting away. And I'm trying to zoom in so you can see, but you can't really see, but there's a bunch of blood on that snow. I don't know why I thought that was cool, but I wanted people to see blood apparently. Next slide. So yeah, so we got to do a bunch of landings like that. We got to zoom around on the boats. And it was really crazy because I met so many really cool people from around the world. And one of the coolest people that I met, his name was Jumper, or it's Adrian, Jumper Cross. And he just reminded me of my papa. He reminded me of my papa, Gordon. I don't know what it was about him, but he was old school. Like my papa was in the army. He did like a bunch of cool stuff. I always listened to his stories. And that's what Jumper was. Well, he wasn't in the army, he was in the Navy. So he sailed around the seas. He had so many cool stories. And he was one of the drivers for the Zodiacs, these little boats that we got to go on. And I always missed it. It's like there's a bunch of different team leaders, and I always missed him. And then when we were leaving Antarctica one day, I finally jumped in a boat with Jumper. And I was like, yes, I was so excited. And it was like, he took us on a death ride. It was so fun though, because we were the last people to leave Antarctica, and we were the first ones back on the boat. And there was like a bunch of us. There was like, 10 Zodiacs out at one time. And we beat them all back, and we went back drenched, because like we were out there, and we got to go see, the glaciers, and then look at the wildlife, like there are seals on them, and like all these cool different things out there, and just like, go explore. Anyways, it started snowing / raining. So then we're like, oh, we need to go back to the ship. So they're like, okay. And he just cruised. Like, he just went so fast. Everybody was just like curled up in one little ball, like just because they didn't like it. They felt like they were like scared and everything. And Jumper was just smiling, like just taking us zooming. And I knew he was just doing that. Like I knew he was just doing that. And it was the most funnest experience that I've ever had. And he just really made me think of my papa, because he was such a crazy driver. And he would do that like all the time. Just because he could. I don't know, it's just how he was. So Jumper was a really cool character. And in this chunk of ice, so there's this thing called black ice, and it looked black. It would be floating around in the water. And then they picked it up. And when we picked it up, it looked like a crystal. I don't know if you guys seen the video already, but that's me holding it. It looked like a crystal. And then the water is salty. It's nothing but salt water. And I don't know if I was allowed to, but I licked it. And it was the most purest water that I've ever tasted in my entire life. It wasn't salt water, but it tasted like, it came from like a mountain stream, spring water. It was the most purest water that I've ever tasted. And it was really cool. I don't know, my friend gave me heck for licking it, but it was like, I just had to, Curiosity. Next slide. So this is a view of the beginning of the iceberg graveyards. Because when you go down further, they break off in bigger chunks. And it's really sad. It's the icebergs melting. It's climate change. It's the rising of sea levels. It's, and the first time in my life I heard of climate refugees. I heard of war refugees, all that stuff, but that was the first time in my life that I heard that. And it's crazy because it's happening everywhere now. The rising sea levels are causing people to relocate and move from their homes because they're going to be underseas and underwater, or the wildfires, or there's droughts, you know, all that stuff. And yeah, that's why I went to Antarctica to go see it firsthand with my own eyes, the effects of climate change. Next slide. Oh, it's a video. It's just of a glacier. I thought it looked really cool. It looked like a cave. So I was like, I wonder what lives in there. And like everybody rolled their eyes at me and like, nothing lives in there. It's like, well, you don't know that. But yeah, like I just took a bunch of videos of things that I thought were cool, that looked really cool to me. But these are actual glaciers, big chunks of ice that have broken off of Antarctica. And they're just floating around in the sea or the ocean. I don't know which one it is. Next slide. And then this is me and my friend Mark. So when I talked to Robert about sharing my story, he said that you have to have a moment where it all started. And I said my moment was a heartbeat, because that's how I am. I'm Indigenous. You know, I live by the heartbeat ever since I was in my mother's womb, coming out and then being with community at POWs, the drums, the heartbeat. It's something that's always in my life. And this is my friend Mark. And randomly one day he asked me, would you ever go to Antarctica? And I said, in a heartbeat. I met Mark in a global climate initiative with oil and gas. And that's where I met him. And he's from Hong Kong. And he interviewed me for this Hong Kong UN report about Indigenous nations. And then one thing led to another, and the recruiters of the 2041 Foundation found that interview. And then they said that they wanted to interview me. And so I did. And then they said that anybody can apply to be part of it, but if you have a recommendation, you're in. And they're like, you have 2 recommendations. So I was like, all right, let's do this then. And then that's what my fundraising journey started. I hustled for an entire year. Next slide. And I finally made it to Antarctica, and it was beautiful. Next slide. And I met some of the coolest people in the entire world. This is Casey Rogers. She is the director of the Ellen Fund. Do you guys know who Ellen DeGeneres is? She's her right-hand woman, apparently. And she absolutely loved me. I taught everybody about Indigenous people here in Canada, because nobody knew about our water crisis situation. Nobody knew about the Indian Act. Nobody knew about the residential schools. Nobody knew about Every Child Matters, murder and missing Indigenous women, and the list went on and on and on. So I educated absolutely everybody. And I spent 2.5 weeks on that ship. And we had breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And every single day, somebody would ask to come sit with me so I can talk to them about my home, about my people, about our situations here, and how they can help. Because these people didn't know anything about us, about, you know, specifically like talking about my personal journey, and also why I advocate for these issues and why it's so important to me. And why Indigenous representation is important for the rest of the world. So Casey is going to be collaborating with me in the near future. She wants to sponsor me for an Indigenous Women's Initiative that the Ellen DeGeneres is starting. And I'm going to be using that for 7Gen, working towards 7Gen, which I will talk about really shortly. So next slide. And then these are more cool people that I met from all over the world. That's Jumper Cross, the old guy in the corner who reminds me of a papa. These are cool people from the United States and England, and they do a bunch of different climate initiatives all around the world. The couple that's on the volcano at the bottom, they are a venture capitalist and a lawyer. She owns her own law firm. And it had absolutely nothing to do with climate change or climate initiatives or anything, but because they talked with me every single day and wanted to learn more, now they're only going forward with projects that help to fight climate change and the climate crisis, and I completely helped change their worldviews so they would be allies and contribute to, preservation and all that stuff. Next slide. So that's what I did. Like, I just shared my message. And then I met the coolest person in the entire world. His name is Jack Harries. He's super famous. He is a climate activist. He has over 1 million followers on YouTube. He had an art exhibit at the last COP. Barack Obama was there, Leonardo DiCaprio, David Attenborough, all these big names. And he absolutely loved me and my message that I had. And all that I asked was him to share our story about Every Child Matters. I told him about the Indigenous babies that never got to make it home. I told him that there are still 128 schools out there that still need to be researched and looked at. I was like, so that number is just gonna keep growing. So I gave him a shirt and he posted it on his social media to spread awareness and to share that part of our story. Next slide. And then that's just me looking cool on the ship. Next slide in my jacket. Next slide. And then this is the coolest part. So on our last day in Antarctica, this is when we're gonna go back to the Drake's Passage, which is the worst waters in the world. We went down there, it was like I was constantly on a roller coaster. We went up and down, it was 20-meter height waves that had to go across on the ship. And I've never been on a boat, so I got seasick, and everybody was seasick, and it was crazy, and you had to sleep like you were on, like a vampire, because if you slept on your side, you would fall off your bed. Like, that's how bad the boat would rock. And they took us to this volcano that was erupted volcano. It was nothing but ash, and we did what was called the polar plunge. We got to go swim in the water if you're brave enough. And it was the coldest water I've ever been in. It felt like little daggers were hitting your skin. But the coolest part is that we had to run in the water ourselves. So we had to Baywatch it into the water and then dive under and then come back out. But the coolest part was the penguins were right beside us when we did it. So I literally swam with the penguins. Next slide. And then this is the last sunrise coming back on our ship, me and my friend Mark. And that's another picture from the trip from the photographer. The only ones that I was in, because I was always doing my own thing. Next slide. So that was my trip to Antarctica. And this is everything that I brought back. But I do all this stuff because of this program that I really believe in, which is called 7Gen, and I am the manager of it. So we are Indigenous Youth Council, and we are making an energy summit for Indigenous youth by Indigenous youth. And it's happening here at Dakota Dunes on September 8th to the 11th. And we are getting over 200 delegates, Indigenous delegates from all over the nation to come here, learn, and engage with the clean energy sector and energy itself. And I 100% believe in it because I went to the first 7Gen just as an artist. I was one of you guys just sitting out there listening to people talk, had absolutely no intentions to work in the energy industry or anything like that. And now I'm actually a champion of climate action, of Antarctica, of energy. And so it completely changed my life, and I believe in it so much. And so me and my team, that's what we're gonna do. Next slide. We're gonna change a bunch of lives. So this is the Indigenous, or the 7Gen Council. And we have plans for world domination in the best way possible, of course. So we are Indigenous youth from all over the nation, from different backgrounds, different walks of life, and we all came together to create this mission to uplift and empower Indigenous youth. And that's exactly what we're going to do in September, and we're super excited about it. And this is what I live for now, is empowering youth, and I know that this program is going to change a bunch of people's lives, and I cannot wait for it to happen. I just get goosebumps and get so excited thinking about it because it's going to be right here, so cannot wait for it. Next slide. And we created what is called Imagination. So Imagination, and I created that logo, by the way. I'm an artist. It's an Indigenous youth mentorship program. We fundraised a lot of money, and we got 12 cohorts across Canada to start their own clean initiatives within their own home communities. And we gave them $30,000 each. And so the projects are going on right now, and they're so amazing. One's like a sustainable boat. There's greenhouses, community gardens, tiny homes, solar panels, solar energy. So many cool, incredible things that the youth are doing. And that's why it's so important for us, Indigenous representation, especially the youth, to be in these spaces because they have innovating ideas, and they are the real change makers. And we haven't seen anybody else do this kind of work. And so that's why we all came together to create this, because we wanted to take our power back. And if nobody else is going to do it, then we're going to do it. So it's all about youth empowerment, about community, creating this sense of kinship, community, this family. And yeah, so next slide. So that's what I am. That's what I do. That's my journey in becoming the Auntie of Antarctica, which I have been nicknamed, or the Antarctic Auntie, because I'm the first First Nations down there, right? So there's no footprints. So every single First Nation Indigenous baby that goes down to Antarctica after me will always be my niece and nephew. So that's what I mean about building kinship, about that sense of family. That's what I truly believe in and what 7Gen believes in. So I'd like to thank each and every one of you for listening to my journey, and FNPA for giving me the opportunity to share my story. So thank you.
Show off your beautiful moccasins there. Yeah, those are really, really nice. On behalf of FNPA and our board of directors and all these lovely people here today, thanks very much for your courageous journey down there, and look forward to seeing what's in store for you into the future. So, yeah, awesome. Oh, yeah, let's get a picture, sure.
Hey, hey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on, guys. Let's give her a good round of applause. That was a lame clap. They must be tired, eh, guy? But hey, ninasko maos niksko. Wahiwegitu te tanakacha, as they'd say back home. That's an amazing trip. A lot of us would be a little nervous to go on, but kudos to this young lady from Kawakatus, Kinanaskum Tunan. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to now move on to our final panel presentation, which will be moderated by Mr. Guy Lonechild himself, and will come to a close shortly thereafter. But before we do that, we want to acknowledge our sponsors again: Federated Co-op, Enbridge, NB Power, SAS Power, and Terrestrial Energy, and all the other sponsors. I'm sure you've seen the ads on the big screens for all day, today, yesterday, but Natural Resources Canada, Nutrien, USNC, SIGA, and TC Energy as the terawatt sponsors. So let's give them a round of applause one more time. So with that, let's get Lyndon, as far as I know, Lyndon Listiza, I hope I pronounced that properly, Ran Narayansamy, Leslie McGill, and Ken Darlington. They all here, Guy? Yes. All right, here we go. Last panel. I'll now turn it over back to Mr. Guy Lonechild.
Thanks very much. And to Cannon and Brian, Cannon or Bill, who's going to come up from terrestrial? Cannon? Okay. We're going to be real quick. We're going to do everyone a favor today and get them on the road a bit early today. So thanks very much for that, Danielle Keeler. Proud Auntie Chief Leanne Keeler from Kawakatus First Nation. Are you still here? There she is, my good friend. Give her a round of applause. Geez, she's just newly elected to the Kawakatus First Nation just north of Regina. So fabulous, fabulous niece. Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. We're going to do a shotgun kind of approach, real quick, 1 to 2 minutes. Introduce who you are, the company you come from, and why you're here. What is the passion that drives you in terms of what you do each and every day? My good friend, Canon Brian, who is also Indigenous. Give him a round of applause for being Indigenous. Why that's important and why I put that out there, I hope I'm not embarrassing him at all, but he is one of the developers of small modular reactor technology in Canada. And so when we talk about Indigenous-led nuclear, he is it. And all of his company counterparts and everyone else that's here. So please give a warm welcome to Canon Brian Terrestrial Energy.
Thanks, Guy. I'm going to add a little bit of color to that statement. Yes, it's true I'm Indigenous, but I'm not Canadian First Nations. I'm Indigenous from South America on my mother's side, so that's where I come from. So, as Guy said, I'm Canon Brian. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of Terrestrial Energy. Also one of the founders of the company about 10 years ago. And Terrestrial Energy is a Canadian developer of SMR technology. And we're developing a Generation 4, so-called Generation 4 reactor system for deployment in Canada and elsewhere. And particularly for high temperature industrial applications as well as electric power generation, and in the so-called cogeneration space. And so we believe that there is a tremendous opportunity for Indigenous peoples all across Canada, but I think particularly in Western Canada, to leverage this incredible new technology that we have here in Canada and have a tremendous impact on climate, and but also to generate prosperity for Indigenous peoples at the same time. So I'm motivated by our mission to do that in Canada. I hope we get the opportunity to do that in Canada, and that's what drives me every day.
That's excellent. Ken Darlington, USNC.
I'm Ken Darlington. Whether Darlington's a good or a bad name for a nuclear guy, I'm not sure. I get the joke a lot, but no affiliation with OPG's Darlington nuclear plant in Ontario. I'm actually I come from the mining industry. I worked in mining, engineering, and construction for more than 20 years. So how did I end up in nuclear? And what motivated me to end up in nuclear is to build that bridge between nuclear as a potential solution for energy security and decarbonization and the end users who could benefit from that, like remote off-grid communities and mines. So that was really what attracted me to get involved. So anybody hoping for a deep dive in nuclear physics, they're not going to get it from me here today. But certainly happy to talk about that bridge and how small modular reactors can be a solution. Ultrasafe Nuclear is in the business of micromodular reactors, which are intended for off-grid and remote energy. It's a 15 megawatt thermal reactor, which is about enough to produce 5 megawatts of electricity. And we're in partnership with Ontario Power Generation. Partnership is called Global First Power. And together we're developing a micromodular commercial demonstration at Chalk River, Ontario. And it's currently the first and only micromodular reactor in formal licensing with the regulator. So we're pretty excited about making this happen in the late 2020s.
Excellent. Leslie.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie McGilp. I'm the Vice President of the Energy Division at the Saskatchewan Research Council. I'm from here. I grew up in Saskatoon, and I'm so thrilled to be out at Dakota Dunes. I think it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. So thank you for having us here. SRC does applied research and development. Our focus is on the technology and how we can help move things forward. We strive to be the catalyst for your energy transition. We'll meet you where you are. If you need to just get started and you need a weather station, we can do that for you. We've been involved from the beginning in the Cowasys project. It's been mentioned a couple of times. But our work today spans many other types of energy. We go right from enhanced oil recovery. We're working in hydrogen, and we are also working in micromodular reactors. We have signed an MOU with Westinghouse to bring the first Evinci reactor in Canada to Saskatchewan by the end of the decade. So looking forward to the conversation. Lots of things we can talk about today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Ran.
Thank you. I just want to say, I'm the President CEO of PTRC. I think Milton said, hey, did you pronounce my last name right? I said, don't worry about it, because you know what, you can do as much as you can. Like, it's a very long last name. I go by Ran. I just want to share the story. I was in Sandy Bay. I think Wayne Rood is here. He was with me too that time when I spent time at SAS Power. So we were having a community meeting there, and there was a very important meeting. And someone from the back stand up and said, good to see an Indian working for Indians. So I am also Indian. So I never forget that. I think it's Tim Underwood. He was the counselor there that time. He stand up and said, so I'm very honored to be here. I want to acknowledge that PTRC is in Treaty 4 land, homeland of Métis, and also I'm happy to be in Treaty 6. So PTRC, so we are carbon capture, utilization, and storage experts. We've been in business for last almost 24 years, 25th year coming. And the couple of very important projects we were part of. One is the Webb and Midale enhanced oil recovery, where there's almost 42 million tons of CO2 injected for enhanced oil recovery. And the other major project is the Akistore, which is in Estevan, where we are taking the carbon from the Boundary Dam plant, where we are keeping it permanently stored. There is almost 438,000 tons of CO2 stored in the site. And also I want to acknowledge Leslie, she's on my board, and also we work very closely with SRC and University of Regina. So we are a research and development organization. So basically what we do is we want to make sure that CCUS is one of the part of the energy mix. We talked about a lot of great smart energy here. I want to highlight, without CCS, it's very hard to achieve 2050 net zero. Thank you.
Excellent. Lyndon.
Hi, my name is Lyndon Wasitsa, and I'm with a company called Toronto. First, I just wanted to, thank Guy and Braden, as well as Rebecca, for being able to accommodate me and get me up on stage. I really appreciate that. I just want to say that I'm very thankful to be able to attend the conference. Our company is a little bit different in the sense that we don't have technology that goes forward. I prefer to think of it as technology that goes backwards. And we do decarbonization through natural-based solutions, and primarily done through afforestry, so forestation projects, as well as regenerative ag projects. We currently operate throughout Latin America. We've been in operation there since 2019. And I guess what gets me up in the morning and really excites me is the ability to make meaningful, lastful, and impactful change for a lot of landowners that are currently operating in Mexico who might go the other route and actually do harm to the earth, as opposed because they're required to for their economic to provide for their families. And we're providing them with an option to do the other aspect, which is to go out and do, I guess, conservation projects on the land that they, conservation projects that allow them to provide for their families in a meaningful way. Without having to go and destroy the earth. So we work with hundreds and hundreds of landowners throughout Mexico. We currently have 1 million acres that we've worked to conserve in the rainforest throughout Mexico. We have a large number of corporate partners, including Unilever, AB InBev, which is Anheuser-Busch, Coca-Cola, Grupo Modelo, groups like that who are looking to offset and reach carbon neutrality, and they have ESG goals and criteria that they want to meet and targets that they set. So what we do is we work with those corporations and we find out a path for them to achieve net zero. And they're all looking for ways that they can do it in a sustainable manner. And then what we do is we work and partner with landowners, and we try to develop projects that will meet the needs for these corporations. There's a demand for this, and we find that if we can coordinate and work with these partners, that we can actually develop these solutions for these corporations because they need the solutions. And quite often, they know they need it and they don't know how to get there. And I think that's where the opportunity lies. And very much like those companies that know that they have a goal and don't know how to get there, I guess we're in the same boat as a corporation, as a company, Toronto. We know that we need to do more, and we need to work in the act of reconciliation, economic reconciliation. And I guess I come here today, I guess with an open heart and mind going, I would like to learn more about how we can achieve that as personally as a company. And I ask everyone in the room here for help as we try to meet our goals. So
that's excellent. So carbon neutrality, that's a very interesting concept studied by the United Nations, and every energy producer on planet Earth today is struggling with that very, very problem. What is your perspective? I'll go to my good friend Rand. What is your perspective in terms of carbon neutrality, and what is it going to take for industry like the oil and gas sector to get there when oil and gas isn't going away tomorrow? So often we say it's wind and solar and nuclear and nothing else, but at the same time, we're still driving our cars. We're still having to jump on a plane to go to Vancouver and this and that. What is it going to take for us to attain carbon neutrality and minimize the planet that's warming from 1.25 degrees to 1.5 degrees? And have you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you, Guy. I just want to, it's a great question actually. Like, if you are here in the crowd here, like if you ask anyone next to each other, if you ask about like wind and solar, FNPA did a great work on even flare gas, and people know about it. When it comes to carbon capture, utilization, and storage, even my wife doesn't know what I do sometimes, because that's where the lack of awareness is very important. When you want to achieve net zero, 2050, whatever, 2030 targets, 2035, there's many targets. We are not going to move ahead if you don't have a smart energy component mix, which should include, the nuclear is coming very strong. I'm so happy SMRs are, and also the CCUS, even COP26, it clearly mentioned that you need to have CCUS as part of the mix to achieve the targets. And when it comes to oil and gas, the Saskatchewan is the best kept secret in terms of enhanced oil recovery. There is 42 million tons of CO2 injected and produced oil. It's a closed loop system, and the SRC is the expert here too. So PTRC was part of that. And when I go out to different countries, when I talk about what Saskatchewan and Canada did in terms of a permanent storage, it's a best kept secret. People don't understand. So it's not new. So we have a solution here in Saskatchewan. And oil and gas, I was in India, I was in Abu Dhabi. So there are more cars. There is almost like, 100,000 cars, new cars are registered every day in Asia. So there is a demand. But we can produce sustainable oil, but we have all the mix, like wind, solar, and CCUS, and nuclear. And even we are working on a research using CO2 geothermal, like how we can use CO2 for a geothermal electricity production. And also we are looking at some greenhouses using CO2, how we can. So there is quite a bit of work we are doing. So I think one thing, main thing is the awareness, the people awareness, the coffee shop conversation, even this conversation here. And also the most important thing is we need to involve indigenous communities, and indigenous economies are very, very important. You know, PTRC is committed to TRC 92, so we are a PAR CCAB committed. And also I want to say Ryan here from Sweetgrass First Nation is taking a picture. He's the first indigenous employee of PTRC. I want to acknowledge him too. So we need to walk the talk, and we need to work with the indigenous organizations and communities to be part of a decarbonization solution.
That's excellent. Thanks very much. Very good. Wow. And by the way, these questions aren't pre-arranged. These are impromptu questions I'm putting to these very distinguished panel. We hear about coal replacement from Troy King from Sass Power, and talk about the number of megawatts and the challenges that we have here in Saskatchewan and places like Ontario and Alberta who have done that and are doing it and continue to find new solutions in terms of a transition fuel from coal to natural gas and then on to other cleaner sources like hydrogen as an enabler. Leslie, can you maybe comment a little bit about what SRC is doing in terms of enabling this energy transition to become a reality into the foreseeable future, and what opportunities may exist with Indigenous communities and industry partners that might be interested in hearing what you have to say and do?
Sure. So we've always been involved with this space, I think, for many, many years. We used to have a team called Alternative Energy. We created the first hydrogen-fueled truck in the world. But right now, our focus is really around the strategy of energy transition, and we've worked through this in different areas. So we've did some internal strategic work to look at how we can leverage microgrids and smart grids to move energy transition forward. And we've done that with nuclear and with hydrogen. And each of these options that we talk about, they each have their place, and it will be different for different regions. We won't have the same solutions as Brazil or Saudi Arabia. Saskatchewan has its own unique mix, and even across the country, there's variation in wind profiles and solar profiles, so our energy mix will be different. But we're looking at Saskatchewan, of course. We're happy to work with other people, and we do. But we're thinking about what Saskatchewan needs and what we can focus on here. And so some things that I see coming that are new, that we haven't talked about that much here, is hydrogen. So hydrogen is an important solution for difficult to abate activities. We will have electric vehicles for our cars, but for heavy haul trucks, for trains, for mining vehicles, the batteries are so heavy that it's not a good option. And that's where hydrogen starts to come in, hydrogen fuel cell. But it's a very hard technology to get started because you need the production and you need the demand, or the economics are going to fall apart. So we're doing a study now for the Regina Moose Jaw Industrial Corridor region on whether a hydrogen hub would make sense in that area. It's a techno-economic study. On the microreactor side, we're looking at how the Evinci technology could be applied in Saskatchewan, and we see numerous applications for it. And with the pre-engagement work we've been doing with local Indigenous groups on that topic, I'm just amazed every conversation we come up with more different possible ways that the Evinci technology could be leveraged in Saskatchewan. It's particularly ideally suited to remote applications such as a remote mine or remote community, but it can also be leveraged for things like a steam-assisted gravity drainage operation in oil and gas. It could be leveraged for distributed hydrogen production, and so we're pretty excited about how that technology could help us move forward with net zero in Saskatchewan, and we're working to see how we can deploy the technology more effectively and rapidly so we can get it out there to really make a difference and move the dial.
Excellent. Great. Ken, this is for you. Since you've come from the mining sector, we heard from a good friend of ours, Don Duranje, a little bit about what we can learn from the mining sector in terms of ensuring that the environment is something that we keep in mind, the employment and supply chain opportunities in terms of its application to the nuclear sector. We see a significant amount of challenges in terms of energy security around the world when it comes to turning coal plants back on and natural gas plants, and almost a reversal because of international and geopolitical issues. What do you feel is the opportunity to move forward with your technology and its application to the Indigenous communities? And how do we best maximize the opportunity for your company, and where do you see that growth happening?
Well, I guess the first thing I would say is, and it was said yesterday, that the nuclear industry and the energy industry tends to be speaking amongst itself and being in agreement. And events like these are a great start, but we need to get into the communities and we need to have meaningful conversations. And I think it was Ken Hartwick who said yesterday, we need to do a lot of listening and a little bit of talking. And I think to make a real impact for the communities in Saskatchewan and elsewhere, that's the first thing, is to actually listen and understand what the needs are, and then to provide enough information so people can make their own informed opinions as to the pros and cons of the technology, because there's no perfect solution. And it's also not a competition between wind versus solar versus nuclear versus carbon capture. It's an all hands on deck emergency, right? So getting all of these technologies together and coming with an approach to help Indigenous and other communities and remote mining projects, it has to be a consolidated effort between all the different technology providers and the people who are going to make those projects a reality. Another interesting thing about micromodular reactors is that they can, because you have secure energy at a certain price for 10, 20 years or longer, eliminating the risk of diesel supply as well as the carbon emitted can flip the economics of a project. And that can bring new economic opportunities into regions of the province where maybe the mining project was too marginal or there was too much risk with energy supply. And that can be changed, and it can create economic growth there as well.
Excellent. We know that coal mining and our effects on the earth and the areas where we site these coal plants really take a lot out of the local environment, leading to the eutrophication of freshwater in those regions. Maybe Cannon, just talk a little bit about what the footprint looks like for a nuclear plant that might be grid tied, and what's the difference between the footprint that nuclear might provide versus other more land intensive and water intensive technologies.
Okay, I'll try. I'm a numbers guy, so I'm gonna throw some numbers at you all, and maybe that'll give you a sense of the scope. So one of my favorite numbers is a comparison of the energy potential of a hydrocarbon compared to the energy potential of uranium fuel. So one molecule of hydrocarbon, when it releases its energy, is equal to, sorry, I got it the wrong way around. One uranium fuel molecule is equal to 200 million times one molecule of hydrocarbon. So the energy density of uranium, of nuclear fuel, is so almost inconceivably large compared to hydrocarbons. I think that really gives you a sense of the certainly footprint when it comes to actual land use, but actually it's also indicative of other things like water use, which is much less as well, materials usage when it comes to actually building the plant. All these things are actually rated by the United Nations, and I think you referenced that report yesterday when you were speaking. That report was put out by the UNECE, which is the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. And they put out this life cycles emissions report for all energy sources last year, and no surprise to people in the nuclear industry, but maybe a big surprise to everybody else, nuclear energy was rated as the lowest life cycle emissions of GHG emissions of all energy sources at 5.1 to 6.4 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour on a life cycles basis. So it compares favorably to every other energy source, including solar, wind, hydro, geothermal. It's incredible. It's incredible, right? And the other things that were covered in the report were things like materials usage, where, yes, nuclear is on top there as well. Again, no surprise to the nuclear industry, but maybe a big surprise to the rest of the world. And yes, also water use, land use. So when we're talking about an energy transition, and you take into account this energy density, I mean, from my perspective, and I think a lot of people in the nuclear industry, we're all kind of on the same drugs, I think, and we're in this like different worldview than the rest of the world. I mean, I view it as an inevitability. The energy transition, you know, we went from human energy to animal energy to fire to firewood, and you know, and on these energy transitions. So we're currently in the hydrocarbon era of energy, and to my mind, there is only one logical transition now, which is to go largely from a society that's dependent on hydrocarbons. 80% of global energy is hydrocarbon, to a world which is largely dependent on nuclear because of that energy density and all the other factors, low emissions, low materials usage, and so on. But those are all a function of energy density. So to answer your question, you know, the energy infrastructure that we can have that could be a world in which the land footprints are vanishingly small, especially compared to the types of plants we have today. I mean, natural gas plants are already pretty small, but nuclear power plants can be even smaller, and the water use can be less, and so on. And the materials use, that's a big one, of course. That's really important because we don't want to rape and pillage the earth to create these contraptions that are making our energy. So, you know, we talk a lot about solar and wind and how, you know, we're using the resources that are free and just exist out there. But let's be careful about that. Let's not overlook the fact that, hey, those solar panels have to be built by the billions, right? And they don't grow on trees, right? They have to be manufactured out of chemicals and metals and materials that are mined, and unfortunately at some places that don't have the best mining practices. And so let's just let's keep all of these things in mind. And you know, even with solar and wind, when you think the fuel is all free, the actual contraptions themselves that have to be built, and the materials uses that go into those on a per kilowatt hour basis is actually more than nuclear. So,
very good. He's so smart, he already knew the answer, or he knew the question I was trying to ask. So I'm going to kick it back to all of you now in terms of a couple of questions for the panel. Are there any questions that anybody might have? Yes, sir.
My name is Jose Condor. I work for the Center for the Study of Science and Innovation Policy, UOS. More than a question, I have a comment. Before, I have to say that I worked for over 10 years in CCS in Alberta and Saskatchewan. We conducted a study on public participation of several energy technologies in Saskatchewan and Ontario. One of the conclusions was that CCS has one of the lowest preferences. Regardless of which technology has more support or more opposition, I want to highlight the importance of public engagement, of public education. One of the previous speakers mentioned that all technologies are important, are needed. So it is good that we talk about SMR, CCS, renewables, but we have to continue engaging public, continue the public education. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think that's key to that is public and stakeholder engagement, Indigenous engagement, and how we must, as a society, turn on the ears, if we will, in terms of instead of doing all the talking and talking amongst ourselves, is we really have to do a much better job in Canada. What can we do as an organization to broaden that and broaden the audience? Because we always hear the nuclear sector will talk amongst themselves, the oil and gas sector will talk amongst themselves. What can we do differently on that note? Maybe we'll go to Leslie. What can we do differently?
Well, I think we're already starting to think quite differently. I've heard so much about ESG lately, and then recently IESG, which is a phenomenal additional concept I'm rolling around in my head now after the past couple of days. And it really resonates with me, putting that lens on it. I think Indigenous people are very connected to the land, they're very connected to their communities, and they bring a different perspective as a result. And that perspective is just so valuable in understanding how we move forward with these challenges. The way we have traditionally made decisions in our society has been very economics driven. We have these tools, discounted cash flow models, and there's flaws in these approaches. The abandonment costs of any activity are at the end of life. And with the discounted cash flow model, if you bring that back to today, it's meaningless. It doesn't have any value. But as we all know, when you get to end of life, the actual cost of abandoning anything can be a lot higher than you originally envisioned it would be. So I think we need new models to help us make decisions. I'm very attracted to the generational thinking of our Indigenous culture as a place to look to. And so I think this is a dialogue. I think it's we need to work together and make really thoughtful decisions around energy transition and how we move forward. The environmental impacts, the social impacts, the legacy of what we're doing need to be considered alongside the economics. And I think we have to run the economics. We still have to do that. But we have to recognize the flaws in what that information shows us on its own and incorporate a broader set of information in our decisions.
Excellent. Any other questions from the audience? Paula.
Hi. I just was wondering if any of you have any plans for engaging and recruiting Indigenous youth.
Okay, recruiting Indigenous youth. One of the things that we've heard, and Paula has heard, is if you want to engage us, hire us. Bring us into your company. And we've heard things like conversations happening between Ontario Power Generation and SAS Power about bringing people together, even if it means taking them to Ontario for a good number of years to learn what on OPG's experience is all about. What can we do, or what can you do in terms of promoting Indigenous advancement into your company? Not just at the entry level, but what do we need to do to accelerate TRC number 92, and how can we take Indigenous participation and engagement to a new level? Who wants to tackle that first?
No, I think that's a great question. That's close to my heart. I think the most important thing recently we did is we partnered with the FNPA and also with the Toronto, that we did a presentation to SAS Polytechnic students, like about what are the opportunities. Because before you're hiring, you want to show the opportunity too. You have to get the people interested. So right now, I'm not seeing we are doing enough awareness in even high school level to get them people interested. Because we are talking about this here, high-level concepts, but we are not looking here, what are the root causes, right? So we need to deep into the root, and we have to look at that, how we can engage, how we can even FNPA, like FNU universities and Saskatchewan Institute of Polytechnic and SIT, how can we engage? They can go to the high schools and engage the students and get into that. Right now, if you're looking at the technology workforce, they're saying there's not enough people. So, and again, like, you just don't want to hire, sorry to say that, and I've done a lot of work with the indigenous communities, is like when it comes to labor, they talk about, indigenous communities can work in the labor. That's not the right thing. We should look at how to change that perspectives. We have to go to the schools and curriculums, and we have to add that and say, this is the opportunity for everyone. It's not only you have done this, how I'm get there. So you have to get them into the very bottom of the level. We need to start engaging the school level to get people interested. Even FNU University is doing a great work. Even one of my staff, he's from FNU University, Ryan. You can see a lot of FNU University graduates are leaders in the community in Saskatchewan now. We need to resonate the story. We need to create some more role models, and we need to go to the schools and get them. We have to start there, because we can talk about it. We can get them into kind of like programs like apprentices and stuff. But if you really want to get into the upper management, we need to start here. I think there is no tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? We have to start today. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very good. Question? Yes.
Hi. I believe that you have a chance to look at the European experience with a small nuclear reactor, and they are saying that this technology is still not up to the mark economically feasible. So in that case, like, may you just give some information like how community will always, they will be always doing this trade-offs between different options. So that is a small nuclear plant is coming, the other option, but they're not in there. They have tried many years in Europe. So I was looking at that document. They are not saying that it is still economically feasible. Thank you.
Okay, anybody want to take that one? Okay. Go ahead.
Just a quick response to that, if I understood the question correctly. I happen to believe that small nuclear reactors, particularly high temperature SMRs, today are at the same place where personal computers were in like the mid-1970s, right? Nobody really knew what they were. Nobody owned one. Nobody was producing them. People's idea of computers were, these giant boxes that fill an entire room. There's no way anybody would ever want one of those in their home or on their desk. And within 20 years, there was a personal computer in every home, every school desk, every office desk. Honestly, and this is actually, I think I'm going to have a little bit of a sermon here, because I think there's an element to this conference that is really kind of, I think, overlooked and not discussed. And it's positive, it's not negative. But I think that going back to our last presenter on the icebergs, I think what's been discussed at this conference in terms of the opportunity for SMRs, but also for other clean energy technologies as well, is it's the tip of the iceberg. What we're talking about is the tip of the iceberg. So let's just look at one element alone, which is the oil production of Canada. I think it's about 4.9 million barrels a day, right? That is a lot of emissions that have to go away by, 2050? And what other energy sources there out there that's going to have that scalability to be able to decarbonize all of that production. I honestly, if I tax myself, I can't think of one. So I think the opportunity is just a billion times bigger than anything that's been discussed at this conference over the last couple of days. And guess what? That opportunity exists in Alberta. It exists on Indigenous lands. There's a real, so I think the oil and gas sector, someone here is from PTAC, right?
PTRC.
Oh,
Petroleum Technology Research Center.
Right, okay. So, I mean, I'm not suggesting that the oil companies have to be bankrupted and put out of business. Absolutely not. That's not the point. The point is to have an energy transition. So the oil companies will become energy companies, and the energy companies will deploy the energy modalities that we need. And I think a major way that they're going to do that is by transitioning to high temperature SMRs. And I don't know what the ownership is of the oil sands companies, but I'm willing to bet that it's probably not very high in terms of Indigenous ownership. So what we have right now is a bit of a tabula rasa, an opportunity for the Indigenous people to participate at the ground level of this Mount Everest opportunity, and thanks to the vision of people like Guy Lonechild, who has really embraced this technology, I think is one of the few visionary people that I've talked to in the energy space. There's a real opportunity to position Indigenous people far more equitably with real ownership and meaningful involvement in the next energy, the energy future. So, sorry, I think I've gone off topic a bit, but I wanted to get that off my chest because it was really bothering me a little bit about this conference. So.
Can I add to the comment?
Absolutely. Give him a round of applause. He's not afraid to say it. Okay, go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, just a perspective from the off-grid side of things and economic feasibility. There are studies out there now, and our own cost models show that SMRs, micromodular reactors, would be competitive with diesel in a remote location in early commercialization. Today, I mean, that would have been a good statement a year ago, and today probably even better statement given where the fossil fuel industry is going. And we actually see the economics of SMRs following the trend that renewables did. So if you were to look at wind and solar 20 years ago, for instance, and where they've came through repeatability of design is a key factor in SMRs. Like traditionally, large-scale nuclear projects are one-offs, and the complaint is always they're long on schedule, they go over budget. Now you've got commercial demonstrations that are coming out, and it's going to demonstrate that a repeatable design can be built economically, deployed economically. And the other example I would look at is electric vehicles. Like Tesla, maybe the first Tesla sold for $80,000. Well, it didn't cost $80,000 to build that Tesla. They had an enormous amount of government support in getting off the ground. And before that whole industry came out, the comment was electric cars are too expensive. The infrastructure is too difficult to keep these things charged on the road. And now today, we see charging centers everywhere. Infrastructure is following that trend. And I think the same will be the case with the infrastructure required for the supply chain for SMRs, and that the economics will continue to improve.
Excellent. Question from the audience.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Karen Chung, and I'm here from the BCTF, which is the BC Teachers Federation. So I live and reside and work on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. And my question is, we've been hearing a lot about that we need education. We need this to be in curriculum. We need to, we need workers who are trained. And right now I hear a gap between we need in the curriculum and we need to get the students. And my question to you is, what investment do you see that you could do as organizations and leaders in this work to build capacity in teachers to actually be able to teach their students this and know about net zero in a fuller capacity, knowing that they are experts in their field as educators, but not experts in energy or resource management, economics necessarily? how do we invest in teachers and actually support that education and that end game of having trained workers? Thank you.
Wonderful, key. Give a round of applause for that question. That is so key. I'm going to just leave it open to any of the panelists who want to take that one on.
So I've been having a lot of conversations about nuclear education lately. Some really encouraging offerings from Eastern Canada in terms of helping us get started, and a real recognition that we need to build it here. That we don't want to import the people that are going to work in this industry. We want people here to learn and develop and be part of it. And so we've had some great conversations about the UNINI model, which is a group of universities in Ontario that offers a Master's of Nuclear Engineering program. Some great conversations about how to build it into trades. And interestingly, as we continue the conversation, it starts to get more to younger and younger people. And we've even started talking about the Science Center and the Nutrient Wonder Hub as a way of reaching out to students. I got some great ideas from yesterday's conversation in terms of curriculum development camps and programs that are already in existence that we can likely partner with and bring out this way. I think we need to engage more teachers in the conversation about how we bring this to the classroom. That's not my area of expertise for sure. But definitely the conversation has started. It's such an opportunity because we're at the beginning of a new industry, so we're all starting from the same place. But we got to start young, and we have to engage youth into wanting to be part of the solution to energy transition. Emphasize they need their STEM classes. Don't give up on math. You really got to keep working on that kind of thing. It's happening, but it's just starting, and it's a great time to keep talking about the best way to do it.
That's excellent. Any more questions before we round this panel out? Yes, go, Jill.
Hi, it's Jill Baker from Canadian Nuclear Association. Not so much a question, but for the panel, but for anyone in the room. CNA developed some curriculum around nuclear, and we don't know what to do with it. We don't feel we're the right body to own it, but we've got it. So if anybody wants to take it and do something with it, come talk to me. Okay. Thanks.
My new best friend.
Excellent. You've got a couple of takers here. Thank you, Jill. Okay, yeah, to the back, Mr. Joshua.
I've got a question for Lyndon, not really related to SMRs, but decarbonization. In your opinion, do you think advanced agriculture methods like vertical farming will have a real impact on carbon dioxide levels?
In my personal opinion, I don't believe that they will have a huge impact. I think they have a greater impact in creating urban centers where you can develop food that doesn't have the logistics that is required to go to bring that food to market. I think that's the huge potential for vertical farming myself. So I do think there's a potential to decarbonize there. But when it comes into terms of carbon capture and storage, I think there is a huge potential, especially to develop projects around either afforestation or regenerative agriculture that will, be able to not only decarbonize, but build and provide greater access to ecosystems. It comes back to education as well. I think it would be a really neat idea if we could, work with First Nation communities and have a connection to the land where the classroom is the land. Why not? Why not build these and rejuvenate the land that you're on where the school is? You can have kids that go out and participate in that, go out onto the land, you can see that connection. We can build that, recreate the flora, the fauna that used to be there and has been decimated due to clearing the land 100 years ago for agricultural purposes. Was that the best use of that land now currently for agricultural purposes? I would argue no. Often it is marginal land at best from a productive capacity, and I think there's a better use for it. Those are the kind of things that I see can bring real impact and have positive externalities, not just to develop carbon capture, but a whole host of other attributes that are positive to the community and also viewed positively from a corporate perspective, so that they want to invest into this and they want to create this. So that's I guess my 2 cents on that.
Excellent. Final comments. We're going to go to Rand, to Leslie, to Ken, and then to Cannon for final closing comments on the panel.
No, thank you, Guy. I just want to say, you know, what I'm seeing is the future leaders and the current leaders and the present leaders. This is the people, if we have to hit net zero in Canada, you are the one going to do it, including all of us here. So I think we all have to work together. Like the energy mix is very important. So we need to have all the mix and also all the people. I think more collaboration is going to create real opportunity for all of us. Instead of, you know, having one technology is better than other, better to have all technologies and look at the pros and cons and how we can work together. Especially, again, I want to say is having Indigenous economy and working with Indigenous communities and the people is very, very important in Canada. Without that, we are not going to achieve net zero. So I think it's very, very important to keep reminding ourselves as, because like Leslie mentioned, Indigenous people are the keepers of the land. So we need to work with them, understand and all the consequences and how we can develop a positive energy mix and make sure we achieve the target. Thank you.
Excellent. Give them, yeah.
I'm just so grateful that I was able to be here, and Guy, thank you for inviting us, and I learned a great deal from listening over the past few days. I look forward to more conversations, but I think that this has been just a fantastic event for knowledge sharing and learning and you know, getting to the heart of what some of the issues are that we're stuck on. And I mentioned early on, SRC works on getting technology unstuck, but that's not the only thing we have to get unstuck. And so hopefully we can work together to move that forward. Thank you.
Ken.
Since COVID kind of toned down and opened up and the conferences started getting back, I think this is probably the fifth conference or sixth conference I've been to since March. It's been extremely busy, and I have to say with all sincerity that this has been the most enriching event so far that I've attended since COVID ended. It opened my eyes to many things. Listening to the voices and the perspectives, I think was an eye-opener for me and an important one for what we're trying to achieve with working with Indigenous communities and working towards decarbonization and net zero in a collaborative manner. So thanks, Guy, and the FNPA. We're proud members of the FNPA for a couple of years now, I think, and we're looking forward to continuing that relationship and the cooperation to move things ahead. So thanks again.
Cannon.
Thanks. I'm going to end mine by making an appeal to all the folks in the audience, and particularly the Indigenous folks in the audience, and particularly Indigenous youth, and in fact all youth, to please have vision, be visionary about what the future of energy can look like. Okay, the world that we're in today, here's some more numbers for you. It's about 80% powered by fossil fuels. That's electricity, that's industrial heat power, and that's transport power. A lot of those things can be driven by, yes, high temperature nuclear, doing things like making synthetic fuels out of carbon capture, and try to envision a world in which a high temperature SMR is at every wastewater treatment facility, providing cost-effective wastewater treatment, at every metals recycling facility, at every protein production facility, at every SAG-D operation, and on and on and on and on. All these things are entirely possible when you have a low-cost, high-temperature, zero-emission energy system. So I would invite you all to please have that vision, get excited about that vision, and go and pursue it, because we need all of you to participate so that we can create this future for ourselves, this clean future where the vast majority of the land is untouched and is available for nature to be as it was before people got here and screwed it up.
Thank you very much. Very good. So insightful, and the challenge has been put by all of these distinguished panelists, friends, and everyone that I would dearly call a friend. And thank you very much for your kind words. First Nations, again, want to be a part of something that is an emerging sector area. Energy is this is just the start of the conversation. So I really do appreciate each and every one of you in terms of your reaching out and even being up here today. And so at this time, maybe what I'd like to do is to bring one of the board of directors from FNPA up here, if we could. Whomever is still here, put your hands up if you're still here and be recognized. Chris Ball, you're here. Yeah. Who else? Albert? I think I saw Albert here. Thalia, come on up. Come on up. This is our newest board of director at First Nations Power Authority. She is a geophysicist out of Calgary, Alberta. Please welcome Thalia. And we'll just get you to hand the, all the nice little gifts here.
Cannon, okay. Cannon. Thank you so much. And Lyndon?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And then Ron?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Ken?
Thank you.
Thank you. And Leslie? Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks again. And I think we've come to a close. I think the conference wrap-up, are we leaving that to me or you? Yeah? Because I covered you last night. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, let's get a photo here. Sure. Thank you very much again. Okay, I'm going to ask that all of the FNPA consultants and staff please stand up and be acknowledged, because without you, this would not have happened. So please stand up. So way on the left is Noel. Noel Voikin is the former Chief Executive Officer of Northwest Territories Power. He's the project lead for our Small Modular Reactor Action Plan Indigenous Advisory Council. Please give Noel a round of applause. Standing beside him is Mr. Guy Bruce. This other guy. We're still looking for the third guy. So instead of Daryl, Daryl, and Daryl, we're going to do Guy, and a third guy. So we still haven't found the third guy yet. Former Planning and Sustainability Vice President of Saskatchewan Power Corporation. We're so pleased and honored that he has been with us for over 3 years now. So give him a round of applause if you wouldn't mind. Certainly learn a lot from everybody that chooses to come to work with us. Mr. Tom Kischuk at the back there, please give a wave. Former President and CEO of Hitachi Canada, is that right? Yeah. Vice President of Federated Cooperatives here in Saskatoon. So learning a lot from Mr. Tom. Tom is on a number of files for us in terms of along with Guy, the lead for the working group on the renegotiation of the master agreement. So Guy and Tom were in very good hands with them in terms of what is around the corner for utility scale opportunities and other type of energy efficiency, demand side management programs, amongst everything else that we've talked about here today. So give him a round of applause as well. Mr. Tom Kischuk. And at the back, Joshua Thomas. He's got all the tools there. He's an engineer in training, soon to be a professional engineer. When? The next few months? 3 months from now, he will be a full-fledged engineer from the Kiniston Saulteaux Nation and is in charge of our community energy planning, energy efficiency, and amongst of other host of other special projects, helping to decarbonize Saskatchewan's infrastructures, namely institutions, buildings, and communities. So give him a round of applause if you would as well. Alexandria Shrake, wave your hand. From our Calgary office. We don't have an office yet. We did, but we're going to locate on Tsuut'ina Nation, and also a geophysicist by trade, comes from the oil and gas sector, 10 years from Chevron, was it? Chevron, yeah. Anyway, she does a lot of the technical support, GIS, mapping, public policy, everything and everything. She always says that no task is too small or too big. And so she fills in the gaps where I kind of screw up, so she's helping out there in that sector, but also in many other aspects of FNPA, everything FNPA. So we really do appreciate her dedication and yeah, her support out of Alberta. So give her a round of applause if you would, please. Our newest consultant, Dave Cascardin. Give a wave. And he comes from Calgary, Alberta. Do you make your home in Canmore or Calgary? Calgary, okay. So the challenge is that we may not have had some of the as robust experience in terms of utility scale. Solar development comes with a number of years of experience, even though he looks so young. I don't know how old he is, but he's got a lot of utility scale solar experience. We're looking for, from Dave, sort of the design of Indigenous procurement and policy and eventual deployment of larger scale solar in Saskatchewan, around the 100 megawatts or up to 100 megawatt scale. We've learned so much from other companies like PCL Construction, who've developed larger scale solar in the province of Alberta, and what is the art of the possible here in Saskatchewan with our set-asides, and of course our opportunities for other deployment. So give him a round of applause in terms of his expertise. Formerly with Saturn Power, and developed Saskatchewan's first 10 megawatt utility scale project for the province. So welcome to the team. Where else? Harry, I want to butcher his name too. Macaverta? Okay, anyways, you heard a lot about Harry, and I'm learning a lot from Harry, just sitting in the odd meeting with him. Comes with just a tremendous amount of insight and passion and commitment. And so you heard a little bit about his foray into FNPA and energy efficiency. We're looking forward to working with 70 First Nations at a minimum, up to 101 First Nations in the province of Ontario, looking at retrofits and community and direct installs to improve energy efficiency on community buildings. So very much looking forward to working with you, sir, in Ontario as well. So give Harry a round of applause. We actually have Francis Chua here that's not here today too. So Francis and Kayla help us out on the Indigenous Advisory Council. They're also based out of Ontario. Rebecca Adjgatag, the star of the show. I have to say, Rebecca's my cousin, and she's still single. I have to say that. That's how I started this gig out. Anyways, she does a lot of work behind the scenes, and just a tremendous person and human being. You get to know Rebecca. She's just such the kindest heart you're ever going to meet. Reach out to her for any type of partnership development opportunities that you or your company may have, and we'll see that we get to answering the call to see if there's a potential for your opportunity to flourish with Indigenous communities. And so our general and membership, I think, has grown from, what, 30 to about 125 plus satisfied members, and I underscore satisfied. If you're not satisfied, contact me, let me know, or Rebecca.
we'll see what we can do in terms of ensuring that there is true value in being a member of FNPA. So please give Rebecca a round of applause. Christina Swan, there she is, way back there. Is that Christina? Yes, she's our bean counter. I like saying that. I just love saying bean counter. Christina has been with the Christina, you've been with the organization 5+ years now? Yeah, 5.5 years. And so, yeah, without people like Christina ensuring things work and that we're being accountable, being transparent, we're collaborating, and we're building and sustaining trust, none of that happens without proper accounting and reconciliation of the books and ensuring that whatever we do in terms of revenue generation, inputting and outputting all of this, this is for the best of the sustainability of the organization. And so we do everything we can to maximize every dollar that comes in and every dollar that goes out. So give her a round of applause as well for her hard work to make sure that things like this can actually happen. So those are some of the behind the scenes people. Martin, give a wave. Martin just joined us, one of our very newest, and is helping out in finance, administration, and all things technical. We sure love him, and he's doing such a fabulous job. Give him a round of applause as well. And Angela Gray Eyes, right there, give a wave. Angela's a pipeliner, certified pipeliner, and she loves the outdoors. And so, like many of us who need to spend more time outdoors, getting exercise, she's joined our organization in much the same capacity as Martin. Has worked with the provincial government here in Saskatchewan for a good number of years, 25+ years or so. Yeah. And so has really helped to bring it all home in terms of our move and our transition, along with the ladies, both Christina and Rebecca and Martin, is to provide a really welcoming space. We invite you to come to have tea with us in the mornings at 8 o'clock or 8:30 or whatever that is. And so please give her a round of applause. She's just so pleasant to have around FNPA and a welcome addition to our team. Tony, Mr. Tony, give Tony a round of applause as well. We've worked with Tony for, 2 years? About 2 years now, yeah. So Tony's Why Not Media, so all of the wonderful things that you see on the big screen, Tony makes sure that we're looking really good. And Katrina German as well, Ethical Digital, in terms of some of our media and outreach and social media. If you haven't noticed, and a greater presence online. We try to do the best we can to be heard, to be seen. We can't be everywhere in the country, just too many kilometers. But social media is one good way to do that. And so I think we're perfecting what we do in terms of social media and communications, and we'll just get better at it. So thanks very much, Tony, for your leadership as well. Am I forgetting anybody? No? Okay, a team photo, all right. And after we're done. Okay, so I think I'm done. I think I've spoken enough here. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you to for your service in the most humble way. Your message is heard loud and clear. We as an organization need to support the efforts of the Veterans Association, and that's why we chose to honor you at last night's event. And it doesn't go out unnoticed, your service and continued prayers, I think, for a better, brighter future for First Nations people, Indigenous people, and all people in Canada that need to, quite frankly, I've heard this said before, is Canada needs more Indigenous. And the world actually needs more Indigenous too. It's not just Canada. And so we're trying to unravel colonialism. We're trying to unravel what has been wrong, done to us in terms of legislation and those very, very harmful things that segregated us from the rest of the opportunities, the economic opportunities. And so that's why we're striving for economic reconciliation and environmental reconciliation, because it's not just about dollars and cents, as you've heard. It's about Mother Earth. It's about
making sure that we do our part. And so I'll close off on that note just saying we all need to do our part, me included, you included, because we're addicted to money, we're addicted to carbon-emitting sources. We have to find a way to decarbonize. We have to find a way to make sure that our water and our air and our land is cleaner for future generations. So with that, I want to thank each and every one of you for your patience and your guidance and your wisdom and your caringness. Those are the things that really matter to us. And so that's what Indigenous-led is all about, and we look to deliver on that promise into the future. So I'll hand it back to my big brothers, my brother Lyle and of course Milton here to dance out the flag. So what I'll do is I'll ask for some volunteers to come forward to dance out our Eagle staff. Oh, yes. So if somebody hasn't noticed, this is our Eagle staff. This is the very first time we've had this blessed. This is a responsibility to look after this as it is a human being, as it is, it has a spirit. So like every one of us who has a spirit above our head or on our shoulder or in our heart, this also has a spirit. And so I'm very proud to see that we've actually incorporated and are walking the walk as some would challenge us to make sure that we're doing things in a good way. So anyways, if I could get the veterans and a closing prayer and then the grand march out.
Whenever I'm going to say thank you. Thank you for everything.
Okay, let's all rise and we'll ask for those prayers for safe travels back to your home fires, and that you reach your homes in a good way, and that you reach your families in a good way, and your children, that everybody's safe, and that until we see each other again. There's no word in the Cree language that says goodbye. We don't have a word for goodbye. We've never had. What we say is muistas. Muistas means later. I'll see you later. Muistas. So we don't ever say goodbye to one another. We just say muistas. So that's a new Cree word you learn and you take it back. Is muistas. So I'll hand it over to our elder Joe Cusans for that prayer, to render that prayer.
Good morning. Thank you very much for everyone. First, I want to say thank you to the veterans that have been with us for many, many years, that they're here with us to remember many things in our life. Thank you. Thank you for that. I also thank you to the veterans that prayed for us for the days that we've had. Let us pray us for the things that you're going to do for many, many years. I also want to thank you to the singers that are going to be here. Thank you for that, and may you have the good singing and drums of us in our life. Thank you. I also want to thank you to all the people that worked, for all of you that you've done, for many, many things you have done today, and the things that you're going to do for many, many years, so that you will pray in our own way in our life. Thank you for all of that. I also want to thank you for the people that worked for many things that you have made us today, so we'll pray in our way. Thank you. First, last one is to thank you to Guy for many things that you've done for me. And I remember as a young leader, I remember a guy coming across to ask me to be a leader years ago. So thank you for the things you have done for me. Hey, get. Get. Kitun. Memtas pitun. Bianuet niganuet kitun. So got the season. Nguting suening ngabik kenda muena. Maniktibat kitun. Metas pimanginante maat. Wingeminikeang. Gitego. Das pimagina. Kenda man. Tabatsik kenda otwang women ma. Angwebe maat. Samagina. Kenda man. Azwangwebe maat. Many grandchildren or great grandchildren to pray for us in our life, that we can be the best in our life, Thank you very much in our life. Thank you.
Amen. We say back home in the Cree language, we say Amen. Treaty 4, let's have that song. We carry out their flags. Staff members, follow the flags and the colors. Staff members, come on up. Staff members, come on up.